Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Become an Ancestor in Immortal Cultivation World. Chapter 21. I told you to go, you go. Lin Xingzang narrowed his eyes with a half-smile. It's absolutely impossible to go. Lin Sheng refused decisively. Hunting monsters is too dangerous, and there is no way to practice honestly and safely. So the clan doesn't plan to let you go. Lin Xingzang laughed dumbly and took out 3 white jade gourd bottles. There are 15 spirit pills prepared by the clan for you. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. He picked up the elixir bottle and opened it, and a strong medicinal fragrance hit his face. Yes, it's the spirit pill. Why, have you seen spirit pill elsewhere? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Hey, why did the clan suddenly become so generous? Lin Sheng smiled shyly and changed the subject. Lin Xingzang smiled heartily when he heard this, obviously in a good mood, because the Lin family's investment has been rewarded. Yes, that's the word you said, investment. Lin Sheng put the spirit pill into his storage bag and touched his chin. It seems that the alliance of hundreds of clans has made a lot of money during this period. Even the family is willing to buy the spirit pill for me. Haha, to use common language to describe it, it's like fighting for gold every day. Lin Xingzang emphasized the word, fighting for gold. It's good. The more the alliance of hundreds of clans earns, the more our Lin family will get. We can then train more tribesmen. As a direct descendant of the family, it's not too much to ask for more resources, right? Lin Sheng was also in a very good mood. The road was open now. What could be happier than this? Even the sadness caused by the sale of the blood chi technique disappeared without a trace. Yes, the more the alliance earns, the more we share. Of course it's understandable that you ask for more resources, but... Lin Xingzang suddenly stopped talking and looked at Lin Sheng with a deep look. We also need to take responsibility for some things. Lin Sheng was a little frightened by Lin Xingzang's eyes. He forced a smile and said, Uncle Six, you don't want to tell me some bad news, do you? Of course it's good news. Lin Xingzang burst into laughter, took out a token from his storage bag, placed it on the table and slowly pushed it in front of Lin Sheng. This is the B3 Cave Mansion token. The Alliance has rebuilt a spirit gathering array in the central county government, moved to Linquan, and opened 30 Cave Mansion with Linquan as the center. Our Lin family also got a share of it. One of them. What does Uncle Six mean? Lin Sheng glanced at the token in front of him and did not reach out to take it. The token on the table was like a hot potato. Lin Xingzang took back his hand and said with a faint look, the Alliance is planning to organize people to enter the secret realm in half a year. The top 30 families in the Alliance will recruit people. Uncle Lu, you let me go for such a dangerous thing. Lin Sheng looked in disbelief. Then you can't let me go, can you? Lin Xingzang asked immediately. Lin Sheng couldn't handle this rhetorical question, and he almost said, you should go, said it out. After hesitating for a while, Lin Sheng tentatively said, why don't we let Xiaoji go? When Lin Xingzang heard this, his face showed emotion, and he nodded repeatedly, you were really his good adoptive father. Hey, I didn't expect you, Uncle Six, to be joking. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly and carefully pushed the token on the table in front of Lin Xingzang. What, you want to take the benefits, but you have to hide when something happens. Lin Xingzang looked playful. Lin Sheng looked embarrassed. It's not hiding, it's this cave mansion, maybe it's this cave mansion, Uncle Six, do you understand what I mean? Okay, don't say so much, let's talk about the business. You have to go. Lin Xingzang looked solemn and firmly pushed the token back to Lin Sheng. Why? Lin Sheng put away his playful smile, frowned, and felt uneasy. This is the intention of the ancestor of the Zonqing sect, to let the direct bloodline of the alliance of hundreds of clans go to the secret realm to gain experience, otherwise they will not be able to support the world of Qi State's Immortal Cultivation world in the future. As he spoke, a trace of sadness appeared on Lin Xingzang's face. The alliance of hundreds of tribes says that it dominates the Qi kingdom with one hand, but the real leaders are still the 2 gold core ancestors. The alliance dare not listen to the ancestors' words. Except for you and Lin Hao, there are no other direct bloodlines in my family. Xiaoji can only be counted as half, and his cultivation level is not good enough. Lin Sheng was silent when he heard this. He knew that Lin Hao was practicing in seclusion in Evergreen Sect. Naturally, it was impossible for him to enter the secret realm on behalf of the Lin family. In this case, he was the only one. I feel that there may be some conspiracy in this. Lin Sheng looked hesitant. Why do you have to let the direct bloodline of the alliance of hundreds of clans enter the secret realm? Is it because you want to break the backbone of Chi's immortal cultivation world with one move? You have thought about this, and others naturally want it too. If you don't want to, just quit the alliance and give up all resources. Do you think our Lin family can do it? Lin Xingzhang said, pointing to the token on the table. It is better to seize this opportunity to improve your realm. The secret realm is not a dangerous forbidden place. When the time comes, the clan will mobilize a guardian for you to go with you. Protector. He is nothing more than a chi refining monk. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart and wanted to struggle. How about substituting something? It would be much safer to let other advanced tribesmen enter the secret realm. Lin Xingzhang shook his head. They are all the ancestors of the Zhanqing sect. If they are found out, there will be no Lin family in Dongshuan Peak anymore. Oh, I hope that ancestor of the Zhanqing sect has good intentions. Lin Sheng sighed and put away the token in desperation. Lin Xing smiled on his face. The Lin family, are not afraid even if the sky falls. If there is any conspiracy, it is also a conspiracy of our alliance of hundreds of races against others. Xiao Wu, you don't have to worry. In the past 6 months, you have worked hard to improve your cultivation level. Maybe in half a year, the secret realm will have been fully explored and the dangerous areas have been leveled. Lin Sheng said without interest. I know this clan will not give me the spirit pill so easily. Haha. Lin Xingzhang chuckled when he heard this, and looked at Lin Sheng with a half smile but not a smile. Xiaowu, why do I feel that you are a little different from 3 years ago, as if you are a different person? Really? Lin Sheng was slightly startled, and said without changing his expression. It must be Uncle Six, you haven't seen me for a few years, and you are just a little unfamiliar. I am still me, only this world has changed. I've been thinking these days that you won't be snatched away. Lin Xingzhang said, staring at Lin Sheng closely. There are blood and energy methods, alchemy, and all kinds of strange words. This is so different from you before. Seeing Lin Sheng's calm look, Lin Xingzhang shook his head again and said, but the divine ability is only available to nascent soul true monarch. If it is used on you, it would be a bit of a waste. Others should also take the divine ability. It's better to give up some people with extraordinary talents. Who do you look down on? Single quote. Lin Sheng's eyes widened, feeling offended. Lin Xingzhang chose to turn a blind eye to Lin Sheng's hostile eyes. It seems that the 3 years of hard work in the bitter cold land have made you grow. I think Fifth Brother's spirit in heaven will also be pleased. Why are you trying to sensationalize me? Single quote. Lin Sheng curled his lips and waved his hand to interrupt. Uncle Six, I can go to Cave Mansion to practice. I hope the clan can prepare some alchemy ingredients for me. As you know, I have been refining alchemy recently. Lin Xingzhang, who was lost in memories, suddenly woke up when he heard this. You still don't give up. Can you refine the blood-activating pill last time? It took 300 low-grade spirit stones to collect the 3 blood-clotting grasses. Hey, what can happen? Lin Sheng smiled shyly. I have provided the family with the most precious blood and energy method, so it's not too much to ask for some medicinal materials to make elixirs, right? Who am I making alchemy for? Isn't it for the family? Could it be for myself? Lin Xing's face was uncertain for a while. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, the blood coagulation grass is gone. I will provide you with some other medicinal materials. This is just this time. If it doesn't happen next time, there won't be many medicinal materials in the clan. Okay, Uncle Six has the final say. Lin Sheng was in a good mood and stood up to leave. Lin Xingzhang waved away the mystery formation that enveloped the room. As he walked to the door, Lin Sheng suddenly thought of something, turned around and asked, is it okay if I take the maid to the cave mansion? It's up to you, Lin Xingzhang said calmly. Lin Sheng had a satisfied look on his face. As soon as he walked out of the room, he heard Lin Xingzhang's words coming from behind him. You must focus more on your cultivation instead of being intoxicated with women. Then the door closed quietly. Are you talking about me? Lin Sheng turned around with a confused look on his face. Looking at the closed door in front of him, the confusion on Lin Sheng's face gradually disappeared. How can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? Lin Sheng smashed the door fiercely, received no response, and then left angrily. Returned to the room. Lin Sheng saw Lin Ji sleeping on the table. He stepped forward and knocked on the table. Lin Ji, who was originally sleepy, suddenly woke up, and when she saw Lin Sheng standing in front of her, she immediately expressed joy. "Godfather, you are back. How can you sleep at your age?" Lin Sheng looked distressed. "Have you finished memorizing the alchemy book before you go to bed?" Lin Ji shrank her head and whispered, "I've finished memorizing it." "Have you finished memorizing it?" Lin Sheng said in a surprised tone, picking up the alchemy Tao and asking, "How much attention does it take to control spirits?" 8 points. Lin Ji replied decisively. "What about the other 2 points? Control fire. How long does it take to put the main materials and auxiliary materials into the furnace?" "It can be judged based on the dissolution progress of the medicinal materials. Generally, the medicinal materials are in their initial liquefied form." Lin Sheng glanced at Lin Ji, who was full of confidence, and then threw the alchemy Tao experience on the table. "That's all right. Now that you've finished carrying it, Godfather, I'm going to take a bath. Go boil some water for me." Lin Ji blushed slightly when she heard this, and quickly put away her thoughts on alchemy Tao and ran out of the room. Monks generally do not bathe. They are transcendent and are spotless, so there is no need to bathe. Even if it has some stains, a little waterbending can easily solve it. But Lin Sheng was now more playful, and it was very interesting to tease the little maid. Lin Xingzhang said that he was addicted to women, which was a naked slander. Lin Sheng, who was scolded by his elders and who was wronged in the first place, immediately felt unhappy. He really wanted to play tricks on the little maid. Without him, the main theme is rebellious. The next day, Lin Sheng woke up feeling refreshed. He glanced sideways at Lin Ji, who was still sleeping, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "That's an advantage for you, little girl." Single quote. Thinking of the madness last night, Lin Sheng still had some unfinished thoughts. Some of the dual cultivation techniques passed down in the clan were indeed mysterious. It's just a pity that Lin Ji's cultivation level is too low. Even if he is nourished by primordial yin, it will not be of much help to him. On the contrary, his primordial yang has benefited Lin Ji a lot. Thinking of the trip to Secret Realm half a year later, Lin Sheng felt a huge pressure on his shoulders and pushed Lin Ji beside him. "Get up soon, don't go back to sleep." "What's wrong?" Lin Ji opened her eyes drowsily, propped herself up, and the spring light suddenly appeared under the quilt. Lin Sheng showed a faint smile. "Today is an auspicious day, let's go to the new cave mansion." The former central county government is now the stronghold of the alliance of hundreds of clans. Compared to the bustle on the streets, the central stronghold is extremely silent, and the air is filled with a solemn atmosphere. Walking to the entrance of the stronghold, there were 2 monks in black standing in front of the door. Their cultivation levels were in the middle stage of qi refining. "Fellow Taoist, stop here. This is a forbidden area for the alliance of hundreds of clans." One of the monks in black spoke to stop them with a calm expression, while the other monk in black looked back and forth at Lin Sheng and Lin Ji with scrutiny. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and took out the Yisan Cave Mansion token from the storage bag. "I am a member of the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak." After seeing the token with an indifferent expression, the monk in black took out a palm-sized circular mirror from his arms. As the magic power was poured into it, the mirror surface glowed slightly, converging into a ray and shining on the token. After 2 breaths, the light disappeared and the round mirror returned to its normal appearance. "Fellow Taoist, please come in, Yisan Cave Mansion is in the East District." The indifferent monk showed a dry smile. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and led Lin Ji straight into the station. After passing through the light film barrier of the door, the rich spiritual energy rushed towards his face. The first thing you see is a small spiritual spring covering an area of 2 square meters in the formation. The spring water spurts upwards more than 1 meter high, and the rich spiritual energy is constantly emanating from the spring water. Is this the spiritual spring that the 100 Clans Alliance moved to? Lin Sheng felt envious. If he could take a spiritual spring with him, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation wherever he went. "Daddy, the spiritual energy here is so strong. Lin Ji's face turned red, and her brows were filled with excitement. Since her double cultivation yesterday, there are vague signs of a breakthrough in her cultivation. If she practices here for a while, she might be able to break through to the third level of chi refining. The aura of this place is indeed very rich. It can be seen that in the eyes of the monks, there is no barren land at all. It only depends on whether you are willing or not. Lin Sheng had a look of emotion on his face and was very happy in his heart. The spiritual energy here is roughly as rich as the rank 1 middle grade spirit vein. With the spiritual essence pill, breaking through to chi refining 50% in half a year should be a sure shot. Come on, let's go to the cave mansion. Just after staying for a while by the spiritual spring, Lin Sheng felt a few prying eyes and immediately led Lin Ji towards the East District. The stronghold of the 100 Clans Alliance is divided into 3 areas, namely North, East and West. The North District is the meeting hall complex, the West District is the resting base for various ethnic groups, and the East District is the recently established cave mansion complex. When the two came to the East District, they saw a large cave mansion complex, 3 rows and 10 columns, which looked like tombs from a distance. Daddy, why do I think the cave mansion here looks like tombs? Lin Ji muttered softly. Don't talk nonsense, be careful not to be overheard. Lin Sheng turned his head and ordered, and then walked straight into the cave mansion complex. A stone tablet is erected in front of each cave mansion with a serial number on it. Lin Sheng didn't take a few steps before he saw the cave mansion with the B3 logo engraved on the stone tablet. Compared with the A-sequence cave mansion, the B-sequence cave mansion looked smaller in appearance. I wonder if the spiritual energy will be affected. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, walked to the cave mansion and offered the token, and the formation surrounding the cave mansion immediately manifested a passage. It's actually covered with rank 1 formation. It seems that the alliance of hundreds of clans is really rich. Lin Sheng clicked his tongue in surprise and took the lead to walk into the cave mansion. Stepping up the stairs leading to the underground, and pushing open a stone door, the bright beads on the wall came into view. The cave mansion is extremely bright, with a pond in the center in which several colorful koi carps are swimming leisurely. The entire cave mansion covers an area of about 500 square meters. In addition to the retreat room, there is also a small medicine garden and an alchemy room. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy in cave mansion, Lin Sheng was very satisfied. The concentration of spiritual energy was no different from that around the spiritual spring. Daddy, there is earth fire in the alchemy room. Lin Ji ran out of the alchemy room excitedly. The earth fire no longer belongs to the order of ordinary fire, and is much more powerful than the fire spit out by the spirit fire toad holding the spirit stone in its mouth. The alliance of hundreds of clans is quite generous. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised and took out a storage bag and threw it to Lin Ji. There are several prescriptions and medicinal materials in it. You can study more in your spare time. Lin Ji nodded excitedly, but right now she still had to focus on breaking through the third level of chi refining. From now on, you will practice in this hall. If there is nothing important, don't bother me. Lin Sheng said and walked into the retreat room. The spiritual energy in the retreat room is stronger than that in the cave mansion hall, but it is empty, without even a single decoration. Seeing the small spirit gathering formations placed around him, Lin Sheng thought for a while and then used the golden light formation to cover the room. There is always nothing wrong with being cautious. Nowadays, due to the expansion of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the rank 1 golden light array can no longer completely cover it, so it has been honorably retired. Lin Sheng sat cross-legged, first took out the hourglass bottle that recorded the time and put it aside, then took out 6 bottles of spirit pills one by one and checked them. There were 90 spirit pills in total, which was enough for the 6 months of practice. I originally wanted to save the spirit pill for future practice in Black Rock City, but now my plan can't keep up with the changes. The aura of Cave Mansion is not bad at the moment, so I won't suffer too much if I take the spirit pill for practice. Close your eyes and take a breath. A long time. Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. As he practiced the Qian training technique, an invisible suction force emerged from Lin Sheng's body, and the spiritual energy in the room surged in, scrambling to get into his pores and gather into his meridians. Normally, after inhaling the spiritual energy into the body, half of it will return to the heaven and earth. Now under the effect of the spirit pill, another 3/3 of the 5 points of spiritual energy that had dispersed was trapped in the flesh and blood, and re-infiltrated into the meridians as time went by. Cultivation takes no time. 1 month later, Lin Ji slowly opened her eyes, feeling the fluctuations of Qi Refining's 3rd level cultivation in her body, and a look of joy appeared on her pretty face. If it weren't for my godfather's help, I don't know how long it would take to reach the 3rd level of Qi Refining. Single quote. Really, why do you let people do those embarrassing poses? Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Ji's pretty face turned red, and she glanced at the retreat room with a guilty conscience, then took out the 3-legged alchemy furnace from her storage bag and walked into the alchemy room. I will definitely refine the rank 1 elixir and surprise my godfather. Single quote. 2 months later, in the alchemy room, Lin Ji looked nervously at the alchemy furnace in front of her, where 4 balls of medicinal liquid were slowly blending. As a dazzling spiritual light appeared followed by a muffled sound, Lin Ji quickly stepped forward to open the stove lid, and a faint medicinal fragrance hit her face. Solitary room. Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of blood appeared in his eyes and then slowly disappeared. The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body were clearly at the 5th level of Qi Refining. He lowered his head and glanced at the spirit pill bottles on the ground. 2 of them were empty. Krypton gold cultivation is fast, no wonder those big families are getting stronger from generation to generation. Single quote. Lin Sheng was filled with emotion and glanced at the time hourglass beside him. Has it only been 3 months? It seems that my qualifications are quite good. Single quote. Lin Sheng felt secretly happy and stood up to leave the seclusion. Cultivation of immortality requires a balance between work and rest. You cannot just practice hard, but you must relax and have fun appropriately. Go and see how that little girl is practicing. Single quote. Lin Sheng convinced himself naturally. Did you make this elixir? Lin Sheng carefully observed the 3 blood-activating pills in his palm. The fragrance of the medicine was lighter, the size was smaller, and some impurities could be seen on the pills. Lin Ji nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with excitement. After a while, Lin Sheng put away the pills with regret on his face. According to my observation, these 3 blood-activating pills should be inferior pills. Although they seem to be refined and have some medicinal effects, they are not as effective as the real blood-activating pills. Many. Lin Ji, who was originally excited, immediately looked depressed when he heard this. But when this expression fell into Lin Sheng's eyes, he was hit hard. Even if it is an inferior elixir, it is still an elixir. Refining an inferior elixir means that the alchemy is successful. Thinking about his 3 years of alchemy experience, and then thinking about Lin Ji's 3 months of alchemy experience, Lin Sheng suddenly felt bad. Sure enough, hard work is nothing compared to talent. What are you talking about, godfather? Lin Ji looked confused. I'm just a little sentimental in my heart. Lin Sheng sighed slightly, and then said seriously, you did a good job. Godfather's love for you is not in vain. Lin Sheng deliberately emphasized the word, pawn, causing Lin Ji's face to turn crimson immediately. Looking at Lin Ji, who lowered his head, Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect to actually cultivate an alchemist, but he succeeded unintentionally. Quasi-rank 1 alchemist, it will definitely be a hot commodity when placed outside. Single quote. What is rank 1 alchemist? As long as you can successfully refine a batch of rank 1 elixir, you are a rank 1 alchemist. As the saying goes, 1 elixir can be used to cure hundreds of elixirs. As long as 1 elixir can be refined, it is only a matter of time before other elixirs of the same level can be refined. You know this and I know it, don't tell anyone, otherwise you will be killed, remember. Lin Sheng looked solemn and lifted Lin Ji's chin. A flash of panic flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and she nodded in panic. It's a pity that I don't know how to ban the curse. If this woman has 2 minds, she can't control it at all. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart, but then he thought about it. He and Lin Ji had known each other for a long time. If he really used the forbidden spell to control her, he might lose his love as a beautiful woman. How many pills are made in 1 furnace? Lin Sheng said and pinched Lin Ji's little face. 17 pills, 14 of them are waste pills. Lin Ji lowered her head in embarrassment. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. That's good. He was able to make 3 inferior elixirs in the first time. He is considered an outstanding talent. You can only tell me about the alchemy in the future. If you accidentally leak it out, you will be caught and imprisoned, and you will lose your freedom while refining the alchemy day and night. Juror, remember this. Lin Ji's face turned pale, obviously frightened. Seeing Lin Ji's timid look, Lin Sheng smiled mischievously and said, "Go and hold the alchemy furnace." Lin Ji was confused, but still obeyed and stepped forward to support the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was 1 meter high. Lin Ji could only bend her waist, with a puzzled look on her face. "Daddy, what are you going to do?" "HMPH, I'm going to be so angry that I'm going to be so angry." The days of cultivation are boring, but when you have a beautiful woman to accompany you, those days are quite happy. Ever since Lin Ji successfully refined the blood retaining pill, youth retaining pill, the accumulation of experience has been faster and faster. Only half a month later, another rank 1 elixir, youth retaining pill, was successfully refined by Lin Ji. There are 15 elixirs, 3 of which are bad elixirs. The materials for the youth retaining pill are not scarce, but the difficulty lies in refining it. A total of 18 medicinal materials need to be blended, and the blood activating pill only has 4 medicinal materials. The perfect fusion of 18 kinds of medicinal materials requires a huge amount of energy. If you make a wrong step, all your efforts will be wasted. Therefore, what rank 1 alchemist is most reluctant to practice is the youth retaining pill, mainly because it is tiring and the failure rate is also high. This also makes the price of youth retaining pill on the market more expensive than ordinary rank 1 elixirs, with each pill costing 25 low-grade spiritual stones. After Lin Ji made the youth retaining pill, she ran to ask Lin Sheng for credit, but Lin Sheng gave her a harsh lesson and got angry. 3 months later, Lin Sheng, who was in the retreat room, slowly opened his eyes, took a breath, and glanced at the empty pill bottle on the ground, with a trace of regret on his face. In order to attack the 6th level of qi refining, Lin Sheng took the spirit pill as if it were candy. As soon as the effect of the medicine wore off, he took the elixir immediately. This also resulted in a large amount of the medicine that penetrated into the flesh and blood could not be effectively absorbed and was wasted. Nowadays, out of the 4 bottles of spirit pill, it is estimated that only 2.5 bottles are actually effective. But the ending is always good. Lin Sheng broke through the 5th level of qi refining as he wished and entered the monk echelon of the 6th level of qi refining. It was only because of the strong force of the medicine that his realm was a little unstable. Even if you waste some elixirs, it's all worth it. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng took out the Qingfeng sword. Now he could barely control the Qingfeng sword to fight against the enemy. He was no longer unable to take back the sword after a full blow. He secretly evaluated his own magic power. If he activated the Qingfeng sword with all his strength, he would be able to unleash at least 4 blows. At the 4th level of qi refining, his combat power was only 1,000, but now he has at least 8,000. Of course, 4,000 of his combat power was added by the blood energy method. In contrast, the blood qi technique is what gives Lin Sheng the confidence to enter the secret realm. A monk in the qi refining late stage will be kicked to death by him even if he is not careful. On the surface, I am a dharma cultivator with a flying sword, but in fact, I am a physical cultivator whose physical strength is comparable to qi refining's Dzogchen. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly happy in his heart. Cultivation of both body and law is stable. I just thought that there seemed to be no famous monks in this world who practiced both body and law, and I felt a little puzzled. Can't the 2 paths of dharma and body be pursued at the same time? Single quote. Lin Sheng was confused, but he didn't think much about it. Now he was just a qi refining monk. Why did he think so much? After putting away the golden light array, Lin Sheng walked out of the retreat room in high spirits. Now that the half-year period has arrived, Lin Xingzong's arrival is probably only a few days away. In the hall, Lin Sheng did not see Lin Ji, but when he felt the heat from the alchemy furnace, he knew that the little girl was refining alchemy again. Lin Sheng did not go up to disturb him, but walked to the pond and looked at the 5 colorful koi carp in the pond. In the past 6 months, thanks to Lin Ji's feeding, the 5 koi have also grown in size, and their bodies have all grown to over 1 meter in length. It's a pity that it's just an ordinary monster with no value. Lin Sheng muttered, took out his Qingfeng sword, pointed it at one of the fish and stabbed it hard. Blood surged in the pool, and a green koi was picked out by the Qingfeng sword. Being able to die by the Qingfeng sword can be regarded as the highlight of your life. Lin Sheng smiled. He was not filled with murderous intentions, but just wanted to eat fish on a whim. As long as they step onto the path of immortality and absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, it no longer matters whether a monk eats or not. The spiritual energy will nourish the body and will not starve to death. But the feeling of hunger will always exist, and it will only disappear completely when the foundation building is overhauled. Inferior monks usually eat fasting pill to satisfy their hunger, which is simple and convenient. Some eat spirit rice or animal meat. Lin Sheng usually takes fasting pill, but looking at the fish fat today, he wanted to improve his food. First, use the Qingfeng sword to pick up the big herring and remove the scales and internal organs, and then use the fire control technique to bake it with fierce fire. After a while, the smell of meat fills the air. Lin Sheng pulled off a piece of fish and took a bite. It was too hard and chewy, the meat was a bit woody, and it had no taste at all. Perhaps because of living in a place rich in aura, the meat of the big herring surprisingly has no fishy smell, but has a faint aura. After chewing it carefully, I also tasted a different flavor. The heat wave that surged out of the alchemy room began to dissipate. After a while, the stone door was pushed open, and Linji wiped the sweat from her head and walked out. What does this smell like? Linji sniffed the air and found Lin Sheng sitting by the pond eating meat. Godfather, Linji called out sweetly, ran to Lin Sheng and sat down. Eat fish. Lin Sheng pointed to the Qingfeng sword suspended in the air, with a half-eaten herring hanging on it. This fish. Linji stretched her head and glanced into the pond. 4 colorful koi carps were huddled together and shivering. There was no trace of leisure in them. What? Don't like fish? Lin Sheng looked sideways at Linji. Linji felt as if her heart was being tugged by Lin Sheng's glance. Now her godfather's eyes were getting more and more terrifying. She quickly tore off a few pieces of fish and stuffed them into her mouth to chew. How does it taste? Lin Sheng looked curious. It's delicious, Linji said vaguely while eating the fish. Lin Sheng nodded. That's good. You have eaten all the fish and meat, don't waste it. Huh, Linji exclaimed. The fish meat got stuck in her throat, her face turned red immediately, and it took her a while to swallow it with difficulty. Daddy, can you not eat? Don't eat. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. If you don't eat, it's a waste. It's shameful to waste food. But you obviously cooked this fish. Linji muttered in a low voice. Seeing Lin Sheng's sharp eyes, she could only eat the fish with tears in her eyes. After a while, seeing Linji eating the fish slower and slower, and his expression getting more and more uncomfortable, Lin Sheng immediately waved his hand. Forget it, I won't eat it if I don't want to. Okay. Linji immediately smiled and threw the fish meat in her hand into the pond without hesitation. She was even afraid that Lin Sheng would change his mind, so she even took off the fish carcass on the Qingfeng sword and threw it into the pond. The colorful koi that were cowering in the corner and shivering, saw food coming to the door, and they jumped on it one by one. After the water surface surged for a while, it gradually returned to calm. 4 colorful koi carps continued to wander leisurely. At the bottom of the crystal-clear pond was a brand new fish bone, with not a trace of fish meat left. Lin Sheng put away the Qingfeng sword and said with great interest, what elixir was refined this time? Youth retaining pill. Linji happily took out 8 jade bottles from the storage bag and placed them on the ground. 120 youth retaining pills in total. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Why do you always practice youth retaining pill? His hands kept moving, and he put 7 bottles of pills into his storage bag. This is the rule that Lin Sheng and Linji have agreed upon long ago. After the elixir is successfully made, it will be divided according to 90%. 90% will go to Lin Sheng, and 10% will go to Linji. No matter what elixirs are made in the future, they will follow this rule. Most of the materials in the storage bag are ordinary medicinal materials. I couldn't collect the medicinal materials to make several other pill recipes, so I had to. Linji muttered softly and put away the only remaining bottle of youth retaining pill. A bottle of 15 youth retaining pills could be sold for at least 300 spirit stones. Now she is also a little rich woman. Since joining her godfather, her life has become better. After hearing Lin Ji's explanation, Lin Sheng remembered that he had not carefully checked the alchemy materials prepared by Lin Xingzang for him. Considering the current situation of the Lin family, it was estimated that he would not be able to acquire any rare medicinal materials. Forget it, I will find other medicinal materials to make elixirs with you in the future. Now let's just practice. Lin Sheng comforted him. Lin Ji nodded, and suddenly saw Lin Sheng looking straight at her. She immediately thought of something, her head hung slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. Lin Sheng touched his chin and said with a smile, "Juror, now you are also a rank 1 alchemist. Do you sometimes feel like you are underestimating your talents by following me, your godfather?" Lin Ji, who was thinking wildly, subconsciously responded, but immediately woke up the next second and knelt on the ground in a panic. "Daddy, Juror has never thought about it that way." He, that's right, then why are you panicking?" Lin Sheng chuckled and his eyes flashed fiercely. Lin Ji naturally saw that fierce light, which made her tremble and fall to the ground. Her mind was filled with scenes of the Lin family enforcing family laws. "Do you know what the Lin family's family laws are?" Lin Sheng muttered to himself without waiting for Lin Ji to speak. "Cut the skin, cramp the muscles, shave the bones, and dig out the heart. Under these 4 moves, we also have to ensure that the person being punished cannot die. Thinking about it makes people shudder." "Godfather." Lin Ji's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. Seeing that the threat was almost over, Lin Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and showed a friendly smile. "Hey, Godfather is joking with you." "Ah, Godfather, you scared me to death." Lin Zilihua threw herself into Lin Sheng's arms. Lin Sheng soothed Lin Ziyu's back gently. "How can you be so timid? The immortal cultivation world is cruel and ruthless. Even the koi fish knows how to kill its own kind, let alone humans." Lin Ji raised her head and choked with sobs. "As long as I stay with my godfather, I won't be afraid." Ha. Lin Sheng chuckled and said no more. Lin Ji's talent may not be able to keep up with his pace, and sooner or later he will turn into a handful of Lois. "Now you make elixirs for me, and I will send you to the grave in the future." Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart, the great Tao is ruthless after all. Don't think about those unpleasant things. Lin Sheng suddenly grinned and said, "Have you learned any new techniques from the female cultivators in the clan in the past few months?" At this time, Lin Ji also stopped crying, stood up from Lin Sheng's arms, and nodded shyly. "Very good, why don't you show it to me quickly?" Lin Sheng was very interested and gearing up, looking like he was going to do something big. "But Juror is not skilled in those spells." "It doesn't matter, you can just come." 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, a teleportation note flew into the cave mansion. Lin Sheng, who had closed his eyes, a nurturing spirit in the hall, opened his eyes, took the teleportation notes, and then took out the cave mansion token and entered a few spells. After a while, Lin Sheng led 3 tall and burly people into the cave mansion with a smile on his face. I saw that the 3 people all showed chi refining late-stage cultivation fluctuations, with leopard heads and eyes, red snake totems painted on their faces, bald and smooth heads, with only a short red braid. Didn't the 3 brothers Longhubao go to Evergreen Sect with Lin Hao? Single quote. Lin Sheng was confused and stood up to face Lin Xingzang. "I didn't expect that in half a year, Xiao Wu, you would give me a surprise." Lin Sheng looked surprised. He felt that the spiritual energy fluctuations in Lin Sheng's body were worse than before, and he couldn't help but ask, "How many levels of chi refining are you at now?" Lin Sheng smiled humbly. "Reluctantly, chi refining is on the 6th floor." "Okay." Lin Xingzang laughed while stroking his hands, taking out a scroll and handing it to Lin Sheng. "Now that your cultivation has greatly improved, you will be more confident about entering the secret realm this time." "This is it." Lin Sheng looked confused and unfolded the scroll. The scroll is full of pictures and texts, listing more than a dozen monks, both male and female, with vivid expressions and facial expressions. "There are people you need to pay attention to during this trip to the secret realm." Lin Sheng looked solemnly and pointed to the 2 people at the top of the scroll. "These 2 people need special attention. Hong Tu, a disciple of 10,000 Corpses Valley, nicknamed Fierce Corpse, chi refining Zochin." Single quote. The Poison Boy, Independent Cultivator, Chi Refining Zochin. Single quote. These two people are also participating in this trip to Secret Realm. Are they not members of the family? Lin Sheng looked confused. Of course they are not the children of the family. These two men robbed and killed many monks in the Secret Realm, and the children of the Alliance also suffered a lot. Lin Xingzang said with a stern look in his eyes. Some members of my Lin family have also suffered from his vicious attacks. If you meet him in the Secret Realm, you will kill him directly. Look, is this human language? Single quote. Lin Sheng's eyes widened and he looked at Lin Xingzang in disbelief. Sixth uncle. You want me to kill them? You might as well ask me to kill the ancestors of the Li Family Foundation building. From now on, in the Alliance of 100 Clans, we will use our Lin family's name to kill them. To respect. Lin Xingzang showed displeasure when he heard this. You are not allowed to do it alone. Now that the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, are accompanying you into the Secret Realm, are you afraid that you will not be able to kill the two rogue cultivators? With that said, Lin Xingzang waved his hand sideways, and the three brothers Long, Hu and Bao stepped forward at the same time and said in a loud voice, "Greetings to fifth brother." The three brothers Long Hubao are called Wuzhulong, Wuzhonghu and Wulu Bao respectively. Strictly speaking, they are not members of the Lin family. They are members of the Red Snake tribe, an ancient tribe on Dongshuan Peak, with barbarian blood flowing in their bodies. The Lin family rules Dongshuan Peak, so the Red Snake tribe is naturally loyal to the Lin family, and the tribesmen with spirit root also serve the Lin family. Didn't the three of you go to protect Lin Hao? Lin Sheng said and looked at Lin Xingzang. Could it be because he wanted to enter the Secret Realm, and Uncle Six specially sent an assistant, and he felt a little moved at the moment? Lin Xing showed a smile on his face. Lin Hao is now out of seclusion. As a monk on the 9th level of Qi Refining, he no longer needs a protector. As for you, I am still more worried about you dying in the Secret Realm. Look, is this human language? Single quote. The smile on Lin Sheng's face disappeared immediately, feeling offended. Haha, don't look so droopy. You may not be able to break the combined attack technique of the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, even if you have mastered the blood energy technique. With their help, it's not impossible to kill two rogue cultivators. Lin Xingzang said as he looked at the three brothers Long, Hu and Bao. From now on, you will listen to the orders of the second young master. No, the three brothers Long Hubao responded respectfully. Although Lin Sheng was a little unhappy at being underestimated by Lin Xingzang, no one would think that he had too many subordinates, and they were quite powerful subordinates. The three brothers, Long, Hu, and Bao, were born as triplets, and they had the same mind. Each of them had low-grade spirit root, and they also practiced the Lin family qi and training technique. Because of the connection of their minds, the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, have the same magic power and complement each other. The three of them are a perfect fighting spirit. They major in defensive folk skills. They can defend and fight. They are the gold medal thugs of the Immortal Cultivation family. The three brothers Long, Hu and Bao were sent over. How could Lin Sheng disappoint Lin Xingzang? So he solemnly promised, "Uncle Lu, don't worry, if I meet these two people, I will cut them into pieces. I will smash their bones and spread ashes. Let them." Okay, I don't know you yet. You will definitely hide when you enter Secret Realm. Lin Xingzang directly interrupted Lin Sheng's impassioned words. These two people are currently offering a reward of 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones in the Alliance, and the Lu family of 100 Poison Boy is individually offering a reward of 500 low-grade spiritual stones. You don't need to take the initiative. Just follow others and fish in troubled waters. It would be best if you have a chance to grab the head. Fish. Well, this is my strength. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, with a trace of doubt on his face, what's going on with the Lu family? Why are there so many spiritual stones on offer alone? He thought of the monk surnamed Lu who once came to the store to sell law weapon, but he didn't know if he was a member of the Lu family. Lin Xingzang sighed slightly. Half a month ago, the second son of the Lu family led a team to hunt down the Poison Boy in the Secret Realm. The whole team was defeated, and more than a dozen elite disciples died at once. Okay, Lin Sheng looked happy. The Lu family's unlucky strength was greatly reduced. Wouldn't that be a reflection of the Lin family's increased strength? Suddenly seeing Lin Xingzang's sad expression, Lin Sheng suddenly remembered that his sixth uncle and Lu Lauer seemed to have some friendship. For a moment, he didn't know whether to continue to be happy or to act sad. Lin Xingzang naturally saw Lin Sheng's somewhat unstable expression, and a smile appeared on his face. LV Lauer and I are just personal friends. From the perspective of the family, this is indeed a good thing. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Uncle Six, if I meet that poisonous boy, I will definitely help your old friend get revenge. The man who was able to kill more than a dozen people from the Lu family probably used some small tricks to deceive the Lu family into danger. Uncle Six, you know me. I will not make this kind of mistake. I have always been the one to lie to others. How can anyone lie to me? Lin Xingzang nodded slightly. It's best for you to be on guard, but in addition to these two people, you should also pay attention to the other people recorded in the scroll. Although they are all disciples of the Alliance, they may also be causing harm in secret. Our Lin family does not take the initiative to hurt others, but we must be careful of being hurt. Don't worry, Uncle Six, I know it well. Lin Sheng put away the scroll and asked casually, how is the clan preparing to sell the blood and energy method? Has the demon hunting team taken action? Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Sheng said these words, Lin Xing's face turned extremely ugly, and he was suddenly shocked. But something changed. Lin Xing's face was uncertain for a while, and after a while he sighed sadly. The Li family found out about this matter 3 months ago. Li Ziyuan came to ask for the blood energy method, and asked the two families to jointly set up a blood pool. Lin Sheng frowned when he heard this. I remember that it was Li Ziyuan who took over Zuaimengfang, right? Who is this person in the Li family's ranking? He is simply too much of a bully. This person is the third oldest in the Li family and has a certain status. If it was just his intention, I would definitely not pay attention to it, but according to him, this matter is the intention of the ancestor of the Li family. Lin Xingzang said with a look of helplessness. The Li family bought 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy all the formulas for the blood qi technique. When the blood pool is opened in the future, our Lin family will take 30% of the profits. It seems that the Li family has paid a lot of money, but this is a naked robbery. Lin Sheng looked angry when he heard this. This ancestor of the Li family is a major repairman of the foundation building. He even wants to rob our qi refining monk's skills. It's too much. So shameless. Lin Sheng could also understand that the Li family knew that the Lin family had blood and energy skills. There was no airtight wall in the world. If the Lin family had chess pieces from the Li family would naturally have chess pieces from the Lin family. All the reasons why Lin Sheng asked Lin Ji to strictly keep the matter of becoming a rank 1 alchemist a secret. But what Lin Sheng didn't expect was that the foundation building overhaul would be so shameless as to snatch the qi refining monk's skills. This behavior was like an adult snatching a lollipop from a 3-year-old child. Immortal Cultivation world emphasizes the law of the jungle. If you are inferior to others, you have nothing to say. When you enter the secret realm, stay away from the Li family. If something happens to them, we might be blamed. Lin Sheng's face darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then how long has the ancestor of the Li family lived? About 3 months have passed. Lin Sheng looked thoughtful. Lin Sheng's expression suddenly relaxed, and he immediately smiled and said, that's good. The ancestor of the Li family has at most 10 years to live. When he dies, we can find a place to recover. When the time comes, we must blow up his grave. Haha, what if the ancestor of the Li family got lucky and core formation is approaching his end? Lin Xing looked at Lin Sheng with a half smile. If he could core formation, he would have married a long time ago. If gold core was so easy to marry, how could there be only 2 fake alchemy monks in the entire Immortal Cultivation world of qi? Lin Sheng showed disdain. That makes sense. Lin Xingzang nodded slightly. It's just that the Li family not only has 1 foundation building overhaul, but also has several qi refining zochan. It doesn't matter, just wait a few more years. Lin Sheng waved his hand, not caring. Lin Xingzang looked sad when he heard this. You and Lin Hao have 2 different personalities. When it comes to the same thing, Lin Hao thinks it's better to give in than to give in. He is a sword cultivator, so he should be very particular about moving forward without hesitation. How can he lower his head with such pride? Lin Sheng said as if he had thought of something, and stared at Lin Xingzang closely. Is Lin Hao here too? Lin Xingzang shook his head. No, he went to perform the sect's mission as soon as he came out of seclusion. Lin Sheng looked disappointed when he heard this, shook his head and sighed. If Lin Hao came, he could fish in the back again, but unfortunately, God failed to fulfill his wish. There is a banquet in the Alliance in the evening. Lin Xingzang was interrupted by Lin Sheng before he could finish his sentence. I won't go, I like peace and quiet. There will be young talents from other families at the banquet. You should communicate more with them and stop being obsessed with women. Lin Xingzang frowned slightly as he spoke and glanced around. Where is your little maid? Quote. Lin Sheng glanced at the retreat room. What little maid? Her name is Lin Ji. She was quite tired from practicing in the past few days, and now she is resting in the retreat room. Uncle Lu, you should let Lin Hao do it, or let Lin Xiaoji do it. I still prefer women. You. Lin Xingzang frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Sheng's indifferent expression, he sighed deeply and took out a scroll from his storage bag. The scroll contains a map of the secret realm, and all dangerous locations have been marked. Uncle Sixth, if you have this good thing, you should have taken it out earlier and hid it with me. Lin Sheng looked happy and took the secret realm map. The layout of the entire map is clear at a glance. Except for the deepest location on the map, which is marked as unexplored, all other locations are described in great detail. Any opportunities are roughly marked, but the dangers are also marked. In particular, Sword Burial Land and Yunmongs are marked as the most dangerous areas, and they are marked as having the most space cracks. This picture. Lin Sheng looked surprised. There were actually several places marked with tombs. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xingzang. Is this secret realm a big tomb? No, there are just some tombs in it. Lin Xingzang shook his head and denied. Originally, the secret realm was introduced in detail at the evening banquet. Since you won't go, I can only tell you what I know. But before talking about the secret realm, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of space spirit patterns? Lin Sheng was curious and acted like he was listening. Lin Xingzang said slowly, this secret realm should have disappeared in a short time, but the formation of this secret realm is a lost space spirit pattern structure. For some unknown reason, secret realm space formation became disordered, causing the ordering of the space spirit patterns to be disordered, which in turn affected the closure of the space cracks. And the self-healing properties of space spiritual patterns last for hundreds of years, which also leads to the fixation of space cracks. Lin Sheng's face suddenly dawned. So after knowing that the secret realm will not be closed in a short time, the alliance of hundreds of clans immediately took advantage of the situation and spread the news about the opening of the secret realm to the outside world, tricking the independent cultivator into coming to explore the way. All the annotations on this map were discovered by the independent cultivator with his life right. Even if he gets a chance, he will be bought by the alliance of hundreds of clans. Speaking of this, Lin Sheng's face condensed slightly. According to the current situation, the alliance of hundreds of clans should spread the news widely and sit firmly on the Daoyutai. Why risk entering the secret realm? Is it possible that the plan changed because of the words of the ancestor of the Zonqing sect? Lin Xing's face darkened. The words of the ancestor of the Zonqing sect are only one of the reasons. The other reason is that the last place on the map that cannot be explored is shrouded by the rank 3 formation. Now the ancestor of the Zonqing sect has given the alliance 2 rank 3 breaking talismans. The purpose of this trip to the alliance is also that territory. I feel something strange about this matter. Why are there many tombs in it? Lin Sheng looked solemn, and the realm that can be covered by rank 3 formation is definitely not simple. If someone controls the formation, even gold core monks can't break it. Lin Xingzang nodded in agreement. In this section, the alliance also thought that this secret realm may be the clan of a group of ancient monks, so many tombs were built, and the place finally covered with the rank 3 formation as the core place, and there may be some space spirit pattern inheritance. There may also be a hidden great demon head that has lived for thousands of years. Lin Sheng added abruptly. I thought Lin Xingzang would refute, but unexpectedly he nodded in agreement, so you must not participate in this matter. Find an opportunity to escape after entering secret realm. Lin Sheng looked slightly surprised. Uncle Six, isn't this like you? You used to let your clan members fight for opportunities even if you didn't fight for them. I can still tell the difference between fighting and dying. When have I ever asked my tribe to die? Lin Xingzang said angrily. When the 100 Clans Alliance spread the news about Secret Realm, I banned tribesmen from entering Secret Realm, but some people didn't. Listen to my advice, you deserve to die. Lin Yan couldn't help but think of Lin Yan in his mind. Unfortunately, she rushed over when the spiritual wave broke out. If she could wait for Lin Xingzang to arrive, maybe this incident could be avoided. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng sighed slightly. If there is nothing else, I will leave and set off from Linquan Square in 7 days. Uncle 6, walk slowly. As soon as Lin Xingzang left, the stone door of the retreat room opened. Lin Ji stretched out her little head and took a look outside, and happened to meet the 6 eyes of the 3 brothers, dragon, tiger and leopard, as big as copper bells. Yeah, Lin Ji exclaimed, and just as he was about to shrink back, he heard Lin Sheng's voice, "Come here, why are you hiding?" After hearing this, Lin Ji walked out of the retreat room with her head lowered, walked quickly to Lin Sheng's side, and weakly called out, "Godfather." "Well, have you rested?" Lin Sheng looked questioning. "Ah, do you still want to practice?" A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Ji's face, and then turned crimson again. The 3 brothers Longhubao looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. They felt that the atmosphere in the field suddenly became a little ambiguous. Should they leave and guard outside in this situation? In the end, the eldest brother Wu Zulong made up his mind. As soon as he had this idea, Wu Zonghu and Wu Lubao knew it. The 3 of them were about to leave quietly when they saw Lin Sheng's eyes sweeping towards them, and then immediately paused. Lin Sheng glanced at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard, then looked at Lin Ji again. "What are you thinking about in your little head every day?" Lin Ji blushed even more when she heard this. It was obvious that she had thought wrong. "I will go to the secret realm in 7 days. Today you can go back to the spirit medicine pavilion," Lin Sheng said as he took off the jade ring from his wrist and put it into Lin Ji's hand. "Keep this ring for self-defense." Me. Lin Ji was at a loss as she held the jade ring. She was very familiar with this ring. It was Lin Yan's law weapon. It was quite powerful. However, she suddenly received this valuable item and was a little worried about the gain and loss. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. "You can practice well in the spirit medicine pavilion and wait for me to come back." Seeing Lin Sheng's smile, Lin Ji felt a little relieved. After carefully putting on the jade ring, she showed a hesitant expression. "If you have anything to say, just say it." Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Lin Ji looked worried. "Godfather, Uncle 6 doesn't seem to like me. If I go to the spirit medicine pavilion." "What do I mean?" A smile appeared on Lin Sheng's lips. "He is not targeting you, he just doesn't like my behavior. There are reasons for these things." Speaking of this, Lin Sheng looked at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. "Do you know the reason for this?" The 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Lin Sheng fell into memories. It's a long story to tell. Lin Ji walked up behind Lin Sheng sensibly and rubbed his shoulders. Lin Xingzang originally had a son named Lin Tian, who was also very talented. He had high-grade wood spirit root and made rapid progress in cultivation. Lin Tian, like Lin Sheng, also has a maid, but this maid is a witch who practices the art of tonic. Lin Tian loved that maid so much that he was even willing to waste his own essence in order to let her improve her realm. When Lin Xingzang found out about this, he broke up the 2 of them and eloped away. Lin Xingzang was so angry that he led a team to eliminate the witch without even thinking about it. I thought that the matter would end here, but I didn't expect that Lin Tian was an infatuated person and simply died for the sake of that witch. Suffering the blow of losing his son in middle age, Lin Xingzang's cultivation level stopped at the 9th level of qi refining, and he could no longer go any further. At that time, I was only 12 years old, and Lin Hao was only 15 years old. Lin Sheng woke up from his memories and looked at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. "And you are still practicing in the tribe. I didn't expect something like this to happen to Uncle 6. Lin Ji showed a trace of regret on her face. Uncle Lu gave birth to Lin Tian with his Taoist companion when he was 15 years old. He lived a wonderful life in the first half of his life, but it was a bit difficult in the second half. Lin Sheng said with emotion on his face. After a long time, Lin Sheng patted the jade hand on his shoulder. "So you don't need to think too much, just stay in the spirit medicine pavilion and practice, and visit the shop in your free time. If Uncle 6 sends you something, if it's not dangerous, you go and do it. If it's dangerous, you refuse. If your godfather protects you, what are you afraid of? But don't take the initiative to cause trouble. If you really cause a big trouble, I won't be able to protect you, godfather. Yeah, Lin Ji responded softly. Lin Sheng looked at Wu Tu Bao. Take Lin Ji back to the spirit medicine pavilion and say hello to Lin Xiaoji. No, Wu Tu Bao responded in a deep voice. Under Lin Sheng's gaze, Lin Ji reluctantly left. After Lin Ji's figure disappeared from the entrance of the cave, Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Women will only influence me to draw the sword, my goal is to live forever, great Tao. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, after reviewing his behavior these days, he found that he was a little too relaxed. Humans are indeed animals that love a comfortable life. He looked at the Longhu brothers and said, you will practice in this hall and set off in 7 days. Promise. 7 days later, the large formation that enveloped Yisun Cave Mansion slowly opened a passage, and a group of 4 people walked out of Cave Mansion. The 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, advanced around Lin Sheng in a triangular formation, with Wu Zulong in front, followed by Wu Zonghu and Wu Lu Leopard on the left and right. Lin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the bright sun on the horizon. After being in seclusion for half a year, he finally saw the sun again. Now he is 19 years old and has finally reached the 6th level of Qi refining. The 4 of them were about to leave when the cave mansion formation not far away also surged and opened a passage. Lao Yun, can I not go to the secret realm this time? I'm only 16 years old, and I haven't lived enough yet. The whirring young voice came from the passage. No, you got the longest one in the family draw. I'm willing to admit defeat. I will try my best to protect you. The old and deep voice refused decisively, not allowing a single refutation. You still have the nerve to say that I obviously got the shortest visa, but you told me it was a short one. How could I believe your lies in exchange for a long-term visa with someone else? He, this is the first lesson I will teach you, that is, you cannot trust anyone. Old Lu, I trust you so much. I didn't expect you to be like this. Hey, there is someone outside. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised when he saw the 2 figures walking out of the cave mansion, one old and one young, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. The old man was tall and thin, as skinny as a long bamboo pole, and his appearance was indescribably ugly. The younger one is short and fat, like a big ball of flesh, but his appearance is extraordinary and handsome, which is in huge contrast with his body. Hey, who are you? The young man shouted, and without waiting for Lin Sheng's answer, he said arrogantly, do you know who I am? Lin Sheng looked at the old and young people expressionlessly, and the expressions of the 3 brothers Long, Hu, and Bao gradually turned cold. Yuntianba put his hands behind his back and pointed his nostrils to the sky, looking arrogant. I'll scare you to death if I say it. My name is Yuntianba. People who know me well call me Baba. Could it be that your boy is also a transmigrator? Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised, his eyes scanning back and forth on Yuntianba quietly. The 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard were not as calm as Lin Sheng. Although they didn't know what Ba meant, looking at Yuntianba's arrogant expression, he felt that it was not a good thing to say, and a fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Presumptuous. Wu Zulong reached out and grabbed Yuntianba. Lao Yun, protect me quickly. Yuntianba looked frightened and howled in fright. However, Lao Yun, who was supposed to take action, did not react at all. Yuntianba subconsciously looked to the side, but there was nothing around him. Looking back, he saw that Lao Yun had run away and only his back was left. The next second, Tu Xing's mana turned into a cage and trapped Yuntianba in it. Without Lin Sheng's order, Wu Zulong did not dare to directly kill people, but just trapped Yuntianba. As a monk on the 8th level of Qi refining, he could easily capture a monk in the early stage of Qi refining. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I am a direct descendant of the Yun family. Brother, don't kill me. Yuntianba's face in the cage was full of panic, but he didn't look as arrogant as before. The 4 of them walked to the cage. Lin Sheng looked at Yuntianba trapped in it with great interest. Are you a transmigrator? Seeing Lin Sheng's friendly expression and calm look, Yuntianba, who was a little panicked, calmed down. He said cautiously, Brother, when you say transmigrator, do you mean someone who crosses the border? If that's what you mean, then I definitely don't. I'm a direct member of the Yun family with roots in the family. Lin Sheng was a little disappointed when he heard this. He thought he had met a fellow villager. Then he gave Wu Zulong a look, and the latter waved to remove the tufa cage. Seeing the cage disappear, Yuntianba cautiously took 2 steps back to distance himself from everyone, his expression slightly relaxed. Brother, which family are you from? Lin Sheng did not answer, and glanced at the cave mansion stone tablet on the side, which had the word, Bingsun, engraved on it. You said your name is Yuntianba. Yuntianba nodded quickly. You can call me Ba Ba. Lin Sheng frowned immediately after hearing this. Yuntianba was shocked and quickly changed his words. Maybe you can call me Xiaoba. Fellow Taoist Yun, the person who just ran away is also a member of the Yun family. Lin Sheng decided to call him fellow Taoist, otherwise he would always feel at a loss. When it came to Lao Yun, Yun Tian's domineering attitude showed no sign of it. He gritted his teeth and said, this old guy said he would protect me, but he ran faster than me. How come there is such a white-eyed wolf in my Yun family? Lin Sheng was intrigued and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a few waves of spiritual energy coming from afar. The sound arrived before the person arrived. Young Master 13, don't be afraid. I'm here with help. Fellow Taoists, please look at those 4 people who are trying to persecute me, the young master of the Yun family. Lin Sheng's face darkened when he heard this, and just as he was about to refute, he heard Yun Tianba shouting at the top of his lungs, Old Yun, you still have the nerve to come back. This is my elder brother, there is no such thing as persecution. 5 figures appeared in the field one after another. The 4 law enforcement officers looked at each other, and then they all turned their attention to Lao Yun. Lao Yun looked at the harmonious appearance of Yuntianba and Lin Sheng, with doubts on his face. They were not so harmonious just now. Young Master 13, don't be afraid. If you are threatened, just blink your eyes. After hearing this, everyone looked at Yuntianba. The law enforcement officer's eyes were scrutinizing, but the eyes of the Longhubao brothers contained threats. Only Lin Sheng was full of curiosity. He wanted to see what the 13th young master would do. Being stared at by the high-level monks, Yuntianba suddenly felt his scalp numb and his eyes widened. He did not dare to blink and cursed. Lao Yun, are you looking for trouble? You're satisfied only if you trick me to death, right? Did you accept Yun 12 spirit stones? Why did you lie to me about exchanging lots with him? Your mother definitely has no good intentions. When Lao Yun heard this, his old face turned red, and he looked at the law enforcement officers with a somewhat embarrassed look. Misunderstandings, it's all misunderstandings. However, the law enforcement officers did not give Lao Yun a good look, and said with a black face, obstructing law enforcement, you will be fined 10 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give it. Lao Yun knew he was in the wrong, so he took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. As for you, the law enforcement officers looked at Lin Sheng and his group, their eyes lingering on the 3 brothers Long, who in bow for a while, their expressions softened slightly. Gathering in groups and making noise is prohibited within the stronghold, and this will not happen again. Thank you. Lin Sheng smiled and watched the law enforcement officers leave. Lao Yun lowered his head and walked to Yun Tianba, and asked in a low voice, 13th young master, are you okay? Yun Tianba had an angry look on his face. Thank you for having the nerve to ask. If I'm really in danger, are you going to collect my body when you come back? There's nothing you can do about it, young master 13. 3 of the 4 of them are chi refining late stage, and I can't stop them in the chi refining mid stage. Lao Yun defended in a low voice, and when Lin Sheng glanced at him, he showed an embarrassed smile. Interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely and turned to leave. The 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao glared at Lao Yun and followed him away. Young Master 13, they are leaving. Lao Yun beamed when he saw this. Yun Tianba turned his head and glared at Lao Yun. I saw it and I'm not blind. Lao Yun, you escaped from the battle today. I will remember this. No, 13th young master, I am making a tactical retreat to bring in reinforcements. In the Alliance stronghold, I think they would not dare to kill anyone. The most they can do is beat you up. When Yun Tianba heard this, his expression was startled. He was confused at first, and then immediately became more angry. What do you mean, at most, beat me? I should. 13th young master, do you know why they suddenly took action? Lao Yun quickly interrupted Yuntianba and changed the subject. Otherwise, with his understanding of Yuntianba, this matter would not be able to go through today. I don't know either. Yuntianba's angry expression froze, and then he looked thoughtful. It seems that something was wrong with those people when I told them to call me, Ba Ba. Lao Yun showed hesitation. Young Master 13, I have something I don't know whether I should say. Say it, say it. The term, Ba Ba, seems to refer to father in some mortal cities. Why did you tell me now? Yun Tianba was shocked. He couldn't help but recall how many people had called him, Ba Ba, since he left the family and changed his name. This thought made him a little desperate, as if every person he met would say this to him. No wonder some people have strange reactions. It turns out that this is the problem. You haven't asked me before. Lao Yun looked helpless. Yuntianba shook his head repeatedly. No, no, I have to change my name again. What do you think my name is? Yuntiangxing? Young Master 13, I think the name Yun Shisen given to you by the clan leader is more suitable. No, Yun Shisen is too ugly, even worse than Yun 12. There were many monks standing in Lingquan Square, some chatting with each other in groups, and some standing alone with cold and arrogant faces. Most of the cultivation fluctuations of the people in the field were in the middle stage of qi refining, a few were in the early stage of qi refining and qi refining late stage, and a few were exuding the fluctuations of the great perfection of qi refining. When Lin Sheng appeared, everyone's eyes only paid a little attention and then dispersed. Lin Xingzang, who was chatting and laughing with others, saw Lin Sheng appear, so he waved to call him to his side. Are you Lin Sheng, the youngest member of the Lin family? A white-haired old man next to Lin Xingzang said with a smile. Lin Xing smiled. This is your uncle Xiao Shuili. During this trip to Secret Realm, Lin Xiao and we are each other's allies. I've met Uncle Xiao. Lin Sheng saluted respectfully. Xiao Shuili stroked his beard, nodded and responded, I think my nephew is a talented person. He is not a thing in a pond. He will definitely be able to ride on the wind one day. Lin Sheng looked humble. Uncle Xiao is so complimentary. I wonder which young talent from the Xiao family is traveling to Secret Realm this time. Haha, speaking of this person's wise nephew, you should also know him. 5 years ago, he was the leader of the Xiao family to attend the Talisman Scroll ceremony. 5 years ago. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought about it carefully, and a man with a tall figure and a resolute face emerged in his mind, Xiao Wenbin, the 7th son of the Xiao family. But brother Wenbin, exactly. Xiao Shangli looked towards the east area as he spoke, and Lin Sheng also looked along. I saw a man who was 7 feet tall, with a figure as tall as a pine tree, and a resolute and cold face, striding over. What made people even more suspicious was the giant iron sword he carried behind him, with a red halo on the sword flickering slightly. Wenbin has met Uncle Lin. Xiao Wenbin stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lin Xingzang. Lin Xingzang smiled and nodded. Okay, the tiger father has no dogs. Brother Xiao, Ling Lang's aura is 3 points higher than when you were young. Haha, no matter what, it's not worth mentioning. Xiao Shuili said modest words, but the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Xiao Wenbin looked calm and looked at Lin Sheng aside. Brother Lin, do you still remember me? Of course I remember. I haven't seen you for 5 years, but my brother is still as charming as ever. I hope you will take care of me during this trip to Secret Realm. Lin Sheng's expression remained humble. Xiao Wenbin nodded slightly. Don't worry, little brother, if you are in danger, just hide behind me. Seeing that the two were chatting happily, Lin Xingzang and Xiao Shuili looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Lin Xingzang took out 2 scrolls from his storage bag and handed them to Lin Sheng and Xiao Wenbin respectively. This scroll contains detailed information about the family disciples who traveled to the Secret Realm. Please check it out to make sure you know it well. Both of them took the scroll with serious expressions. Chirp, a phoenix cry sounded in the sky, and everyone in the square looked up. I saw 2 colorful phoenixes dragging 3 elegant tail wings, pulling a splendid carriage with dragons and phoenixes carved on them, flying slowly from the horizon. The ancestor of the Zonqing sect has arrived. Using a spirit phoenix that is comparable to the foundation building's overhaul to pull the cart, the ancestor of the killing sect is so grand. I see that the spiritual phoenix has grown 3 tail wings. If it grows into a 5-tailed spiritual phoenix, its combat power is comparable to that of the gold core ancestor. The monks in the square were talking a lot, and one of them, a chubby little fat man, had a look of covetous expression on his face. Lao Yun, tell me how majestic I would be if I could sit on it. 13th young master, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Lingfang chariot directly transmigrated Qinghai County's air forbidden formation and landed in Lingquan Square. A man and a woman walked out of the crowd to greet them. The man is majestic and elegant, while the woman is like a flower and has a graceful figure. It's Li Ziyuan, the manager of the Li family, and the female cultivator is his wife Bai Yumo. Lin Xingzong's words rang in his ears, and Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Li Ziyuan looked polite, but he didn't expect that he was not satisfied with pulling out the flag of the Lin family's Zuaimengfeng, and wanted to interfere with the blood and energy method. The curtains of the chariot were slowly rolled up, and the ancestor of the Zonqing sect who was sitting in it came out. Hiss! In an instant, the sound of inhaling came and went in the field. Even Lin Sheng had a face full of shock, and it took him a while to look away with difficulty. Without him, it's just because the ancestor of the Zonqing sect is too ugly. The ancestor of the Zonqing sect has a somewhat stooped body, holding a dragon-headed cane in his hand. His old face is covered with wrinkles, and the right half of his face is horribly pitted as if it has been burned. His left eye is red and weird, and the pupil of his right eye is covered by a cataract. Juniors pay their respects to Ancestor Mengxia. Li Ziyuan looked respectful and saluted loudly. Only then did everyone in the square come to their senses and hurriedly saluted. Lin Sheng also hurriedly followed the crowd and bowed his head to pay respects, but he was secretly speechless. Generally speaking, none of the fairy cultivators are ugly. Most of them have beautiful looks. Even if they are born ugly, they will try their best to trim their bones and reshape them. Especially for the great monks who have reached the gold core realm, the plastic surgery technique is simply a piece of cake. If you want to, you can change your face in one day. There are only a handful of female cultivators who don't care about their skin, concentrate on their cultivation, and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the path of cultivating immortals. Is it possible that this Mengxia ancestor is a person who concentrates on cultivation and ignores his skin? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought in his mind and glanced at Uncle Six next to him. At this time, Lin Sheng looked over with a half-smile and gave him a calm look. Well, everyone is here. Ancestor Mengxia's voice was cold and without any emotion. Everyone is here. This is the list of monks participating in this trip to Secret Realm. Li Ziyuan looked so respectful that he presented a book. Ancestor Mengxia took the list, opened it and looked it up, then raised her head and scanned everyone one by one. Everyone who was looked at bowed their heads respectfully and did not dare to look at each other. Lin Sheng was naturally no exception. He would not jump out and stand out. He only dared to raise his head slightly and take a peek after his cold gaze left. Is this the power of the ancestor of core formation? It's really enviable. Single quote. Ha! A soft cry sounded in the field, and everyone was shocked and looked up. From the Shi family, are you Shi Buwei? Ancestor Mengxia looked calm and looked at a young man in the field. The people around the young man immediately dispersed, and a space was immediately vacated. The handsome young man looked slightly stunned and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? How dare you? Why are you talking to the ancestor? Angry shouts rang out from the crowd. Send your name quickly, don't make any mistakes. I think this guy looks dull. He might be a spy from another country. Noisy. Ancestor Mengxia glanced at the crowd, and the shouts and curses immediately disappeared. The young man showed hesitation. But Viagra was attacked and killed by rogue cultivator on the way here, so I will take his place in this trip to Secret Realm. Mengxia Patriarch heard this and glanced at Li Ziyuan beside him. The latter had sweat on his forehead and looked terrified. May I have your name? Ancestor Mengxia's voice was still bone-chilling. Shi Lezi. The young man responded without being arrogant or humble. Lost your ambition. Single quote. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at the young man twice. This name really left people speechless. Ancestor Mengxia retracted her gaze after hearing this, and looked at everyone again. This trip to the Secret Realm, I hope that everyone will work together, and there will be no internal fighting, which will only be a joke to the monks from other countries. Ancestor, don't worry, we, the monks of the 100 Clans Alliance, will definitely be unanimous in dealing with the outside world. Li Ziyuan quickly assured. I will lead the team this time, and there will definitely be no mistakes in our actions. It's best. I'll sit here and wait for your good news. After speaking, Patriarch Mengxia turned around and got into the Lingfeng chariot. A phoenix chirped, and Lingfeng pulled the chariot and flew towards the north area of the stronghold. Li Ziyuan looked slightly relaxed and turned to look at everyone. I hope everyone will cooperate wholeheartedly and don't let Ancestor Mengxia down. Brother Li, don't worry, we know what's going on. Quickly take out the spirit boat, don't waste any more time. On this trip, our Yi family will look after Brother Li as our leader. ... With a smile on his face, Li Ziyuan took out an ancient spirit boat from his storage bag and tossed it casually. The spirit boat grew larger in the wind and turned into a behemoth in the blink of an eye. This boat looks familiar. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking about it carefully, I remembered that the spirit boat controlled by senior sister Ning looked the same as the one in front of me, except that the size was different. Is it a mass-produced flight launcher? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and followed the others to fly onto the spirit boat. Xiao Wu, please be careful on this trip. Lin Xingzang stood on the spot and waved to Lin Sheng. Uncle Six, don't worry. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. The spirit boat slowly rose into the sky, and flew toward the sky amid the expectant or complicated eyes of everyone in the square. Brother Xiao, how about you and I go play chess in the cave mansion? Lin Xingzang withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Shuili beside him. I don't know if this trip is a blessing or a curse. Xiao Shuili looked a little complicated and looked sideways at Lin Xingzang. Aren't you worried? I remember that there are only 2 young people in the direct line of the Lin family. Lin Xingzang smiled slightly when he heard this, with a calm expression. The road to cultivating immortality has always been dangerous and dangerous. If he dies halfway, it proves that his fate is like this, so there is no need to worry. Xingzang, I'm not as good as you. Xiao Shuili sighed quietly and looked to the horizon again. The figure of the spirit boat had turned into a black spot and disappeared in the blink of an eye. ... Brother, is this giant sword of yours made of black ironstone? On the spirit boat, Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck, looking at the giant sword in Xiao Wenbin's hand with great interest. Yes, I have good eyesight. This sword is called the Black Sword, high-grade law weapon. It weighs 368 pounds and is indestructible. Xiao Wenbin waved the black sword with pride on his face. Lin Sheng was a little surprised. It's so heavy. I'm afraid it can't come and go as freely as a flying sword, right? Speaking of the flying sword, Xiao Wenbin showed a trace of regret on his face. This sword cannot control flying, it can only chop. Lin Sheng nodded and said no more. If law weapon could only attack the enemy at close range, it would lose the essence of law weapon, which would be a pity. But then I thought about it. Xiao Wenbin is physically strong, so he should take the path of physical training. Carrying a giant law weapon on his back is indeed quite bluffing, and when fighting with others, his momentum is 3 points stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng looked at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. They were stronger than Xiao Wenbin, but slightly shorter. If they were also equipped with giant swords, would they be very bluffing? Just as Lin Sheng was considering the feasibility of this matter, a call interrupted his thoughts. Brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet again. Yun Tianba rubbed his little hands and walked over with a shy face. Lao Yun followed him, nodding and bowing, with a flattering look on his face. Haha, it's quite a coincidence. Your name is, Yun Tianba, right? Lin Sheng chuckled, his words frivolous. Xiao Wenbin glanced at Yun Tianba, turned away from the deck, and walked into the shipbuilding. Hey, brother, I changed my name. My name is Yun Tianxing now. You can just call me Xiaoxing. Yun Tianba chuckled and wanted to get closer to Lin Sheng. He glanced at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard standing in front of him, but he still stood there honestly. Yun Tianxing. No, I think Yun Tianba sounds better. Lin Sheng touched his chin. In the future, when you see someone, let them call you, Ba Ba. If they don't want to call you, you will beat them until they call you, Ba Ba. Isn't this not domineering? Really, Yuntianba looked thoughtful and hesitated. Of course it's true, come on, sit down and talk. Lin Sheng smiled and waved, and the three brothers, Long, Tiger and Leopard, moved out of the way. Yuntianba's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to Lin Sheng and sat down cross-legged. Brother, I listen to you, I won't change this name. Haha, very good. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, feeling more and more that Yuntianba was an interesting person. Brother, are you from the Lin family? Yuntianba whispered. How did you know? As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he suddenly thought that since he could obtain information about other family disciples, others could also obtain his own information. It was obviously a nonsense question. I guessed it. Unexpectedly, Yuntianba said something unexpected. Oh, Lin Sheng looked surprised. Yuntianba carefully looked around and whispered. I heard the Li family, the Xing family, and the Bai family and the Yi family discussing the Lin family's body refining technique. They looked at you from time to time while talking. As soon as these words came out, Lin Sheng's face darkened, and there was a slight gloom between his brows. Seeing Lin Sheng's ugly face, Yuntianba knew that he had guessed correctly and continued. Not only the Li, Xing, Bai, and Yi families, but also the An family, Wu family, and Wan family, they gathered together to form a 7-family alliance. It may be detrimental to you, brother. Li Xingbai, and Wu Wanye, the top 7 most powerful families in the 100 Clans Alliance, were actually mixed together. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a huge pressure on his shoulders, but his face remained calm, and he looked sideways at Yuntianba. You're not a spy, are you? Are you going to perform infernal affairs with me? Infernal affairs? What infernal affairs? What does it mean? Yuntianba looked confused. Suddenly he saw Lin Sheng's malicious gaze, his heart tightened, and he roughly guessed what it meant. Brother, you know me well. Who am I, Yuntianba? I absolutely cannot do such a treacherous thing. I know you well, I've only seen you twice. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly cursed, but said, what do you mean by telling me this? There are 7 families in the alliance, why don't your Yun family join in? I want to go too, but they don't want me. Yuntianba said subconsciously, quickly covered his mouth, and said shyly, brother and I hit it off as old friends, how can we do such a small thing? Really, what are your plans to tell me this matter? I don't know either, brother, I'm just reminding you that this happened. Yuntianba whispered softly, okay, I've taken note of this. I owe you a favor this time. Lin Sheng laughed dumbly. Although he didn't know what Yuntianba's purpose was, he could be considered a small favor. The 7 alliances are indeed a problem. If they are not dealt with, they will only be beaten passively. They have to find a way out. Lin Sheng was thoughtful and took out the scroll that recorded the information of the alliance families and looked at it. Yuntianba moved over to look at it together, but after seeing the warning eyes of the 3 brothers, Long, Hu, and Bao, he still sat there honestly. After a while, Lin Sheng put away the scroll and had a rough understanding of the monks on this trip to the secret realm. The cooperation between Li Xingbai, and Wu Manye and the 7 families was indeed extremely tricky. Brother, what are you looking at? Yuntianba said with curiosity on his face. A erotic picture. What? Erotica pictures? Show me. Yuntianba immediately became interested and his tone rose a few degrees. Lin Sheng glanced at Yuntianba and said casually, what's so interesting about the erotic pictures? Let me ask you one thing. Do you know who doesn't deal with the Li family? Historian. Yuntianba blurted out, and immediately showed a pleading look on his face. Brother, I also want to see the erotic pictures, just give me one look, just one look. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Looking at your worthless look, what's so interesting about the picture? You can see enough of it in Zuimengfeng. Yuntianba's face turned slightly red when he heard this. I don't have many spirit stones. We'll talk about the spiritual stone later. Let me ask you, how do you know that the Shi family and the Li family are not dealing with each other? Lin Sheng was confused. The Shi family's ranking in the 100 Clans Alliance was not even close to the top 30. At most, it was in the middle. How could it conflict with the Li family? Shi Lezi told me that I took him as my younger brother when I saw that he was all alone. Yuntianba said as he stood up and walked towards the building. Brother, wait for me, I will bring him here. After a while, Yuntianba led Shi Lezi over. Quick, call me brother. Yuntianba pushed Shi Lezi's arm. Shi Lezi has a delicate appearance, about 12 or 13 years old, with a somewhat reserved expression. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Brother, please stop shouting. Come and sit down. Thank you. Shilezi's voice was low and he cautiously sat down next to Lin Sheng. Seeing the young man's reserved look, Lin Sheng didn't waste any time and said straight to the point. I heard from Tianba that you have a grudge against the Li family. What's the reason? Hearing this, Shilezi looked at Yun Tianba, who gave him an encouraging look in return. Shilezi hesitated for a moment, then whispered, the rogue cultivator who attacked Brother Bu Wei was arranged by the Li family. How did you know? Lin Sheng was confused. Unless Brother Wei said it himself, he died with resentment. As soon as these words came out, Shilezi's eyes turned blood red. Haha, nephew Shi, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. Hearty laughter came, and Li Ziyuan was seen leading a group of people over, including all members of the Xingbayan Awanye tribe. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard looked wary and formed a triangular formation to protect Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng stood up quickly, pushed Wu Zulong away, stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Junior has seen Senior Li and fellow Taoists. Li Ziyuan smiled and pointed at Lin Sheng. I remember you, Lin Sheng, Lin Xiaowu. When you were born, I went to the Lin family for a banquet. After many years, you have become a personable young man. I didn't see you at the banquet 7 days ago, but you didn't go. Exactly, this junior is retreating in Cave Mansion. Lin Sheng's expression remained respectful. Li Ziyuan showed appreciation. Okay, people of my generation should concentrate on cultivation, and you should also learn more from Lin Sheng. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among them Bai Yumo looked at Yun Tianba with a puzzled expression. Yun Shisan, if you are not practicing in the room, why are you here on the deck? And Bai, the scenery on the deck is nice. I see that this spirit boat flies very slowly. Come out and take a look at the scenery. Yun Tianba looked slightly embarrassed. Bai Yu and Mo Ru frowned. If you don't think about progress, you will lose your ambition by playing with things. Yun Tianba chuckled and was not angry. And Bai taught me a lesson. Bai Yumo shook his head and said nothing more. Mrs. Li Ziyuan stopped talking and glanced at Yun Tianba with a half smile, then looked at Shilezi with a slightly sad expression. Nephew Shi, I'm very sorry for what happened to your brother, but this matter was not done by my Li family. You must distinguish right from wrong and don't want to be instigated by someone with ulterior motives. Shilezi lowered his head after hearing this and remained silent. Seeing that Shilezi was silent, Li Ziyuan sighed slightly and looked at Lin Sheng. In the secret realm, there are dangers everywhere. Is nephew Lin willing to go with us? We can also take care of each other. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I still like to be alone. Lin Sheng refused without thinking. This Li Ziyuan looked gentle and elegant, but maybe the methods behind him were shady. Forget it, in that case, I won't force it. Li Ziyuan looked regretful and turned around with everyone to leave. Bai Yumo was surprised and couldn't help but look at Lin Sheng a few more times. Seeing everyone walking away, Yun Tianba whispered in a low voice, this bitch is really lenient. Whether I practice or not is none of her business. Lin Sheng was shocked when he heard this and turned to look at Yun Tianba. You don't want to live anymore, how dare you say such a thing? It's just a group of qi refining monks. There are a lot of qi refining Zochin. It's not a foundation building overhaul. My magic power surrounds me. It's strange that she can hear it. Yun Tianba looked completely unconcerned. Brother, let me tell you, Bai Yumo is more than 10 years younger than Manager Li. In order to marry Manager Li, he took off his clothes and sent her to someone else's bed. It's really shameless. Do you know this kind of thing? Lin Sheng was interested. He loved to hear this kind of gossip about cultivating immortals. Of course, I also know who Bai Yumo's former Taoist companion was. Yun Tianba said with a proud look on his face. It can't be your Yun family, right? Brother, how did you know? Yun Tianba looked surprised. Guess, don't talk about this kind of thing in the future. Talking too much will affect your lifespan. Lin Sheng turned around and walked to the deck, looking at the scenery at his feet. Yun Tianba curled his lips in disdain, turned around and looked around, looking stunned. Where did Lao Yun go? He ran away when Manager Li came over just now. Lin Sheng said and waved to Shilezi, come here. Lao Yun, Yun Tianba shouted with an angry look on his face. Hey, 13th young master, I'm here. Lao Yun poked his head out of the building and looked around cautiously. You. Yun Tianba's face turned red with anger, and he rushed towards Lao Yun. Lao Yun was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. One of them chased, the other escaped, and after a while they disappeared. Looking at the boy beside him who bowed his head and remained silent, Lin Sheng sighed in his heart and said softly, "When your power is still weak, you must learn to hide your hatred, otherwise it will just be a joke. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty." Shi Lezi's voice was heavy. Lin Sheng laughed dumbly. "Do you think he will give you 30 years? From my understanding of the Li family, if your hatred is exposed, you will be dead." Shi Lezi raised his head when he heard this. "I don't believe he dares to kill me on this spiritual boat. He won't do anything in public, but there will always be times when you're alone. On this trip to Secret Realm, he will definitely do something." As soon as these words came out, Shi Lezi immediately fell silent and clenched his fists tightly, obviously unwilling to do so. "Don't wait until death is imminent to fight back." Lin Sheng knocked on the guardrail, turned and left. In the room, Xiao Wenbin, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Lin Sheng, who was walking towards him. "Why, brother and the Yun family don't deal with each other?" Lin Sheng looked curious. Xiao Wenbin nodded. "There is some gap." Lin Sheng looked astonished and didn't ask any more questions. The conflicts between families were unclear, and there was no point in asking. Even the Lin family and the Xiao family were hostile to each other decades ago, but in the past 10 years, their relationship has become much closer. Time passed by, and after a violent shaking of the boat body, the spirit boat began to slowly descend. It was obvious that the Dongjiaopo secret realm had arrived. Before leaving, Lin Sheng stopped Xiao Wenbin. "I will not go with my brother on this trip to Secret Realm." "Why?" Xiao Wenbin frowned, thinking it was the Yun family that was causing trouble. Lin Sheng's face was calm. "The Li family may take action against me, and it may be accompanied by the 6 Xingbian Awanye families." Xiao Wenbin looked solemn. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Take care." Then he left the room. There is no offensive and defensive alliance, it is just short-term interests. Lin Sheng had already made a plan in his mind to hide once he entered the secret realm. If he couldn't defeat him, wouldn't he still be able to hide? It's just that I don't know what the Alliance's trip to Secret Realm is about, which makes Lin Sheng feel a little unsure. Even the ancestor of the Zonqing sect came, but did not end it personally. Obviously, the matter was not that simple. The Li family must know the reason. "We have to find an opportunity to get a Li family member." Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and walked out of the room. The space cracks are still hanging in the sky without shrinking at all. The secret realm, which was originally thought to be open for a year at most, can be open forever. This makes many monks ecstatic, and the Dongjiaopo secret realm is also very lively. Under the crack, dozens of black chains covered the sky, and densely packed runes flashed on the chains. This was the rank 2 formation set up by the Alliance, the Dragon Locking Formation. On the ground, there is a small stronghold built by the alliance of hundreds of clans. There is a stone gate in the center, which leads directly to the formation. All monks who want to enter the secret realm must purchase a token to enter. The token is bound to the monk's aura, and they also need to enter the secret realm. Token verifies identity. If you break in without a token, you will be attacked by the formation runes. Under the rank 2 formation, even the foundation building overhaul will not be comfortable if it takes a hit, let alone the chi refining monk. I am afraid that it will be completely wiped out. There are many monks setting up stalls in the stronghold, and a sign is erected next to the stalls with information on recruiting teammates, both for free and for free. Under the surprised eyes of the monks setting up stalls, the spirit pill slowly landed on the ground, and the Alliance disciples flew off the spirit boat one after another, including Lin Sheng among them. Lin Sheng came to Dongjiaopo secret realm again after a year, and he had a special feeling in his heart. Here is where the dream begins. After Li Ziyuan stepped forward and whispered a few words to the law enforcement officers, one of them took out a round mirror and handed it over. Li Ziyuan took the round mirror and turned to look at everyone. Fellow Taoist will have 7 days of independent activities during this trip to Secret Realm. 7 days later, we need to meet deep in the Secret Realm. If there are people who don't come by then, they will automatically give up the harvest of the secret realm. Do you have any objections? Manager Lee, I know about this, please act quickly. We have no objections. Let's go quickly. My law weapon is already very hungry and thirsty. ... There were echoes in twos and threes from the crowd. Li Ziyuan smiled and raised his round mirror to shine at the crowd. Manager Lee, what do you mean? Someone in the crowd asked loudly, and many people showed displeasure. Don't panic, everyone. This is my Li family Ding Yuan mirror. This object can record the monk's breath. Li Ziyuan explained with a smile, and then took out a token. If a fellow Taoist is in danger in the secret realm, he can crush the token to send a signal, and abnormalities will be revealed in the Ding Yuan mirror. At that time, I will lead someone to rescue him. So, our whereabouts are also in the hands of the Li family. Someone in the crowd said something, and everyone looked a little complicated and amused when they heard the words. Li Ziyuan was not angry, and still smiled and said, this is natural. If there are people who can't trust my Li family, they can take the first step without recording. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn, and no one spoke for a while. Just when Li Ziyuan was about to raise the Ding Yuan mirror again, a cold snort broke the silence. HMPH, my Pi family will go first. An unruly young man walked out of the crowd, followed by more than a dozen people. The group of people walked towards the stone gate without even looking at Li Ziyuan. The law enforcement officers guarding the gate did not stop them, and handed over the formation sign, and the group quickly disappeared into the stone gate. Are there any fellow Taoists who will come first? Li Ji asked with a smile. I, Rujia, will also take the lead. 3 more people jumped out of the crowd and headed towards the stone gate. And my Yan family. Several more people walked out shortly after. Li Ziyuan's smile did not diminish and he watched everyone disappear through the stone gate. But there are still people who can go first. If not, I will sacrifice the Ding Yuan mirror. As soon as he finished speaking, Shilezi walked out of the crowd without saying a word and walked towards the stone gate. At the same time, another group of people followed him out of the team. Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then he led the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard into the moving crowd. It was appropriate for him to be the first to take the lead. If it was recorded by the Ding Yuan mirror, life and death would not be left in the hands of others. When Li Ziyuan saw Lin Sheng walking out of the crowd, he was not surprised. He just gave Lin Sheng a slightly thoughtful look and then turned his gaze away. Brother, wait for me. A howl broke the somewhat weird atmosphere in the venue. Everyone heard the sound and left. They saw Yun Tianba dragging old Yun with a bruised nose and swollen face out of the crowd and chasing Lin Sheng. His behavior was quite funny. Xiao Wenbin in the crowd showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he still did not walk out of the crowd. After seeing that no one walked out of the crowd, Li Ziyuan smiled slightly and held out the Ding Yuan mirror with a solemn expression. A burst of white light appeared on the mirror, and then a ray of light shot out and swept across the crowd. Entering the stone gate, passing through the formation passage, you are faced with a huge space crack, from which spiritual energy is still flowing out. Lin Sheng flew into the crack without any hesitation, and after a while, he appeared on a hillside. The sky in Secret Realm is extremely bright without the sun, and a few clouds are slowly floating in the sky. Surrounded by dense forests, the air is somewhat moist and filled with a faint earthy smell. Looking back, there was no crack in the space, and the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard were nowhere to be seen. Faced with the unexpected situation, Lin Sheng did not panic. He knew about Secret Realm's random teleportation. The space crack was somewhere in Secret Realm. He could exit by finding the entrance to the crack. He closed his eyes and felt carefully, and then he noticed 3 faint auras in the distance, belonging to the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. This is a unique effect of the Lin family's Qi and training technique. As long as monks practice the Qi and training technique, they will be able to sense each other if they are not far away. It is easier to use than some contact props and is not affected by most ceiling formations. Without any hesitation, Lin Sheng raised his Qingfeng sword and flew toward one of the auras. After walking for 2 miles, a fireball suddenly shot out from the ground. Lin Sheng suddenly stopped and narrowly avoided the fireball. After the fireball, 3 figures rose into the sky from the ground, silently, and rushed towards Lin Sheng with murderous intent. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even feel the cultivation of the three of them. He turned around and ran away with the Qingfeng sword, rushing towards another aura. Boy, leave the storage bag and spare your life. In the middle stage of qi refining, let me see how much mana you have to control the sword. Behind him was the sound of rogue cultivator yelling and cursing. Lin Sheng turned a deaf ear and ran away without any trace of panic on his face. With many trump cards at his disposal, Lin Sheng actually didn't care about the rogue cultivator behind him. He was just thinking about one thing: what did Li Ziyuan's meaningful look at the end mean? After the three rogue cultivators cursed and chased for dozens of miles, they suddenly noticed that a powerful spiritual energy wave was approaching quickly, and they all stopped. Lin Sheng's heart moved and he stopped in place. He looked a little pale, looked at the three rogue cultivators behind him, and grinned. Why don't you chase me? It's a lot of fun chasing your dad, right? Seeking death. One of the rogue cultivators shouted angrily and turned around to run away. The other two rogue cultivators were stunned for 2 breaths and then quickly turned around and ran away. Young master, Wu Zulong appeared on the scene riding a flying sword. Bring their bodies back, Lin Sheng ordered coldly, and then he piloted the flying sword to land on a cliff and meditated. The secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, so there is no need to worry about mana replenishment. A fierce light flashed in Wu Zulong's eyes, and he chased after the 3 fleeing people. In just a short cup of tea, the identities of the hunter and the prey were exchanged. Lin Sheng was not worried about any accidents happening to Wu Zulong, because he felt 2 other auras approaching quickly, one of which was the direction in which the 3 rogue cultivators were escaping. Moreover, these 3 rogue cultivators are only in the middle stage of qi refining. Even if they can defeat Wu Zulong, they will not be able to kill him for a while. After flying for more than 10 miles, the 3 rogue cultivators all fell to the ground with bloodless faces. Most of the mana in their bodies had been consumed, and they were no longer able to support the flying swords. Wu Zulong showed a cruel smile and also landed on the ground. Fellow Taoist, don't bully others too much. One of the older rogue cultivators shouted with a stern expression. We will fight him. If he escapes again, his mana will be exhausted. The 3 of us may not be able to fight together. One of the young men, rogue cultivator, raised his flying sword law weapon and looked at the 2 people beside him. Yes, I think so too. Another person also agreed and took out a few talismans. Looking at the 3 people who were trapped and fighting in front of him, Wu Zulong did not take action immediately but stared at the 3 people. Seeing that Wu Zulong did not take action, the 3 of them had small thoughts in their hearts. They did not take the initiative to attack. They quickly absorbed the spiritual energy in the air to restore their mana. After Mo's tea time, Wu Zulong suddenly said, "What are you waiting for if you don't take action?" The 3 of them looked at each other and were about to speak when they suddenly felt a very strong wave of spiritual energy approaching quickly from the horizon. They were horrified and they all tried to escape with their flying swords again. Before the person jumped up, he felt severe pain in his legs. He quickly looked down and saw that his legs had been covered by a layer of soil without even noticing it. Earth Monk. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the 3 people, and they struggled desperately, and the soil on their legs began to crumble. Want to run now? It's too late. I think you are waiting to die. Wu Zulong showed a cruel smile, and slammed his hands on the ground, pouring mana into the soil. In an instant, the ground shook, and a wall of soil rose from the ground. And rise. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of the old rogue cultivator, and he suddenly used the flying sword to cut off his legs. He used all his strength to use the flying sword to escape from the rapidly closing wall. Looking down at the closed round earth wall on the ground, the old rogue cultivator looked happy when he saw that Wu Zulong had not chased him out. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a stone cone flying towards him. In his haste, he had no time to dodge. After the muffled sound, the old rogue cultivator fell straight down like a bird with broken wings. The Wooloo leopard appeared in the air on the flying sword, reached out to catch the flying sword falling from the air, and let the body fall to the ground and become a mess of flesh. After a roar, the soil wall that had lost its mana began to collapse, and Wu Zulong slowly walked out of the dust with 2 corpses in his hands. Brother, what are you doing with the corpse? Wu Lubao looked puzzled. Young master asked you to take the body back. Where is the other person? Wu Zulong frowned slightly. The three of them were connected. Without waiting for Wu Lubao to reply, he subconsciously looked at the ground not far away. There was a bloody mass on the ground. Rotten meat. You can figure it out yourself, Wu Zulong said and took off with his flying sword. This, Wu Lubao frowned, controlled the soil to wrap the rotten meat, and then chased Wu Zulong's figure. On the cliff, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two people flying from the horizon. Behind him was the wary-looking Wu Zonghu. After a while, Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao landed on the cliff one after another, and the two bodies were casually thrown on the ground. Lin Sheng stood up and walked to the corpse. As soon as the four desire demon art was used, two dark wisps of resentful spirit were inhaled into his nose. Seeing such a scene, the expressions of the three brothers Longhubao changed drastically. After nearly a year, Lin Sheng once again felt the pleasure of being nourished by the spirit of the resentful demon species. He suddenly felt refreshed and felt so comfortable that he closed his eyes. The three brothers Longhubao, who had already changed their expressions, felt their scalp numb. Why did the young master look like a demon? After a long time, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, looked at the ball of soil carried on Wooloo Leopard's shoulders, and said with a half-smile, "What? You brought me a beggar's chicken." "Young master, this is not a chicken, it is a human, probably a beggar." Wu Lubaoyi corrected Lin Sheng's wrong statement seriously. Lin Sheng chuckled, took a ball of mud out of thin air, and threw it on the ground. With a pop, the mud ball shattered, revealing the bloody rotten flesh inside. "I don't know if this piece of rotten flesh can still suck out the soul." Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, stepped forward, and the magic power came back to life, and a gray and angry spirit was inhaled into Lin Sheng's nose. Cool, Lin Sheng couldn't help shouting, 3 corpses and 3 souls, life suddenly got better. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard looked at each other, and the same thought came to their minds. The young master is a devil. In the woods, Shilezi held a few talismans in his hand and looked at the surrounding movements with vigilance. The slightest movement would make his nerves tense. This trip to the secret realm, the Shi family was not actually invited, and the 100 Clans Alliance simply notified them as usual. They didn't expect the middle and lower families in the alliance to send people, but the Shi family took the initiative to come. The ancestor of the historian specially arranged for the two brothers Shibuwei and Shilezi to go together to experience. As the most promising foundation building in the history of the historian for a century, Shibuwei has a spirit body of heavenly fire and a supreme-grade fire spirit root. He is only 18 years old. Has become a monk of Qi refining Dzogchen. Only monks who have achieved the Qi refining late stage before the age of 40 are expected to achieve the foundation building, and monks who have achieved the Qi refining late stage before the age of 20, and it is the Qi refining great perfection. Not surprisingly, if Shibuwei can obtain a foundation building pill, he will be able to foundation building and lead historians to the Great Sunshine Road from then on. It's a pity that fate played a trick on people. Before Shibuwei could shine, he fell instantly. He didn't even know who the murderer was. After staying in Black Rock City for just one day, Shibuwei died peacefully in the inn. When Shilezi returned to his residence, Shibuwei's body was already cold. A monk who can calmly kill a Qi refining Dzogchen must be a foundation building overhaul. Without any evidence, just an idea, Shilezi directly identified the Li family as the murderer. In the past, when Shibuwei was by his side, Shilezi was not afraid of any danger, but now he needs to take charge of it on his own. Before boarding the spirit boat, Shilezi thought about leaving, but after seeing Li Ziyuan's sanctimonious appearance, he decided to stay, not for anything else but revenge. Don't wait until death is imminent before you think of fighting back. Single quote. Lin Sheng's words were still in his ears, and Shilezi's eyes became colder and colder. Shibuwei was dead and his storage bag was lost, but his body was well preserved. That day, Shilezi dug out his brother's heart with tears in his eyes. The heart covered with dense curse seals began to beat powerfully again the moment it came into contact with Shilezi's palm. The world only knows the Shi family's light spirit technique, but not the secret method of cultivating the mind. People who are direct lineage of the Shi family and have high hopes are planted with a bright heart from birth, and at the same time, a newborn with ordinary qualifications is chosen to be planted with a dark heart. What Shibuwei planted was a clear heart, while what Shilezi planted was a dark heart. Only a few historians know about this. After someone with a clear heart dies, the heart can be taken out and given to any tribesman of the same bloodline to take, which can cleanse the marrow, cut menstruation, and improve the physical condition. The person who cultivates a dark heart is a great medicine for those who cultivate a clear mind. When a person who cultivates a clear mind needs to break through a bottleneck or heal an injury, he can take the dark heart, and the effect will be significantly improved. The longer you plant your mind, the better the results will be. Growing up together, Shilezi and Shibue had a very good relationship. They were not real brothers but more like real brothers. A few days before arriving at Black Rock City, Shibue told Shilezi on a whim. He had never regarded Shilezi as a big medicine, but truly as a younger brother. When he first heard about this, Shilezi was a little surprised but not angry or resentful. On the contrary, with his mediocre qualifications, he naturally accepted the matter. He was just curious about why his brother suddenly revealed these secrets. Unexpectedly, Shibue died a few days later. Perhaps that whim was a sign of Shibue's death. Shilezi did not swallow his brother's Ming-shin, but instead opened his chest, broke his ribs, and put Ming-shin in. The Ming-shin's hearts were tightly attached to each other and beat loudly and powerfully. The two hearts of light and darkness will never touch each other. When they touch together, they will explode with a bang, with just one thought. The power may be very strong, or it may be very weak. Historians have never recorded this matter, and Shibue didn't know it either. He just made some guesses. But Shilezi was willing to risk his own life to try this guess. He took out the formation token from his storage bag and looked at it carefully. Perhaps in addition to the Ding Yuan mirror, this formation token could also be positioned. Lin Sheng conscientiously posted the sealing talismans on the formation cards, and the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard did the same thing. I don't know if this talisman can isolate the token. If I throw it away, I will be attacked by the formation again. This is a complete conspiracy. Lin Sheng looked unhappy and put away the formation tokens. Young master, don't worry. If someone comes looking for you, we will fight him. Wu Zulong said in a loud voice. If anyone comes here, it will be a life and death battle. We all know that a lion can fight a rabbit with all his strength, let alone the Li family. Lin Sheng looked around and took out the secret realm map to look at it. Wu Zonghu glanced at the corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, I see that the young master's magic skills are extremely weird. I will definitely ask 1,000 of the Li family members to come and kill 1,000 of them. What did you say? Lin Sheng, who was looking down at the map, suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Wu Zonghu. Wu Lubao knew that his second brother had said the wrong thing, so he quickly pulled Wu Zonghu away. Second brother, you are talking nonsense, the young master is clearly practicing the righteous and awe-inspiring righteous method. Yes, Wu Zonghu nodded repeatedly, with a smile that was uglier than crying. Why is Demon Dao the right way? The skills that can save lives and kill people are good skills. Obsessing with appearances is just mediocre. Lin Sheng's eyes slowly swept over the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, and then put away the secret realm map. If you perform well, this magic skill will not be passed on to you. Real, the three brothers said in unison. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Of course it's true. When did I, Lin Sheng, tell lies? May I ask, young master, how do you perform well? Wu Zonghu asked in a deep voice, and the two brothers Longbao also looked at Lin Sheng with bright eyes. You are a post-O generation, right? Single quote. Lin Sheng felt a little helpless in his heart. This was just like a cake painting master drawing a new cake for the cake eater. Whether the performance is good or not is not the cake painting master. You stubborn cake eaters want to ask for a standard. If there is a standard, is it still called painting a cake? Seeing the expectant looks on the three people's faces, Lin Sheng felt embarrassed not to answer, so he thought about it carefully and gave what he thought was a more appropriate answer. As long as it makes me happy, that's good behavior. To make the young master happy. Single quote. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard looked at each other and fell into memories, and then a hint of surprise immediately appeared in their eyes. Wu Zulong showed hesitation. Young master, I'm afraid it's hard to find a woman in this secret realm. Shut up. Almost missing his breath, Lin Sheng cursed angrily, turned around and left. Wu Zulong looked a little aggrieved and glanced at his two brothers, and saw that their faces were full of gloating, as if someone told you to tell them. A group of 4 people wandered aimlessly in the forest. Walking on the ground was safer than flying in the sky. They were still in the 3 guarantee formation, with the Wuzulong in front, the Wuzhong tiger and the Wulu leopard on the left and right. I don't know how long they walked, but Lin Sheng and his party did not encounter any attacks on the road, and they did not even see the shadow of the monks. It can be seen that the rogue cultivator attack is only a small probability event. It is also possible that the rogue cultivators gave up after seeing the 3 big guys from the chi refining late stage, dragon, tiger and leopard. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Sheng looked at the endless forest in front of him and felt that the scene in front of him was so familiar, as if he had just seen it. Forget it, sword flying, don't leave, be careful when flying. Lin Sheng had no choice but to accept the reality. The 3 brothers Longhubao looked happy when they heard this. They had long been bored with walking, but they kept silent for fear of making the young master unhappy. The 4 of them soared into the sky, and after flying out of the forest that blocked the sky and the sun, Lin Sheng immediately saw the huge stone pillar on the horizon and couldn't help but feel relieved. Finally, I saw a landmark building in the secret realm map, Qingtian Tombstone. The 4 people quickly flew towards the tombstone. The tombstone seemed to be not far away, but in fact it took the 4 of them almost half an hour to arrive near the tombstone. Lin Sheng and others were so cautious that they landed a few miles away from the tombstone, and the 4 of them walked towards the tombstone. The tombstone is so huge that you can't see the top when you look up. It is called Qingtian Tombstone and it is well deserved. It is engraved with dense words, but Lin Sheng does not recognize it. This word is not recorded in the ancient writings of Dongzhou. This place is a burial place. It is to the west of the secret realm and is quite far away from the depths of the secret realm. The Li family should not come here immediately. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and walked towards the burial place without thinking too much. Beyond the tombstones that support the sky, the graves are neatly arranged. Some graves have been completely covered by weeds, some have collapsed and their tombstones have collapsed, and some have even disappeared, leaving traces on the ground. A big hole, suspected of being stolen. The leader, Wu Zulong, looked a little solemn. Young master, the atmosphere here is strange and may be dangerous. It's just the cry of the dead. The map records that there is no danger in this place, and of course there is no chance. Lin Sheng looked at the graves one by one with great interest, thinking about living for a few more decades to endure the overhaul of the Li family foundation building, and then go pick up his grave and extract some treasures. Young master, do you think there will be any burial objects in the tomb? Wu Zonghu suddenly asked. Before Lin Sheng could speak, Wu Lubao reminded him, what is there has also decayed. The spiritual energy here is thin, and no treasure can withstand the corrosion of time. Wu Zonghu wondered. Then what are we doing here? What, if you don't hang out here, are you trying to fight for opportunities? Lin Sheng looked sideways at Wu Zonghu, and then his eyes swept over Wulu Leopard and Wu Zulong. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them actually nodded in unison, and Wu Zulong's eyes showed a fierce look. I see that the skills practiced by the young master seem to be related to corpses. Why don't we take the initiative to rob and kill the monks here and help the young master practice his skills? Both Wu Zonghu and Wulu Leopard's eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. I'm afraid it's inappropriate and will damage the reputation of our Lin family. Lin Sheng objected with a serious look on his face, but in the next second, he changed his topic with joy. But we can wear human skin masks, as long as others can't recognize us. That's it. Young master is wise. The 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard were all impressed. Chapter 31. Lin Sheng took out the secret realm map and checked the location, then waved his hand and pointed. There is a medicine garden 100 miles south of here. Let's go there first and see if we can meet some cuties. Then he took the lead and raised the Qingfeng sword, soaring into the sky. Little cutie. The 3 brothers Longhubao looked stunned and hurriedly followed with their swords. After these days of getting along, they have already adapted to their young master's habit of occasionally speaking strange words. Lin Sheng stood on the Qingfeng sword and looked forward calmly. He originally planned to come here to have fun during this trip to Secret Realm, but Wu Zulong's words reminded him. Now he is not alone, there are also 3 thugs from Chi refining late stage around him. Time waits for no one, so he has to strengthen himself before the Li family takes action. After the four of them flew for a while, a roar came from not far away. It was obvious that someone was fighting in the medicine garden. Seeing the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard beside him who were eager to try, Lin Sheng warned, although the ban on the medicine garden has been lifted, there are still some unstable formation spirit patterns left in it. Remember to be careful and don't be reckless. Wu Lubao was extremely excited. Don't worry, young master, let the second brother stay with you. He is better at defense with local defense than me and the eldest brother. Wu Zonghu frowned and was about to say a few words of defense, but felt that what his third brother said was reasonable, so he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Lin Sheng doesn't care who is guarding him. He is already a master of blood and energy, and his physical strength is comparable to the qi refining perfection. As long as there is no hidden foundation building overhaul during this trip to the secret realm, he has nothing to fear. The four people quickly flew over the medicine garden and saw several spells of different colors in the medicine garden fighting back and forth. Upon closer inspection, they saw a group of people besieging the two people. Everyone fighting in the garden had already noticed the four people flying in the air, and the fighting slowed down slightly, leaving some attention on the sky. Brother! A howl almost startled Lin Sheng off his flying sword. Was he recognized even though he was wearing a mask? This voice is too familiar, it is that Yun Tianba. Lin Sheng followed the sound and found Yun Tianba waving excitedly among the people participating in the siege. Lao Yun who was guarding him was also full of excitement. When Yun Tianba saw Lin Sheng looking over, he quickly pointed to the person being besieged. Brother! That guy has a ginseng fruit that is at least 100 years old in his storage bag. I saw him put it into the storage bag with my own eyes. Ginseng fruit. Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly, and he glanced at the middle-aged monk who was offering a turtle-shaped law weapon for defense. Next to him was a young female monk holding a bow and arrow and looking wary. The male is in the late stage of qi refining, and the female is in the middle stage of qi refining. Looking at Yun Tianba, except for Lao Yun, who is in the middle stage of qi refining, the remaining 7 are all in the early stage of qi refining. This middle-aged male cultivator was a bit too bad, and he had a back and forth with a group of cultivators in the early stages of qi refining. Fellow Taoist, don't listen to that fat man's nonsense. When I was looking for medicinal materials with my fellow Taoist here, the fat man suddenly appeared and attacked me. The middle-aged male cultivator saw Lin Sheng's gaze and quickly explained. As he spoke, he glared at Yun Tianba fiercely. Fart, do you dare to say you didn't? You would have eaten this tree without me. Yun Tianba pointed at the big tree not far away and shouted. No wonder you are so fat. You must have cheated on food and drink. The middle-aged male cultivator immediately sneered. You. Yun Tianba's face turned red with anger when he heard this. Just as he was about to scold him back, he saw Lin Sheng and 4 others landing on the ground, and immediately fell silent. Lin Sheng took a few steps forward with a kind smile on his face. Fellow Taoist might as well open the storage bag and let me check it. If there is no ginseng fruit, fellow Taoist can leave. If it were ordinary spirit medicine, Lin Sheng wouldn't care too much, but this ginseng fruit was a lifespan spiritual fruit. Eating it could add 5 years to your life, so it was absolutely impossible to give it up. The middle-aged male cultivator looked extremely ugly. Is it possible that fellow Taoist also wants to do this rogue cultivator thing? Nature. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted confidently. You. The middle-aged male cultivator was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while, and his finger pointing at Lin Sheng trembled slightly. Hurry and hand over the storage bag. Don't keep my young master waiting. Wu Zulong took a step forward, qi refining late stages fluctuations in cultivation and his tall and burly body made him feel oppressive. Wulu Leopard also stepped forward and said in a cold voice, what about rogue cultivator or not rogue cultivator? I only saw you running into my young master's medicine garden to steal spirit medicine. Hearing this, Yun Tianba's eyes lit up. What does professionalism mean? This is called professionalism, you learn it and you learn it. The situation was stronger than his own, so the middle-aged male cultivator finally chose to give in. Cultivation as an immortal was not easy, so how could he risk his life here? He took off the storage bag from his waist and threw it at Wu Zulong. Fellow Taoist, please check if there is no ginseng fruit, please abide by your oath and let us go. Of course. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and waved to Yuntianba, who immediately ran over. Brother, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why do you always call me brother every time we meet? And what's going on with these independent cultivators? Lin Sheng said and glanced at the somewhat bewildered monks around him. These people could tell at a glance that they were from independent cultivators. Yuntianba looked proud. These people are all recruited by me on the road, and they will all hang out with me from now on. Calling me brother seems to be loyal. What do you think, brother? Oh, have you ever lived in a mortal gang? Lin Sheng was a little surprised. This Yuntianba didn't behave like a monk, but like a gang member. Is that true? I like to read books. I can read any kind of books. Yuntianba said with a lewd smile. Brother, can you show me your erotic pictures? I'll give you my collection in exchange. Stop, don't say any more, and I don't have any erotic pictures. Don't mention them again in the future. Lin Sheng waved his hands, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Why did he say the 3 words, erotic pictures, in the first place, and let him? Yuntianba remembered it. While chatting, the two looked at Wu Zulong, who was checking the storage bag. Wu Zulong frowned slightly and shook his head calmly. Yuntianba immediately shouted with excitement. Impossible, I saw it with my own eyes. Brother, you have to believe me, it's not in this man's storage bag, but in that woman's storage bag. The middle-aged male cultivator seemed to have expected it. He took off the female monk's storage bag and threw it over. He said coldly. Fellow Taoist checks casually. What if there is nothing? The fat man will definitely say that there are other things on me. Storage bags. After Wu Zulong took the storage bag and checked it, he shook his head again. There was still no ginseng fruit found in the storage bag. Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he saw this and looked at Yuntianba beside him. Could it be that this person was really telling lies? Yuntianba looked nervous. Brother, don't you still know who I am? As he said that, he pointed at Lao Yun. If you don't believe me, just ask Lao Yun. I didn't see it. Lao Yun shook his head quickly. Lao Yun, Yuntianba looked at Lao Yun in disbelief. I really didn't see it, but I definitely believe that the 13th young master will not tell lies. Wu Zonghu suddenly walked up to Lin Sheng and whispered, why don't we just take action? As soon as these words came out, both Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao looked at the middle-aged male cultivator with fierce eyes, waiting for the young master's order. What, will the fellow Taoist break his promise and take action? The middle-aged male cultivator looked wary and pointed at the female cultivator beside him. If the fellow Taoist still doesn't believe me, you can start searching me from the Taoist companion. Is there such a good thing? Yuntianba instantly became energetic and rubbed his hands together. Suddenly he saw Lin Sheng squinting at him and immediately wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. The female cultivator glanced at the middle-aged male cultivator with a sad look on her face, but still obeyed the male cultivator's order and walked towards Lin Sheng and his group. Seeing the female cultivator approaching step by step with a sad face, Lin Sheng's heart palpitated. Something's wrong. The woman's expression was too desperate. Single quote. Don't let that female cultivator come over. Lin Sheng shouted loudly, and the female cultivator who was walking slowly rushed towards the crowd. Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao were startled, and they quickly fired magic spells in an attempt to form an earthen wall in front of them. But it was too late. A burst of bright light exploded in front of everyone, followed by a series of violent explosions. When the dust dispersed, the middle-aged male cultivator disappeared, and the female cultivator was completely wiped out. Everyone in the venue staggered around. 3 independent cultivators were killed on the spot, and Wu Zulong and Wu Lu Leopard, who were the first to bear the brunt, were blown away. Although the 2 of them managed to form a magic barrier to protect their vital parts, they were still blown up to the point of vomiting blood and lying dead on the ground. Fortunately, Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao blocked most of the explosion power. Wu Zonghu transformed into an earthen wall in time to protect Lin Sheng. Yuntianba and Lao Yun were also lucky to be protected together. It's the rank 1 explosive talisman. A dozen of them explode in succession. Lin Sheng looked ugly and glanced around. Among the 5 independent cultivators, the 2 surviving ones were missing arms and legs and were lying on the ground wailing. Brother, are you okay? Wu Zonghu hurriedly ran to Wu Zulong, took out the healing elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Wu Zulong swallowed the pill with difficulty and stood up. Look at me, do I look like nothing is wrong? Seeing that Wu Zulong could still speak, Wu Zonghu looked slightly relieved. He looked around but did not see Wu Lu Leopard. Where is the third brother? It won't be blown up, right? I'm here. The Wu Lu Leopard's weak voice came from the ditch not far away. Lin Sheng felt something indescribably funny when he saw the two brothers Longbao and Longbao coming in front of them with bandages all over their bodies. Fortunately, you are earth monks and you are strong and strong, otherwise you would be just like those two people. The two Longbao brothers followed Lin Sheng's gaze and looked at the two independent cultivators on the side. They had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss, and death was bound to happen sooner or later. Yuntianba's expression was a little sad. The 5 younger brothers he had just accepted left him before the day was over. He squeezed his eyes hard, but he couldn't squeeze out a single tear. This suicide bomb really taught Lin Sheng a lesson. As expected, none of the monks who could make it to the qi refining late stage were simple people. The 2 independent cultivators who lost too much blood died after all. Lin Sheng took the initiative to tidy up their appearance, buried them in the soil, and of course secretly drained their emotional souls. A total of 5 monks contributed 5 rays of red joyful spirit. This wave of blood gain is not a loss. Brother, you are so good to them. Yuntianba's eyes were red and swollen, with tears in them. They were caused by him. He saw that Lin Sheng was gathering and burying corpses. As a boss, he had to express his feelings. Lin Sheng looked sad. This is what I should do. Your little brother is my little brother. When you leave, you must let them go in a glorious manner. Brother, why do I feel that you speak strangely? Yuntianba muttered softly. Lin Sheng looked sideways at Yuntianba. It's not that I speak strangely, it's just that you don't understand. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Where did you find these independent cultivators? Speaking of this matter, Yuntianba immediately became interested. Brother, you don't know that in this secret realm, there are many monks active in any place that is somewhat famous. And the level of cultivation is generally not high. As long as you show your family's name, you can immediately gather a group of people. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Oh, so simple. Yuntianba nodded repeatedly. It's that simple. These independent cultivators think that our alliance of hundreds of clans has some inside information, so they are willing to follow behind. Insider information. I am afraid that the opening of the secret realm by the alliance of hundreds of clans has also made many monks think of it. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, an idea flashed in his mind. I know a secret here, do you want to hear it? Yuntianba shook his head hurriedly. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. The more you know, the faster you will die. I still understand this truth. Lin Sheng smiled dumbly. If you don't want to hear it, forget it. Let me ask you, can you recruit more independent cultivators? Yuntianba said with a face expression. I can't guarantee whether I can recruit him, but I know an independent cultivator stronghold. The few boys I recruited told me about it. Independent cultivator stronghold. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. This matter was not marked on the secret realm map, and he didn't know if it was missed. Yuntianba showed disdain. Yes, these poor guys couldn't afford the ticket price, so they simply stopped going out and established a stronghold in this secret realm. The leader seems to be called the Three-Clawed Perfected Being. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. When he heard the name, 3 Claws, he immediately thought of the independent cultivator who spent hundreds of spirit stones a year ago. Unexpectedly, it was actually in this secret realm. Take me to the stronghold and remember to call me Mr. Li. I understand. Yuntianba nodded quickly, with excitement in his eyes. He hid his face and changed his name, obviously intending to do something bad. Let's go. Lin Sheng took the initiative to fly his sword. That. Yuntianba looked hesitant and hesitated to speak. Tell me, don't ask for mother-in-laws. Brother, can you give me one of my younger brother's storage bags? ... A ray of light passed through the sky and landed in a valley. The middle-aged male cultivator looked so pale that he glanced around, then walked to a mountain and cast a spell against the rock wall. The rock wall fluctuated for a while and then became illusory. The male cultivator once again looked around cautiously and ducked into the rock wall. Where's my sister? In the cave mansion, a young female nun whose limbs were bound by iron chains and completely naked asked weakly. Judging from her appearance, She was exactly the same as the female nun who was used as a human bomb. Your sister was killed by a group of rogue cultivators. The middle-aged male cultivator replied coldly, and then took out a crimson fruit shaped like a baby from the storage bag in his arms, with a hint of intoxication in his eyes. The female cultivator had a look of resentment on her face and her voice sounded like a ghost. Even if I were a ghost, I would never let you go. The middle-aged male cultivator glanced at the resentful female cultivator, with a trace of ridicule on his lips. You can't defeat me as a human being, so what can you do as a ghost? The fact that you are still alive after being harvested by me for 3 days shows that you are quite capable. I wanted to save your life, but today I will do as you wish. As he spoke, the male cultivator put the ginseng fruit back into his storage bag and approached the female cultivator with a lustful look on his face. I will wait for you on the road to hell. The female cultivator said every word with even more resentment in her eyes. Okay, then just wait slowly. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. For a long time, the middle-aged male cultivator put on his clothes with a happy expression. He glanced at the mummified female cultivator on the ground, with a sinister smile on his lips. Then he took out a mask from his storage bag and put it on his face. His temperament suddenly changed, as if he was a different person. If Lin Sheng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This person's current appearance is that of the three-clawed fellow Taoist who spent hundreds of spiritual stones. Is this the stronghold? Lin Sheng looked down at the huge rift valley on the ground. The rift valley was flat in shape, not like a natural formation, but rather like it had been split open by a sharp weapon. Yuntianba also looked at the rift valley on the ground and said with some uncertainty, it should be here. The independent cultivator said that the stronghold is in the rift valley. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and looked at the bandaged Wu Zulong and Wu Lu leopard. If you are attacked, are you sure of protecting yourself? Wu Zulong grinned. Don't worry, young master, it's just a flesh wound. The Wu Lu leopard also nodded in agreement. That's right, it's really unreasonable to want to blow us up with just some explosive charms. Okay, if that's the case, let's go down. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, and a group of 6 people slowly descended into the rift valley. The rift valley is extremely deep. The light gets darker and the temperature gets lower as you go down. There are many nests on the cliffs, and occasionally birds and animals fly in fright. After some tea time, the 6 of them landed at the bottom of the valley. There were many green-emitting insects wandering in the valley bottom, making the entire valley floor glowing green. Everyone looked around carefully and found no sign of anyone moving. Is it possible that that kid lied to me? Yuntianba frowned, stretched out his hand to grab an insect, looked at it carefully, and then crushed it. Lin Sheng looked at the small stream not far away. Let's go forward and have a look, maybe somewhere in this rift valley. Yuntianba looked ugly. This is the only way. If he dares to lie to me, I will dig him out and cut him into pieces. Lin Sheng glanced at the angry Yuntianba, and then at Lao Yun who was smiling with a smile on his face. Then he quietly winked at the Wu Zonghu beside him and walked towards the depths of the stream. Looking down from the sky, the rift valley is flat, but the road between the valleys is winding. The footsteps of the 6 people echoed at the bottom of the valley. I don't know how long they walked. After turning a corner, a rock appeared on the rock wall. A burning torch. Brother, look at the torch. There is definitely someone here. Yuntianba howled with excitement. Lin Sheng glanced at Yuntianba helplessly. Yes, not only are there people, but your yelling also attracted them here. Yuntianba quickly covered his mouth, looking embarrassed. Who? In the distance, 4 figures quickly approached, and in the blink of an eye they were in front of everyone. All 4 of them were wearing silver armor, and they also had armor masks on their faces, covering their bodies tightly. Before Lin Sheng could say anything, Yuntianba walked up to the crowd with a look of displeasure on his face. Who else could there be? Of course it's a man. Can't you tell? One of them snorted coldly. There is already a master in this valley. I hope you fellow Taoists will find other places. Isn't this the independent cultivator stronghold? What, are you still letting people in? Yuntianba said in a bad tone. Lin Sheng's eyes swept over the 4 people one by one, and finally fell on Yuntianba, with an inexplicable meaning flashing in his eyes. I don't think you look like independent cultivators. Another monk blocking the way said coldly. Yuntian was amused and pointed at his face. What? Do all independent cultivators have the word, independent cultivator, written on their faces? The monk wanted to say more, but the monk next to him interrupted. Our stronghold welcomes all fellow Taoists, but be careful not to cause trouble, otherwise. Yuntianba waved his hand indifferently. Okay, lead the way, sir, I'm on the road and I know the rules. The four of them stopped talking after hearing this and turned around to walk deeper into the valley. How are you doing, brother? Yuntianba turned to look at Lin Sheng with a proud look on his face. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and kept up with the four people. After going around a few more turns, a cave appeared in front of everyone. The four men in armor stood guard at the entrance of the cave and signaled Lin Sheng and everyone to enter the cave. Yun Tianba was full of excitement and led Lao Yun into the cave mansion first. A trace of worry flashed in Wu Zonghu's eyes, and he quietly approached Lin Sheng and whispered, "Young master, there may be danger in the cave." Lin Sheng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we don't know who is the hunter and who is the prey." Seeing that the young master had spoken, Wu Zonghu stopped talking and a group of four people walked into the cave in a three-guarantee formation. After adapting to the dim environment, suddenly walking into the brightly lit cave mansion made Lin Sheng and the four of them subconsciously squint their eyes. Boom! There was a loud noise. The huge boulder fell behind him, completely covering the entrance of the cave. At the same time, a burst of golden light shone, covering the entire cave. The four armored monks who were guarding the door stood in front of the boulder, staring at everyone in the forest with malicious eyes. Suddenly encountering this situation, Wu Zonghu and Wulu Leopard immediately turned their backs to Lin Sheng. The three brothers all looked alert, and their sights covered the entire audience, leaving no blind spots. Lin Sheng didn't have any panic at all. He glanced back and forth at the piles of rocks, houses, and cliffs in the cave mansion. He saw 17 early qi refining stages, 6 mid-stage qi refining stages, and 2 late-stage qi refining stages, plus 4 people behind him. There are 29 monks in total. Each person was covered in silver armor from top to bottom, with only 2 eyes exposed. Lin Sheng looked calmly and said, "Where is Yuntianba?" Thump 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 thump. On the stone cliff, Yun Tianba hummed a tune and appeared gracefully with a golden token in his hand, followed closely by Lao Yun. Lin Sheng, you didn't expect it. Ba is here. Ha, I'm a little surprised by this step. Lin Sheng said softly, and his eyes swept across the crowd again. 29 people, what a big deal, just to kill me. Yun Tianba looked surprised. You don't seem to be panicking, but it doesn't matter. You were wrong in one thing. I don't want to kill you. Oh, do you want to make a deal with me? Lin Sheng became interested. Wrong. Yun Tianba shook his head and grabbed the air with his hands. I want to control you, not only your body, but also your soul. Lin Sheng smiled. Ha, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is often very cruel. I agree. Yun Tianba nodded, but the more cruel the reality, the more it inspires the fighting spirit of our monks. Fellow Taoist, please stop struggling. I really don't see how you can make a comeback from the situation in front of you. If you really can make a comeback, I'll eat that big rock. Yun Tianba said and pointed at the boulder behind Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng glanced at the boulder behind him and laughed dumbly. Did you plan everything when we first met in Qinghai County? A trace of confusion flashed across Yun Tianba's face, and after a moment he sighed. Oh, I didn't want to tell you, but I admire you very much and I am willing to share the truth with you. Speaking of the word, truth, Yun Tianba showed a hint of excitement. Actually, it was a comprehensive plan made on the spirit boat. The 7 families of Li Xing, Bai, An, and Yumani are united. How can I, the Yun family, be omitted? Everyone in the world joins forces with the strong, who will take a look at the weak. Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think? Yes, the weak will only get beaten. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement. So, when that hypocrite Li Ziyuan mentioned this, Yun Tianba, naturally jumped out and became a pawn. The more Yun Tianba talked, the more excited he became. But there is one thing I don't agree with. Li Ziyuan asked me to get rid of you, but I just won't do that. As long as you give me the full book of Blood Qi technique, I promise not to hurt your life. How about that? In that case, I have to thank you. Lin Sheng's smile did not diminish. Hey, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Yuntianba waved his hand with a look of humility on his face. The thing about the medicine garden was also staged, right? Of course. Otherwise, Secret Realm is so big. Why did you meet me and take you to the independent cultivator stronghold? Who do you think you are? Are you the protagonist in the storybook? Yuntianba looked excited. It's just a pity that you saw through it, otherwise you would have been disabled by the explosion of more than a dozen explosive talismans. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement. Everything happened by coincidence, as if it were a plot setting. It seemed that the Secret Realm token in the storage bag had not been completely sealed by the banning talisman. Okay. Yuntianba clapped his hands. His expression suddenly became solemn. I have said so much, but I have told you the truth. Judging from your expression, if you are the foundation building overhaul, you will show your cards now. I'll just kneel down and call you, Grandpa, please spare my life for being so cooperative. If you're not, then I'm really going to do it, hehehehe. Yuntianba said and couldn't help laughing. He turned to look at Lao Yun beside him. Do I look evil now? Lao Yun smiled. No, I think the 13th young master is quite like our ancestor back then. It sounds like you have met the ancestor. When Yuntianba heard this, he held his tongue and looked at Lin Sheng again. Fellow Taoist Lin, let me remind you again, the armors they wear are all low-grade law weapon, designed to break your blood and energy law. I know you can fight, but don't struggle anymore. Just let me plant the soul-controlling spell. From now on, you will still be you. Isn't that beautiful? Lin Sheng sighed slightly when he heard this. I have another question. I wonder if fellow Yun Taoist can answer my question. Explain. Yuntianba pointed at Lin Sheng. Just the last question, no more questions. If the Li family wants to kill me, why don't they ask the foundation building to do it? Lin Sheng asked the question in his heart. I don't know either. Yuntianba spread his hands helplessly. Maybe you were really the protagonist in the storybook, and there is a trace of heaven protecting you. And now I want to verify whether you are the protagonist in the storybook. Come on, kids. Yuntianba just finished speaking. Dozens of spells were thrown at Lin Sheng and others, including wind, rain, lightning, fire and ice. The three brothers Longhubao had been vigilant for a long time. The three people's earthen methods were perfectly round, and a circular earthen wall quickly stretched out, covering the four of them. The flying magic attacks hit the earth wall with loud noises, and earth splashed everywhere, but they could not break the defense. Seeing this situation, among the besieging monks there were also earth magic cultivators, who quickly controlled the soil in an attempt to interrupt the spellcasting of the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. But the mana of the brothers Longhubao was so perfect that these half-hearted monks could not compare. For a time, the earth wall could not be broken through, and several forces collided together, causing the entire cave to begin to tremble. What? You want to collapse the cave and escape? I thought it was a clever move. Yuntianba showed disdain and shook the golden token in his hand. The golden light that shrouded the cave suddenly lit up, and the trembling the cave was firmly stabilized. Yuntianba looked at Lin Sheng, who was standing still and said, Lin Sheng. Just pose in that turtle shell, my brothers will not show mercy. Young men, save your mana and just use the law weapon to chop it down. I don't believe how long that turtle shell can last. A fierce light flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes. He was certainly not posing, but there were so many spells outside the stone wall. If he rushed out, even if his body was comparable to the chi-refining Zochin, he would be bombed. Now there are three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, guarding him. Under full defense, ordinary monks really can't break through quickly. If they rely solely on magic bombardment, they won't be able to penetrate the earth wall that is constantly being replenished with magic power. He was just waiting for an opportunity to fight hand to hand, after seeing the group of armored monks rushing up screaming at Yuntianba's order. Lin Sheng smiled, and the blood chi technique suddenly exploded, passing over the Wuzulong in front of him. See the right moment and open a crack. The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, naturally understood the young master's thoughts and controlled the earth wall to open a one-person passage. A monk in the early stage of chi refining looked happy and rushed to the crack. Lin Sheng kicked him up. Boom! There was a muffled sound. He kicked his right foot on the armor, and the huge repulsive force bounced Lin Sheng back into the protective earth wall. The kick chi refining early stage monk's body suddenly paused, and he continued to rush forward like a normal person. Come up. The branch quickly stretched out from the monk's hand, trying to wrap around Lin Sheng, and the monk behind him used flying sword skills to smash into the crack. Fortunately, the earth wall of the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard closed quickly, the flying sword spell was blocked, and the branches were directly cut off by the earth wall. Oh, it's just a little bit worse. Yun Tianba had a look of pity on his face. He turned to look at Lao Yun. Is this turtle shell quite irritating? How about we use the Yin Thunder Talisman? Lao Yun shook his head. This is a bit wasteful. Lin Sheng and others are now like meat on the chopping board. This talisman was earned by the clan leader through hard work and cannot be used indiscriminately. Forget it. Kids, work harder for me to break that turtle's shell. Let's go back to Zuimengfang Baba to treat us. Yun Tianba howled at the top of his lungs. Lin Sheng's face was solemn. The blood energy method that could knock out the chi refining late stage monks with one kick was actually blocked. However, the armor that received the kick was not without damage. There were several cracks on it, or it could have been kicked several times. It can also be kicked out. But there were not just one or two people in front of him, but dozens of people, and it would take him a while to kick them while standing. Looking at the crowds of people outside the earth wall, Lin Sheng glanced at Yun Tianba on the cliff, and had the idea of using the Yin Lei talisman. Yun Tianba was also a disciple of the family, and he might have life-saving cards in his storage bag. He must not let it go. He struck first. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng had no reservations. It gave him the confidence to walk into this cave. It was not brought about by the blood and chi method, nor by the yin and thunder talisman, but by the four desires, infinite Buddha and demonic appearance. The ancient magic power will kill people if it doesn't move. The resentful demon form slowly emerged from behind Lin Sheng. The shadow of the demon form was now 10 feet high, and the resentful soul armor on his body became increasingly clear. Take care of yourself and blast open the earth wall. Lin Sheng's voice contained no emotion. The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, felt the strong resentment radiating from the young master. They were horrified, and at the same time, they gathered strength and controlled the earth wall to explode suddenly. The earthen wall would not block the sight of Lin Sheng and others, but it would block the sight of outsiders. Naturally, Yun Tianba would not be able to see what was going on. If he could see it, he would probably throw the Yin Lei talisman immediately. The sudden explosion of the earth wall shocked the besieging monks, but the armor that could withstand the violent attacks of blood and energy magic could naturally also protect against the impact of the earth wall explosion. They turned their surprise into joy and were about to rush up, but Lin Sheng was faster than them. Like a tiger coming out of its cage, he slapped everyone with his palm. The resentful demon phase on his body made the same move. The 1-foot-tall resentful demon phase had naturally much longer arms than Lin Sheng. Before Lin Sheng's palm hit the person, the resentful demon phase's arm directly swept the person away. It was obviously a phantom demon, but it hit the monks forcefully. In an instant, several monks were knocked away and lost their lives in flight. The other monks were shocked, but no one showed any cowardice. They used the law weapon spell to fight back. In a life and death fight, whoever is afraid will die. The flying sword spell hit Lin Sheng, but it only made the resentful demon tremble, and a few strands of resentment dissipated, and he managed to withstand the attack. After Lin Sheng struck that palm again, he originally wanted to rush to the cliff to capture the thief first, but somewhere in the dark, a special divine ability appeared in his mind. Sword of Resentment. Lin Sheng subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at the besieging monk, and the resentful demon phase made the same move. A black sword flew out of the demon phase's fingertips, and instantly pierced the pointed monk. The black sword penetrated the monk and turned into a wisp of resentful soul that flew back to the resentful demon phase. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and started pointing at everyone. The black flying sword flew out from the fingers of the resentful demon. Every monk who was pointed at him was stunned. He looked horrified and couldn't avoid it at all. Two of the chi-refining late-stage monks barely managed to dodge the first black sword, and then were pierced by the second flying sword. In an instant, countless black swords were seen dancing wildly in the field, and after a few breaths, only corpses were left on the ground. The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, looked at the young master showing off his power with dull expressions. For a moment, they felt a little redundant. They were obviously protectors, so why did they end up being protected by others? Lin Shengao stood still and glanced towards the cliff. He originally thought that Yuntianba would take the opportunity to make a sneak attack, but unexpectedly he saw a different scenery. With a dry smile on his face, Lao Yun held a flying sword on Yuntianba's neck and held him down. Young Master 13, don't look at me like that. I am forced to do nothing. It is better for you to die than for me to die. I can still assist other young masters when I go back. Lao Yun, I should have thought you were this kind of person. Do you think he would let you go? Yun Tianba's face was full of anger and he cursed angrily. He was shocked when the earth wall exploded just now, and then he saw the black demon-like phantom killing everyone. Just as he was about to take out the Yin Lei talisman, a flying sword was placed on his neck, and then Lao Yun was still worried and had to use magic to create branches and tie his hands behind his back. If I wait for Senior Lin to come and kill me, I will naturally have no way to survive. But now that I have defected before the battle, Senior Lin will definitely not be able to kill me. Lao Yun's last words were almost shouted, for fear that Lin Sheng wouldn't hear. Putting away his magic skills, Lin Sheng looked at Lao Yun with Yuntianba in his arms with a playful smile on his face. Yes, Lao Yun, you have done a good job. I will naturally spare your life. As for you, Lin Sheng said and looked sideways at Yun Tianba, what did fellow Yun Taoist just say? If I can make a comeback, will you eat that big stone? Yun Tianba's face turned bitter. Brother, it turns out you are really the protagonist in the storybook. I was just kidding you. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to whatever you say. Really? Lin Sheng touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm very interested in the soul-controlling spell, and what is the Li family's plan? Tell it clearly. Yuntianba looked hesitant. Will you let me go if I tell you? Of course, I keep my word. Lin Sheng replied in the affirmative. Lao Yun looked slightly nervous. He opened his mouth and then immediately closed it. He was already considering taking action himself. Nowadays, everyone is a knife and a fish, and Yuntianba has no other choice but to accept his fate. I don't know the Li family's plan at all. He just wants me to get rid of you. I've told you the rest. Yun Tianba said with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Brother, if you had told me you were so powerful, I wouldn't dare to do it. You are blaming me. Lin Sheng laughed dumbly, but he did not suspect that Yuntianba was lying. Based on his understanding of the Li family, Yuntianba was indeed not qualified to know the inside story, and could only be a thug. Where's the soul control spell? It's in the storage bag. Yun Tianba was very cooperative, but because his hands were tied behind his back, only Lao Yun had to do it for him. I can't tell, but you are quite rich. Lin Sheng briefly checked the storage bag and put it away when he saw what he needed. Compared with Big Brother, I'm just a drop in the bucket. Yuntianba said with a flattering look on his face. Lin Sheng was so calm that he looked at Yuntianba without saying anything, and the air suddenly became quiet. Yuntianba's eyelids trembled. Brother, you promised not to kill me, and I have a soul leader on my body. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape. What's the situation with three-clawed perfected being? Lin Sheng suddenly spoke, but he said a name that Yuntianba didn't expect. Yuntianba was only slightly confused for a moment, and then answered immediately. The one who is performing in Heavenly Medicine Park today is Sandclaw. He will come back later. Brother, please spare my life. I will cooperate with you to take him down. There is really ginseng fruit in his storage bag. What's your relationship with him? He is from the Li family, and I have nothing to do with him. Oh, brother, don't do it. You said you wouldn't kill me. You said it yourself. It's your word. Before Yuntianba could finish his words, Lin Sheng raised his hand and easily blew his head off. After all, he was just a monk in the early stage of qi refining, so killing him was like killing a chicken. Of course I keep my word, but I also like to go back on my word, hehehehehe. Lin Sheng looked at Lao Yun with a smile. Lao Yun, do I look evil now? Lao Yun's pupils shrank and he shook his head quickly. No, 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 Senior Lin is upright and upright. This is to eliminate harm for the righteous path. Scum like Yun Shisen should have died long ago. Really, what do you think? Lin Sheng glanced at the three brothers Long, Hu, and Bao again, and the three nodded quickly, obviously very much in agreement. Senior Lin, this is the token of the rank 2 formation Spirit Golden Lock Empty Formation. Lao Yun presented a golden token with both hands with a face full of flattery. Rank 2 formation. Lin Sheng looked surprised. This is a formation that can block the attack of the foundation building overhaul. Yes, this formation was borrowed by Li Ziyuan from Yun Shisen. It can withstand foundation building overhaul attacks, but this formation is only a trapping formation and does not have killing spirit patterns. Lao Yun quickly explained. But according to Senior's ability, trapping people is also killing people. Lao Yun had already determined in his heart that Lin Sheng was a foundation building overhaul who deliberately hid his cultivation level. Otherwise, couldn't have massacred dozens of chi refining monks. This is something that only foundation building overhaul can easily accomplish. Lin Sheng took the golden token and said with a faint expression, Lao Yun, you are a talent. I really don't want to kill you. I would like to be controlled by the soul curse. Lao Yun looked nervous when he heard this and said quickly. Lin Sheng looked thoughtful, he could kill Lao Yun or not. If he killed him, he would at most add an emotional soul. If he didn't kill him, would he put him back and become an undercover agent? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng took out the secret book of soul control spell and looked at it. After a while, Lin Sheng put away the secret book, reached out and touched Lao Yun's forehead. The soul control spell was very simple. It split a strand of spiritual consciousness into a consciousness seed, and planted it into the sea of consciousness of the recipient to control his life and death. However, the recipient of the spell is required to let go of the sea of consciousness and cooperate. If there is even a hint of unwillingness, the spell will fail. Moreover, the soul-controlling curse has a fatal flaw. As long as the recipient is one level higher than the caster, the soul-controlling curse can be easily erased. Considering that half of Lao Yun's body is about to be buried in the ground, Lin Sheng doesn't think he can still become the foundation building overhaul and stage a dramatic comeback. So he showed great mercy and spared Lao Yun's life. Moreover, the soul-controlling spell cast on Lao Yun was successful in one go, which surprised Lin Sheng. It can be seen that Lao Yun really did not have the slightest thought of resisting. He is truly a talent. After planting the soul-controlling spell, Lin Sheng signaled the three brothers Long, Hu, and Bao to clean up the scene, and then looked at Lao Yun. Will Three Claws come here? Lao Yun hesitated and said, maybe, maybe not. Yun Shisen has made a plan with him before. If the medicine garden failed, it stands to reason that he should come here. But the old slave guesses that he is not from the Li family, so he is not sure whether he will abide by the agreement. Oh, why did you say that? This person is good at picking up tonics. Master should know that the delicate body of the Li family is most afraid of being entangled with the energy of lust. It was quite natural for Lao Yun to call Lin Sheng his master, completely putting himself into the role of a slave. How did you find out? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Just now in the medicine garden, he didn't see any lustful energy in the three claws. Lao Yun smiled shyly. Old slave has been clean for many years and has some natural sensitivity to special smells. It turns out he's an old bachelor, so that's understandable. Single quote. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. He knew clearly that the Li family's delicate body was an acquired spirit body. To put it bluntly, it was not allowed to use the art of replenishing. It was necessary to keep the body pure, and the mana would naturally be stronger than that of monks of the same level. To be strong. However, the art of collecting and nourishing seriously pollutes the legal body. The more frequently you practice, the more intense the lust will become, and naturally you will not be able to keep the legal body pure. Lin Sheng was deeply impressed by Sanjiao from the transaction a year ago. Could it be that that transaction was related to Secret Realm? Did the art of collecting tonic come about in this secret realm? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng had some thoughts in his heart. Although the art of dual cultivation and the art of collecting tonic are the same kind of behavior, they have different effects. The former feeds each other, while the latter only takes away, benefiting oneself at the expense of others. There are countless dual cultivation techniques in Shushanfang City, but there are no tonic techniques. You must know that in the Immortal Cultivation world, doing things that benefit oneself at the expense of others often bring about great results and gains. I am determined to achieve this. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought in his heart that the aura of lust is just an illusory thing. After practicing the 4 demonic skills of desire, should he still be afraid of a little aura of lust? As a demon, it is reasonable to have some lust in his body. You go and wait outside the cave. If 3 Claws comes, bring him in. Don't let him see the flaw. Lin Sheng ordered and dispelled the formation, and Lao Yun quickly agreed and walked out of the cave. Wu Zulong handed a stack of storage bags to Lin Sheng and said hesitantly, "Young master, this person knows your secrets. If he tells them, I'm afraid it will cause trouble, why not?" Wu Lubao agreed, reaching out and making a slashing motion. Lin Sheng took the storage bag and put it away without checking it. There was some hesitation in his heart. Although the soul control spell could control Lao Yun's life and death, his thoughts were not noticeable. If he told about the magic power, it would really be a mistake. Question. The undercover thing is probably a bit taken for granted. I have agreed to spare his life, if he goes back on his word. Young master, have you forgotten? You love to go back on your word. Wu Zonghu reminded in a low voice. Lin Sheng looked displeased when he heard this and glared at Wu Zonghu. The latter smiled and looked away. Forget it, when he comes in later, you can find any reason to kill him. Lin Sheng no longer hesitated. As a devil, he should act as he pleased without any scruples. Besides, Lao Yun was not a good bird either. Using the magic power, a terrifying suction force erupted from Lin Sheng's nose, and wisps of emotional souls emerged from the corpse, flew straight to Lin Sheng, and penetrated into his nasal cavity. Such a scene made the 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao feel cold. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw that the young master's magic skills were getting more and more terrifying. The last ray of soul was sucked into the nasal cavity, and Lin Sheng let out a moan of pleasure. The 30 corpses contributed 21 rays of soul, including 11 rays of resentful soul, 9 rays of angry soul, and 1 ray of joyful soul. I don't know which eldest brother was so happy after his death and contributed a ray of joy and soul. 9 rays of angry spirit entered the body, and in the dantian, after the resentment demon seed, the angry demon seed finally appeared shrouded in a demonic shadow. Lin Sheng tried it, and a gray angry demon-like shadow appeared on his body. The same demon-like shadow was his face. The armor on his body was not complete, but the armor pieces that had manifested were all angry. The human face seemed to be roaring. The more souls are absorbed, the more armor pieces the demon phase will have, and the clearer the armor will be. Compared with the already 10-foot-tall resentful demon phase, the wrathful demon phase is still a little short of that. As for those who suddenly realize the wrathful demon phase divine ability, that's a no-brainer. However, Lin Sheng couldn't figure out why divine ability was learned in battle rather than recorded in the skills. He just thought it was the special nature of ancient magic skills. For example, Lin Sheng was able to swallow many souls just now because he became more and more proficient in magic arts and could easily pick them up. It is indeed an ancient magic skill. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed slightly in his heart. Killing dozens of chi refining monks was as easy as eating and drinking, and consumed almost no mana. All that was consumed was the soul of the demonic form itself. Although the resentful sword turned into a soul and flew back after killing people, Lin Sheng could clearly sense the weakness of the soul, and he was afraid that it would completely dissipate with one more blow. What if the foundation building is overhauled? Which one is strong and which one is weak? Single quote. Lin Sheng suddenly thought of Kai Lianzi, who was easily killed by the Yin Lei talisman, and the idea of competing with the foundation building overhaul was immediately thrown out of his mind. It's better to bully brother Qi refining honestly. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and looked at the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard, go to the entrance of the cave and ambush them. As soon as the 3 claws enter the hole, they will be captured. Outside the cave, Lao Yun rubbed his face vigorously and put on a calm look. He didn't know if the 3 claws would come, but since it was Lin Sheng's order, he didn't dare to disobey it. He could only bet that the 3 claws would follow the agreement. Wait for half an hour to pass. The passage was quiet and there was no one in sight. Lin Sheng, who was hiding in the dark, frowned slightly. It was estimated that 3 claws would not come and it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. As everyone was about to walk out of the cave, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the passage. Lao Yun, who was a little depressed at first, immediately cheered up and looked intently to see a man wearing a mask walking towards him. It's indeed Three Claws. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and gave the three brothers Long, Hu and Bao a calm look. Lao Yun looked at Sanjiao approaching with a blank expression. You were late, the matter has been resolved. The three claws that were approaching suddenly stopped, and the eyes behind the mask stared at Lao Yun. Where's Yuntianba? Inside. Lao Yun turned sideways and motioned for Three Claws to go in. Let him come out, Sanjiao said coldly. Lao Yun sneered. What is your identity that allows my young master to come to greet you? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a bright light burst out from Sanjiao's body, and he suddenly ran away. Grass. Lin Sheng cursed angrily and chased out, followed closely by the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. The three claws escaped the light at an astonishing speed, and it was unknown what the magic was. They disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. The duck in his mouth flew away, and Lin Sheng looked at Lao Yun with anger in his eyes. You must have given him the secret code. Master, this old slave has been wronged. Old slave. Lao Yun knelt down with fear on his face. Before he could finish his words, Lin Sheng's sword of resentment pierced his chest, and he died simply. Young master, do you still want to pursue me? Seeing that the young master was furious, Wu Zulong cautiously asked aloud. Everyone is gone, and you're still chasing after someone. Get your storage bag, let's go. Lin Sheng said and took a sudden breath at Lao Yun's corpse, and a wisp of resentful soul was inhaled into his nose. A group of 4 people flew out of the Rift Valley quickly. They came in a 3-guarantee formation, but when they left, Lin Sheng took the lead, followed closely by the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard, looking like thugs. After finding a certain direction and flying for a while, the 4 of them landed on a hillside. Dig out a cave and come out. Lin Sheng gave the order, and the 3 brothers Long Hubao immediately took action. For them, who were practicing earth magic, it was not easy to dig out a cave, and they even thoughtfully carved out several rooms. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng didn't even take a look at the room specially decorated by Long Hubao. He directly set up the spirit gold lock array in the cave, then took out the token with the sealing talisman attached to it from the storage bag and threw it to Wu Zulong. You just stay here in the cave mansion. If any qi refining monks come, you and I will attack from inside and outside. If the foundation building overhaul comes. The 3 brothers Long Hubao immediately understood what the young master was thinking and said quickly. Young master, don't worry. If the qi refining monk comes, we will twist off his head without you taking action. If the foundation building overhaul comes, we will tell him that your head has been twisted off by that Yuntianba. Lin Sheng shook his head when he heard this. If it's a qi refining monk, you can kill yourself. If it's a foundation building overhaul, you can kill yourself. Don't hesitate. The foundation building overhaul knows the soul searching technique, but my Lin family doesn't know the soul locking technique. I understand. The 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao responded in unison with determination in their eyes. Seeing the tragic expressions of the 3 brothers, Long, Hu and Bao, Lin Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so tragic. I expect it will only take 1 day. If there is no foundation building overhaul within 1 day, we will not come again. Why? Because there is no major renovation of the foundation building here. Lin Sheng grinned, turned around and flew away. He had ignored one detail before. Why didn't a foundation building overhaul come out to greet the ancestor of the Zonqing sect? Because foundation building overhaul is likely to be trapped deep in the secret realm, and this operation is to rescue foundation building overhaul. As for why the ancestor of the Zonqing sect didn't take action personally, the reason is very simple, because she was also afraid. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Zonqing sect was only 350 years old now. She had at least more than 150 years of good life left, so how could she kiss him? To dangerous places. There are monks from various countries in Qinghai County and even in the secret realm, and there are many people with mixed eyes. Packaging this rescue operation as a young talent operation of the alliance of hundreds of clans can completely deceive others. Which group of people are the strongest under the foundation building? Of course they are young talents from major families. It is an overhaul of the foundation building of the alliance of hundreds of races, so it naturally requires the alliance of hundreds of races to rescue it. That must be it. Single quote. Lin Sheng became more and more convinced of his own judgment. The Li family's target this time must be Li Ziyuan's own arbitrary actions. After flying a certain distance, Lin Sheng landed in a valley. He simply took out a cave mansion and got in. Compared to the exquisite cave mansion of the three brothers, Long, Tiger and Leopard, his cave mansion was a bit unsightly. However, it had no impact. It was just a temporary transition. Lin Sheng simply arranged a golden light array and began to take stock of the gains from this Jedi comeback. This crisis may seem dangerous, but it is actually within Lin Sheng's control. The degree of danger is not as high as that of Monk Jufu. There are a total of 31 storage bags, and a total of more than 300 low-grade spiritual stones were opened. Among them, Yuntianba's storage bag contributed more than 200 low-grade spiritual stones, and the other spiritual stones were pitiful. There are also several talismans, including 1 rank 2 Yin Thunder Talisman, 17 rank 1 Explosion Talisman, 6 rank 1 Diamond Talisman, and 13 rank 1 Light Body Talisman. The rest are all inferior talismans. Seeing the Explosion Talisman, Lin Sheng thought of the female cultivator who played with human bombs. If the Explosion Talisman is used well, it can change the situation of the battle, or directly turn defeat into victory. It is an extremely famous murder talisman among the rank 1 talismans. The Diamond Talisman is a defensive talisman that is used more often by low-level monks, but it is as fragile as paper in front of the Sword of Resentment. The Light Body Talisman is an auxiliary talisman, generally used by low-level monks to travel. Firstly, it saves mana. Secondly, after all, not everyone has flying swords and can wield swords. After classifying the talismans, Lin Sheng began to take stock of the harvest of elixirs. 2 bottles of rank 1 spirit pill, half a bottle of rank 1 blood activating pill, 3 bottles of rank 1 solid yuan pill, and a few bottles of unknown pills that Lin Sheng couldn't recognize. However, the smell was too pungent, so it must be poison. Pills. There is no need to mention the effects of Jing Spirit Pill and Huazu Pill. Guyuan Dan and Jing Spirit Pill have similar medicinal effects, but the effect is much worse. They are sold in many Shushanfang markets and the price is relatively cheap. They are essential pills for poor monks to practice medicine. Finally, there was the law weapon harvest, 29 sets of broken law weapon armors. According to the fluctuations in spiritual power, they were low-grade law weapon. They were made in the same format and should be mass products. The low-grade law weapon has 9 flying swords, 3 broadswords, and 7 turtle shields. Lin Sheng turned over and found no other special law weapons. It can be seen that the law weapons of monks are generally swords and shields. It is worth mentioning the only middle-grade law weapon, Tianba sword. That's right, it was the sword that Lao Yun used to hold Yuntian Ba hostage. It looked unattractive, but he didn't expect it to be a middle-grade law weapon, with the word, Tianba, engraved on the hilt. Yun Tianba actually had a middle-grade law weapon, which made Lin Sheng couldn't help but wonder what his status was in the Yun family. A qi refining family that was not ranked highly actually prepared a middle-grade law weapon for a monk who was in the early stages of qi refining. Isn't this equivalent to a small horse driving a big car? Can he withstand it? However, Yun Tianba is self-aware and knows that he can't control it, so he handed the sword to Lao Yun. Lao Yun lived up to his expectations and used this Tianba sword to take him down. It's amazing to think about it. Some couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Lin Sheng was a little disapproving of Yun Tianba's death. His name showed his status in the family. There were at least 12 brothers in front of him. But after seeing the Tianba sword, Lin Sheng had to consider the impact of soul guidance, at least not to appear in front of the Yun family for a short time. The soul guide will not exist forever and will naturally dissipate after a few months, so Lin Sheng will not be able to show his face for at least half a year. I don't know if any of the 29 people or family disciples who have planted souls. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and looked slightly sad, but after seeing the dozens of storage bags in front of him, the sadness in his heart disappeared immediately. In addition to the elixirs and talismans, there were also some animal bone medicinal materials, most of which were worthless goods. However, one of them gave Lin Sheng a surprise, which was a ginseng fruit with a rich fruity aroma. How much spiritual stone is the lifespan spirit fruit worth? Lin Sheng was not sure. For young monks, the spiritual fruit that increased their lifespan by 5 years was somewhat cherished but not a priceless treasure. But for the old monster who was about to be transformed, the longevity fruit was the hope of life. Lin Sheng put the ginseng fruit back into the box, affixed the sealing talisman and put it away. It was impossible to sell it, but it might be of great use in the future. Finally, there were dozens of secret realm tokens, which Lin Sheng also left behind. If the Li family found them based on the location of the tokens, it could also be used to confuse them. The rest were some unattractive things. Lin Sheng even dug out a few nuns' underwear that had obviously been worn. It was unknown which pervert collected it, but he burned it with a fire. It was only the first day and he had gained so much. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that this trip to the secret realm was well worth it. Even if he left now, he would still have gained a lot. However, considering that Li Tianba had just died and the Yun family might have received the news, Lin Sheng felt that it would be safer to hide in the secret realm. Although he is not afraid of the Yun family, it would be a bit unclear if it is involved in the internal struggle within the alliance. There is no guarantee that all the 4 desired demonic skills will be exposed by then. Opening the secret realm map, Lin Sheng prepared to find a dangerous place to hide and catch fish tomorrow. The 2 most dangerous places marked on the map are Sword Burial Ground and Yunmengzi. These 2 places are secret realms among secret realms and are extremely dangerous. Whether there is a chance or not cannot be verified, but the degree of danger has been verified by the bones of countless monks. The next day, Lin Sheng took the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard towards the Sword Burial Ground. Last night, the 3 brothers, Long, Hu, and Bao, lived in a state of panic. They were afraid that the foundation building would be overhauled and would wake up from their meditation sessions whenever there was any disturbance. Things developed just as Lin Sheng suspected. No foundation building overhaul came, and not even a qi refining monk was seen. I don't know whether Li Ziyuan really didn't know that Yuntianba was dead, or whether he didn't come over because he was delayed by other things. Since there were no pursuers, Lin Sheng had plenty of time. The 4 of them had a very leisurely journey. Occasionally, they met other monks on the road who were very friendly and said hello. Firstly, I wanted to find out if anything big happened in Secret Realm, and secondly, I wanted to borrow some spiritual stones and flowers. It doesn't matter if I borrow more or less, the main thing is to live in harmony. Facts have proved that in the face of absolute power, unruly monks will become extremely friendly, and would rather become paupers themselves than lend spiritual stones to Lin Sheng. There are still many good people in the world. Lin Sheng looked emotional and took the Tianba sword away from the neck of a young monk. Fellows of our generation should help each other. If fellow Taoist is still short of spiritual stones next time, just ask Bai. The male cultivator surnamed Bai said righteously. Lin Sheng was extremely moved. Fellow Taoist Bai is highly righteous, may I ask if fellow Taoist is from the Bai family of the alliance? The male cultivator named Bai quickly shook his head. Bai is just Bai, not a disciple of the Bai family in the alliance. I see. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, held up the Tianba sword, and motioned the male cultivator to look at the hilt of the sword. Fellow Taoist can recognize this sword. I don't know you. The male cultivator surnamed Bai waved his hands repeatedly. Bai grew up in a poor family and did not enter the academy, so he is not literate. Oh, that's it. Lin Sheng looked stunned, and then said, it doesn't matter that fellow Taoist is illiterate. Let me tell you, this sword is the Tianba sword, middle-grade law weapon. Quote. It turns out that this sword is a middle-grade law weapon, no wonder it is so sharp. The male cultivator surnamed Bai looked shocked. He glanced at the hold shield law weapon on the ground, and his face showed a look of heartache. Pretending to be quite similar. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart and said with a smile, fellow Taoist, don't be so arrogant. I, Yun Tianba, am responsible for all the work. This shield, law weapon, will also be converted into spiritual stones. The Yun family will repay you when the time comes. The male cultivator surnamed Bai looked hesitant. Does fellow Yun Taoist really mean what he said? Of course. Lin Sheng nodded solemnly and replied in the affirmative. Okay. The male cultivator surnamed Bai nodded and took a few steps back. After seeing Lin Sheng and others standing there indifferently, he quickly ran into the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's go on our way. Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze, turned around and gave an order, and the 4 of them flew towards the Sword Burial Ground again. Young master, will that person believe it? Wu Zulong asked. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The important thing is to let that person remember Yun Tianba's name. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. He just wanted to cause some trouble for the Yun family. Wu Lubao was confused. Young master, why don't you just take away his storage bag and just keep him alive? Lin Sheng shook his head when he heard this. If we really do this, we won't be able to frame the Yun family. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the three people, Lin Sheng knew that the brains of the barbarians were not very easy to use, so he explained, we are just borrowing spiritual stones from them now. We can borrow more or less. We just need to let them know who borrowed it. Good. When they ask for spiritual stones from the Yun family, they will naturally kill Yun Tianba's identity. Who will care about the authenticity of my identity? If you even snatch away their storage bags, you will end their path to immortality. Without the Yun family's intervention, they will do everything they can to confirm our identities. Wu Zulong was still puzzled, but Yun Tianba is dead. By then, as long as the Yun family tells the truth, won't they be able to stay out of the matter? That's why we borrow rather than rob. It doesn't matter whether Yun Tianba lives or dies. What matters is that the Yun family repays the spiritual stones they lent. Yun Tianba is dead, who can prove it? Is it easier to find the truth of the matter, or is it easier to block the door of the Yun family and ask for spiritual stones? To put it bluntly, whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. If the Yun family has a major overhaul of the foundation building, they will definitely not dare to ask for the spirit stones, but the Yun family is just a qi refining family. After some explanations, seeing that the three of them still seemed confused, Lin Sheng said helplessly, that's all, you don't need to know that much, just follow orders. The three brothers Longhubao nodded and said no more. Along the way, Lin Sheng and his party met 6 groups and borrowed spirit stones from 18 monks. Most of them were monks in the middle stage of qi refining. There were also die-hards among them. However, they still lent them obediently under the friendly persuasion of Tianba sword. Spiritual stone. There were not many spiritual stones borrowed, only 57 low-grade spiritual stones in total. They were all poor people, and some of them claimed to be disciples in the alliance, but were from families that Lin Sheng had never heard of. These alliance disciples also wanted to play the emotional card, but they were rejected by Lin Shengyi, who treated everyone equally. Most of the day passed, but he still hadn't borrowed 100 spirit stones. Later, Lin Sheng was a little uninterested, so he simply stopped his impulsive action and rushed straight to the burial site without further delay. Sword Burial Ground. Judging from its name, you can tell that it is a place where swords are buried. There are countless mortal swords inserted in it, some have decayed over the years, and some are still sharp. I don't know when it started, but a secret rumor spread among the monks that there was a law treasure flying sword in the sword burial place. Every law treasure is born from the gold core monk's own elixir fire, which is infinitely powerful. For this rumored law treasure flying sword, countless monks buried their bones in the sword burial ground, but this still could not deter the monks who longed for the opportunity. I don't know if this law treasure flying sword is news deliberately spread by the 100 Tribes Alliance. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and saw a unique and high-rising hilltop from a distance. The top of the hill looked like the hilt of a sword. The closer you get to the burial site, the more monks you see. Most of them are in groups. Occasionally, there are a few loners flying by. They are all qi refining late stage. They are obviously very confident in their own strength. Lin Sheng and his group did not hide the fluctuations in their cultivation, so most of the monks stayed away from Lin Sheng and his group when they saw them. There were not many qi refining late stage monks in the secret realm. What's more, they are in groups. They are not members of the 100 Clans Alliance, but they are also disciples of a major sect. No matter how you look at them, they are not easy to mess with. Lin Sheng even saw a few fellow Taoists who lent him spirit stones. When they looked over, he showed a friendly smile, but the latter looked away with distress on their faces. The 4 people landed at the entrance of the sword burial ground, but Lin Sheng did not enter immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at the figure slowly approaching in the forest. The 3 brothers Longhubao didn't know why, but they cooperated and stood behind Lin Sheng. After a while, several groups of monks appeared from the forest. Seeing that the entrance was blocked by Lin Sheng and 4 others, they all frowned, and some even had evil eyes and a fierce look on their faces. What does fellow Taoist mean by blocking the entrance? Someone asked. Could it be that you want to collect tolls on the road? Came another voice. As soon as these words came out, Lin Sheng was stunned. Why hadn't he thought about road tolls? So he went to see who the wise man said it. As a result, I saw a male cultivator with a evasive expression, who actually looked familiar. He was the cultivator named Bai. Lin Sheng chuckled. Fellow Taoists, please don't misunderstand me. Although toll collection is a good thing, I will not do it. Then why are you blocking the entrance? Get out of here. You have delayed our opportunity to find the opportunity, and the lost treasure flying sword was found and taken away by others. Can you afford to pay for it? I think this person has bad intentions. Fellow Taoists, let's go up side by side and kill him. ... Lin Sheng looked for a voice and saw that the loudest shouters were the monks in the early stage of qi refining, while the monks in the middle and late stage of qi refining all looked solemn and did not say anything. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. When he first stepped onto the path of immortality, he thought he was the son of destiny, but he didn't know his status as cannon fodder. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart and said with a smile, fellow Taoists, please don't be impatient. Please listen to the next words. I am Yun Tianba, a disciple of the Yun family of the 100 Clans Alliance. You all know that there is a lost treasure flying sword in this sword burial place, but you don't know where the lost treasure is. But I happen to know some news. Is this true? A monk asked impatiently. Of course, but the place where the lost treasure is located is too dangerous. Even if you go there, you won't be able to grab the lost treasure. Even if you are lucky enough to grab it, how can you leave safely under so many fellow Taoists? Why don't you give up the opportunity of lost treasure and help me seize lost treasure? I, the Yun family, will never forget everyone's generous actions, and I, Yun Tianba, will remember everyone's kindness for the rest of my life. Lin Sheng said, looking at everyone one by one, and as long as there is a fellow Taoist who is willing to take action, I am willing to pay 20 low-grade spiritual stones as a reward. As soon as these words came out, most of the monks showed a hint of excitement in their eyes, but there were also people with serious expressions, which made Lin Sheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. The lost treasure incident was naturally false, and Lin Sheng was just trying to trick these people into going into danger with him. As for what he was doing going into danger, what good can a devil do? Lin Sheng naturally had the same plan when he asked Yuntianba to take him to the independent cultivator stronghold, and wanted to recruit a group of cannon fodder. However, Yuntianba suddenly betrayed him, causing the plan to go bankrupt. Now, the trip to the sword burial ground naturally restarted the plan. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the place fell into silence for a while. Occasionally, a few groups of newly arrived monks had to stop and watch for no apparent reason. Did too many spirit stones scare them? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and after a little thought, he roughly understood the mood of these people. I am afraid they all have doubts. So he increased the temptation. If you fellow Taoists don't believe it, I am willing to pay half of the reward first, and then pay the other half after the work is completed. Is this true? Immediately, a monk who couldn't bear the temptation asked. Lin Sheng's face wearing a human skin mask showed a hint of pride. I, Yuntianba, spit and nail. People who know me well call me, Ba Ba. Why, Ba Ba? That's domineering. Domineering. Lao Yun, go to the spiritual stone. Seeing Lin Sheng's gaze sweeping towards him, Wu Zulong was stunned for a moment and then realized that it was him whom Lao Yun was calling. Wu Zulong quickly took out the storage bag and dumped the spiritual stones in it on the ground. In addition to the spiritual stones borrowed along the way, Lin Sheng also shared 100 low-grade spiritual stones with him when he went to Cave Mansion in the morning. Plus a little bit of his assets. A total of more than 200 colorful low-grade spiritual stones were piled up on the ground. Greedy eyes flashed across the pile of spiritual stones, but no one dared to come up and snatch them. The monk surnamed Bai in the crowd looked at the spiritual stones on the ground, his heart bleeding. There were several spiritual stones he contributed, and there were many monks with the same mentality as him. What do you fellow Taoists think? Lin Sheng looked arrogant. As long as you are willing to help me, come and get 10 spiritual stones. But the ugly words are ahead. As long as you receive my spirit stone, you must not give up halfway. Anyone who regrets halfway, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Lin Sheng was not in a hurry and waited silently. After some time for tea, someone finally couldn't resist the temptation, stepped forward and took away 10 low-grade spiritual stones. I hope fellow Taoist will keep his word. Lin Sheng smiled. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I, Yuntianba, am known for keeping my word. But if fellow Taoist dies in danger due to lack of strength, don't blame me. You must know that on the path of cultivating immortality, life and death are determined by fate. The monk who took the spirit stone nodded when he heard this and stood aside. Where there is the first, there is the second. You can earn 5 low-grade spiritual stones by farming for a big family for a year. You can earn 20 low-grade spiritual stones by visiting the sword burial ground. Where can such a good thing be found? They came here just for the chance. Now someone comes out with a spiritual stone, and if they don't take it, it will be in vain. When the law treasure really appears, it is still unknown who will win. Many people had this idea, so the 200 spiritual stones were quickly taken away. When there were few people, some people were still worried about the conspiracy. When there were more people, the worries disappeared. No matter how you look at it, Lin Sheng and the other 4 are no match for dozens of qi refining monks. Seeing that the last one only got 6 low-grade spiritual stones, Lin Sheng gave Wu Zonghu a look, so Wu Zonghu and Wu Lubao took out their storage bags and continued to pour the spiritual stones. Another pile of more than 200 low-grade spiritual stones was piled up, and the greed in everyone's eyes became even worse. The 3 brothers Long, Hu, and Bao actually didn't save many spiritual stones themselves, but Lin Sheng never treated his own people badly. As a result of yesterday's harvest, the 3 brothers Long, Hu, and Bao each received 100 low-grade spiritual stones, and now they just happened to have them use. To be honest, Lin Sheng was actually a little worried that the group of monks who had taken the spiritual stones would disperse in a hurry, but after seeing the greed in their eyes, Lin Sheng felt that his worries were a bit unnecessary. People die for money, and birds die for food. This principle remains unchanged from ancient times. In the end, a total of 42 people participated in Lin Sheng's treasure hunting plan, including 26 monks in the early stage of qi refining, 11 monks in the middle stage of qi refining, and 5 monks in the late stage of qi refining. The group of people marched into the burial place of the sword in great force, with a few tails secretly following behind them, and others took action to send them away without Lin Sheng's orders. Dozens of spells were thrown at it, and no residue was left. Different from the dense forests of the secret realm, the sword burial land is an endless undulating wasteland. The densely packed swords are inserted in the land in a messy manner. If you smell carefully, you can hear the faint sound of swords in the wind. There is definitely a treasure here. Someone in the crowd muttered. Fellow Taoist Yun, where is the treasure hidden? An elderly monk in the qi refining late stage realm asked. This is my first time here, how do I know where it is? Single quote. Lin Sheng cursed in his heart and did not answer. Yu Feijian found a random direction and flew away, and everyone quickly followed. Those who could fly could only run on the ground. Fortunately, the danger level in the outer areas of the sword burial ground is not great. At most, some swords will attack for no reason, and low-level monks can handle it. Once you reach the center, the danger will rise straight up, because there will be invisible space cracks wandering in the center, and if you hit it, the monk will be torn apart instantly. Seeing the land change from yellow to deep red, Lin Sheng knew that he was approaching the center. Sure enough, the place where the treasure is hidden is in the center of the space rift. The old monk murmured to himself. This place is too dangerous, I'm afraid. A monk showed a look of retreat. When Lin Sheng glanced over, he immediately shut up. Don't worry, it's not in the central area. Lin Sheng said with a smile. He was not stupid. He knew that the central area was dangerous, but he still wanted to go in there. What? Exclamations rang out from the crowd, and discussions immediately began. In the past, everyone went to the central area to hunt for treasures and suffered heavy casualties. Now, after hearing this shocking news, they all showed expressions of disbelief. So that's how it is. It's the opposite. The old monk's face showed a look of astonishment. Lin Sheng didn't know what he was thinking. He glanced around and suddenly saw a bare hillside. He immediately flew over with some thoughts. Standing on the hillside and looking down, a low-lying area came into view, which looked very suitable for a burial place. Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. This expression fell into the eyes of outsiders. The treasure was found over there. Here, is young fellow Taoist joking? Someone flew down to the depression and checked carefully but found nothing special. Haha, if the place where the treasure was hidden was so simple, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? Lin Sheng smiled slightly and took out a golden token from his arms. This is. The elderly male cultivator looked surprised, but it's the key to the treasure land. You know again. Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised in his heart and nodded slightly. Yes, this token is the key to the treasure. As long as it is fixed in the 4 directions, it will summon the 4 chi refining Dzogchen treasure guarding demons. As long as the demons are eliminated, the treasure will be available. Got it. At that time, I will pay all the fellow Taoists the remaining spirit stones. However, I hope that all the fellow Taoists will keep their promises and not rob me of my treasures. If they die in the extermination of demons, please don't feel resentful. Haha, Yun fellow Taoist, don't worry, we will keep our word. Fellow Taoist Yun is too worried. Whoever dares to take your law treasure, I will not let him go. Calling out the devil quickly, what about the chi refining Dzogchen? Every fellow Taoist has one spell, even if the foundation building is overhauled, it will be a disaster. Everyone was impatient and urged, and Lin Sheng sighed quietly. That's all right, everyone, wait a moment, I will open the treasure right now. Lin Sheng and the other 4 flew down to the depression. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Sheng offered up a golden token. The token slowly flew into the air. 4 golden beads flew out from the token, shot out in all directions, and disappeared in an instant. Then golden light burst out from all directions, forming a golden light curtain. The 4-sided light curtain quickly closed, like a giant square bowl tipped upside down on the ground, covering everyone. Then the shining golden token fell into Lin Sheng's hands. For a moment, the environment became very quiet. Everyone looked directly at Lin Sheng, and the few monks in the depression calmly distanced themselves. Fellow Yun Taoist, what does this mean? If I read it correctly, this should be a formation, right? The elderly male cultivator pointed at the golden light screen. Yes, this is the formation. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted. What about this treasure? The elderly male cultivator looked hesitant. In fact, the speed of the light curtain closing just now was not very fast. Even the cultivators in the early stage of chi refining could easily escape. It's just that everyone didn't react for a while and just thought it was a demon summoning vision. No one would think that Lin Sheng had evil intentions. More than 40 chi refining monks, 1 person and 1 spell, also reduced Lin Sheng and the 4 to scum. Even if the formation is now shrouded, there are still monks who don't know why. Lin Sheng smiled. Of course the treasure thing is true. Oh, hearing this, the elderly male cultivator had a look of surprise on his face. Lin Sheng smiled shyly and pointed at himself. It's just that the devil he summoned is me. As long as you kill me, you will naturally get the treasure. There are many treasures in my storage bag. In a daze, Lin Sheng felt as if he really was Yuntianba, and this scene seemed a bit familiar. Is Yun fellow Taoist joking? Everyone's expressions turned cold after hearing this. Some people's palms started to sparkle with spiritual light. Some even more impatient people made a sneak attack with their swords, but they were blocked by the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, please don't rush to take action. Please allow me to say a few more words. Are there any monks from the Alliance of 100 Tribes? If there is, then stand up quickly and I promise not to harm your life. If not, then I will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, I am from the Bai family. Listening to this voice, Lin Sheng knew that it was the person surnamed Bai who lent him the spirit stone, but how could everyone stop attacking just because of a word? Spells and law weapons continued to hit Lin Sheng. Anymore. Lin Sheng's face was calm, and he looked at the overwhelming spells that were coming at him, and the resentful demon stood proudly. The spells flew in front of Lin Sheng, but were offset by the resentment hanging down from the body of the resentful demon. Even the flying sword law weapon only cracked a piece of resentful face armor on the armor. If not, then let's all die. Lin Sheng no longer held back. jumped up in the air and pointed at everyone, and a series of resentful swords shot out from the fingers of the resentful demon. Fellow Yun Taoist, spare your life. I am also a disciple of the Alliance of 100 Clans. Fellow Taoists, don't hold back and fight back quickly. Fellow Taoist, spare your life, I don't want the spirit stone anymore. I am willing to help fellow Taoist practice, and I hope fellow Taoist will show mercy. Some shouted for mercy, some stood up to resist, and some tried to break through the formation to escape. Some were even frightened and froze in place, watching helplessly as the resentful sword penetrated the magic barrier and penetrated the body. After just one blow, only a dozen people were left standing safely on the field, including the 5 Alliance disciples who were not attacked. What kind of spell is this? The elderly male cultivator looked horrified. There was a red shield floating in front of him, and cracks had appeared on it. It's a pretty good baby. Single quote. Lin Sheng slowly landed on the ground and looked at the red shield. He had just paid special attention to the elderly male cultivator and used 3 resentful swords. Unexpectedly, they were all blocked. How does Yun fellow Taoist kill like this and be different from a demon? Aren't you afraid of being known by the world? Another monk on the chi refining late stage was full of resentment. His right arm was empty and bleeding. What frightened him even more was the feeling in his heart. Strong resentment emerged. Lin Sheng turned his head and looked at Wu Zulong. Look at what an upright person he is. His arms were cut off by me and he still calls me fellow Taoist. Then he looked at Wu Zonghu. Did I do something wrong? Without waiting for Wu Zonghu to answer, Lin Sheng turned to look at the cultivator with a face full of resentment. Fellow Taoist, what you said is wrong. You are here to hunt for treasure, and I am the treasure you were looking for. How can I be killed? Woolen cloth. Before we came down, I made it clear to all fellow Taoists that life and death depend on fate. 10 low-grade spiritual stones are not that easy to get. They are money to buy your life. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the resentful sword burst out again. Sounds of begging for mercy and angry curses came one after another. In the face of death, not everyone is a strong-willed man. They will cry and beg for mercy, and then be pierced by a sword and die. Greed is the original sin. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed with emotion, flew up the hillside and walked to the elderly male cultivator. I didn't expect that you were not killed by the 6 resentful swords. At this time, the elderly male cultivator fell to the ground. The 6th resentful sword shattered the shield and opened a large hole in his right chest. In this way, the elderly male cultivator was still swallowing the healing elixir. I know a secret and I can tell it to fellow Taoist. I just ask fellow Taoist to spare my life. The elderly male cultivator said with a weak expression. Lin Sheng nodded. Okay, tell me. The elderly male cultivator showed a pale smile. Fellow Taoist, don't think that I am old and easy to deceive. As long as the fellow Taoist is willing to take the inner demon oath, I will tell you. Lin Sheng did not argue. Okay, I swear an oath from my inner demon. As long as fellow Taoist tells the secret today, I will spare fellow Taoist's life, otherwise he will be struck by 5 thunders and die. In the Immortal Cultivation world, the oath of inner demons is very serious. Breaking the oath will lead to instability of the Taoist heart. When breaking through the realm, it is easy to trigger inner demons, causing the practice to go crazy. The more advanced monks are, the less likely they are to take the oath of inner demons. Seeing Lin Sheng's straightforward words, the elderly male cultivator no longer hesitated and said decisively, there is indeed a lot treasure in the sword burial ground in Yunmangzi, but I don't know where it is hidden. Where did you find out? My ancestor is a treasure cultivator, and there is a secret realm in this secret realm. There must be a treasure hidden there. Lin Sheng had no expression on his face when he heard this. Is it over? Seeing Lin Sheng's dull reaction, the elderly male cultivator hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist, I can help you hunt for treasures. I am very good at treasure hunting. Fine. Lin Sheng nodded, waved his hand and smashed the old male cultivator's head to free him. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao jumped. Wu Zulong even looked sad. Young master, the consequences of violating the oath of inner demons are extremely serious. At the least, the inner demon is haunted, and at the worst, the heavenly demon enters the body. Lin Sheng looked sideways at Wu Zulong. What kind of inner demon is heavenly demon's mess? Which demon have you ever seen who is afraid of the inner demon's oath? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zulong looked stunned, as if it was true. Lin Sheng looked at the 3 trembling monks standing aside. Don't let me ask you your registration number. The male cultivator surnamed Bai said quickly. I am the fellow Taoist, and I also lent you the spirit stone. My name is Bai Lianhua, a direct disciple of the Bai family, and Bai Yumo is my aunt. My name is Wu Ziyi, a disciple of the Wu family. I am the Ding Dezu, the sole proponent of the Ding family. Hehehehe. Lin Sheng let out a chuckle. One white lotus can withstand the other. Your family's naming is too casual. Bai Lianhua said with a wry smile. It's Lianhua, not lotus. I know, Bai Lianhua. Lin Sheng nodded, took out a round black crystal bead and looked at Bai Lianhua. Kill them. Wu Ziyi and Ding Dezu were shocked when they heard this and quickly retreated. Ding Dezu even asked loudly, you said you wouldn't kill us. Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. That's right, so we let him kill you. Then he looked sideways at Bai Lianhua. What? Do you want me to ask you to do something? Bai Lianhua glanced at the camera bead in Lin Sheng's hand, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and rushed towards Wu Ziyi and Ding Dezu with his flying sword. Brother Dao, I'm offended. Wu Ziyi looked desperate. I'll fight you. Ding Dezu raised his mace and hit Bai Lianhua without saying a word. Bai Lianhua and Wu Ziyi were both in the middle stage of qi refining, and Ding Dezu was in the early stage. For a while, the 3 of them were fighting back and forth with no outcome. This is the kind of battle a qi refining monk should have, unlike me, who fights every day and every second. Single quote. With emotion on his face, Lin Sheng found a pile of dirt and sat down, absorbing his emotions and watching the 3 of them fighting. Wu Zonghu stood guard, while Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao went to pick up storage bags. The battle quickly became intense. The first person who could not withstand it was Ding Dezu. The mortal weapon was broken by the flying sword, and half of his body was split open. He hated Shishi on the spot. Lin Sheng of the Ding family has never heard of it, so he probably paid for the alliance ticket. In the alliance of hundreds of clans, anyone who can produce spirit stones can apply to join the alliance, so there are many families that are not in the mainstream. These families are just skinning the tiger's skin and can't even drink the soup. In the end, Bai Lianhua was more skilled, begging for mercy, and deliberately used a flaw to let Wu Ziyi penetrate his body, and he cut off Wu Ziyi's head with his backhand. Ba bang bang. Lin Sheng stood up and applauded. Wonderful. You are worthy of being a White Lotus fellow Taoist. Your actions are worthy of your name. Fellow Taoist Yun, don't make fun of me. Bai Lianhua looked pale, took out a few pills and drank them. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and took the photo of the camera bead floating in the air. I admire fellow Taoist Bai's heroic behavior very much. I will keep this camera bead properly for later appreciation. What exactly does fellow Taoist want? Bai Lianhua smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Fellow Taoist Bai and I hit it off immediately, just to make friends. Lin Sheng smiled and took out 10 low-grade spiritual stones and threw them to Bai Lianhua. This is the spiritual stone reward for the end of this operation. I also ask fellow Taoist to do one more thing for me. Bai Lianhua glanced at the spiritual stone on the ground, his expression ugly. What else does fellow Taoist do? Do you want to lend me my head? No, fellow Taoist, where are you thinking? Is Yun the kind of person who burns bridges when crossing rivers? Lin Sheng shook his head and continued. As long as fellow Taoist relaxes and lets me plant the soul-controlling spell. When Bai Lianhua heard this, his face became even more pale. He had heard of the soul-controlling curse before. Once it was planted, life and death depended on others' thoughts. Seeing Bai Lianhua's ugly face, Lin Sheng looked sad. If fellow Taoist is not willing, then I will have to destroy the flower with my own hands. And this matter will also be framed on the Bai family. Fellow Taoist should think clearly and don't make mistakes. After a moment, Bai Lianhua lowered his head with a dejected face, apparently resigned to his fate. Lin Sheng smiled and stepped forward to plant the soul-controlling spell. To his surprise, the soul-controlling spell on Bai Lianhua was also successful immediately. Do all monks in this world kneel so thoroughly? There was not even a hint of resistance. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly surprised. He looked at Bai Lianhua, who was in despair, and comforted him. Fellow Taoist does not need to be disheartened. This technique is easy to defeat. All you need to do is break through to the foundation building for major repairs. Maybe I will have to take the initiative to beg fellow Taoist for mercy. Bai Lianhua smiled bitterly upon hearing this, and felt much better. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, said no more, and raised his hand to collect the emotional souls of Wu Ziyi and Ding Dezu. This time, he harvested a total of 36 emotional souls, 1/3 of which were anger souls, and the rest were all the spirit of resentment. Putting away the rental bag offered by Wu Zulong, Lin Sheng took out the golden token and removed the spirit gold lock empty formation. Without this formation, Lin Sheng would not have the confidence to trap the monks here at once. He would have to thank Yuntianba for his selfless dedication. The formation disappeared, and the unknown monks outside the formation were stunned on the spot. Naturally, the sudden appearance of the previous formation was seen by other treasure-hunting monks in the sword burial ground. They thought it was the birth of a treasure and fiercely attacked the formation. How could a group of chi refining monks break the rank 2 formation that could prevent the foundation building from being overhauled? They attacked for a long time without shaking the formation. Now that the formation suddenly disappeared, they were naturally stunned on the spot. However, when he saw the corpses on the ground, he immediately became frightened and turned around to run away. Want to watch the fun? Bring their corpses back, Lin Sheng ordered, and the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard immediately chased them. Bai Lianhua wanted to chase them, but Lin Sheng held him back. Fellow Taoist Bai is injured. Don't hurt the source. Let them do the pursuit. Lin Sheng's caring words were heard in his ears. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground, Bai Lianhua would have no law manifestation letter at all. The polite young man next to him is a devil. Why does fellow Taoist look at me like this? Is there something wrong with Yun's face? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Bai Lianhua smiled unnaturally. Brother Taoist's words made me a little flattered, and I lost my composure for a moment. Hey, fellow Taoist, you don't know me. I'm always very kind to my own people, Lin Sheng said, taking Bai Lianhua's hand and patting it gently. Heaven knows what the earth knows about this matter. You know it and I know it. Yun is willing to make an agreement with fellow Taoist. As long as fellow Taoist does not let me down, 5 years later, I will personally remove the soul-controlling curse for fellow Taoist. Is this true? Bai Lianhua's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but squeeze Lin Sheng's hand. A gentleman must do what he says. Lin Sheng smiled and shook Bai Lianhua's palm vigorously. You, a devil, have the nerve to say that you are a gentleman. Single quote. Bai Lianhua wanted to say it out loud, but looking at Lin Sheng's sincere eyes, he finally nodded. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, let go of his hand, and changed the topic. Why is fellow Taoist Bai wandering around Secret Realm? During this trip to Secret Realm, I think fellow Taoist is not in the team. Bai Lianhua nodded. I did not participate in this trip to Secret Realm. I entered Secret Realm a week ago and wanted to take a chance, but... Hey, it's my chance to be a fellow Taoist. Lin Sheng interrupted with a smile, and randomly pulled out 5 storage bags and stuffed them into Bai Lianhua's hand. Look, isn't the opportunity coming? There are at least 50 low-grade spirit stones in the 5 storage bags. There may be other treasures inside. After all, Lin Sheng has not opened them to check. Brother Dao, you really are. Bai Lianhua didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only put the storage bag away with a wry smile. I am very kind to my own people, you will understand in the future. Lin Sheng's smile did not diminish. There is nothing here now. You can go find your aunt. If there is anything important, remember to inform me. As he spoke, Lin Sheng took out 5 messenger pigeons and handed them to Bai Lianhua. Such domesticated messenger pigeons would fly back by themselves as soon as they were released. Bai Lianhua silently accepted the carrier pigeon without saying a word, and then Yu Jian left. Not long after, the 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, flew back with 2 corpses each. Young master, 2 of them ran away. If you run away, just run away. Let's go to another place and take stock of this harvest. This share is yours, Lin Sheng said and threw a storage bag to Wu Zulong. Thank you, young master, for the reward. Wu Zulong took the storage bag with joy on his face. You 2 have 1 for each of you, Lin Sheng said and handed the other 2 storage bags to Wu Zonghu and Wu Lu Leopard respectively. Thank you, young master, for the reward. Seeing the joy on the faces of the 3 brothers Long, tiger and leopard, Lin Sheng was also in a very happy mood. There were not many things in the storage bag, just some ordinary elixirs and talismans, but each of them was stuffed with 200 low-grade spiritual stones. What is the best thing to maintain a relationship? Of course it's money. Have you never heard of a word called Cheng Spirit Ascension? Although Lin Sheng often draws cakes, it does not prevent him from spending real money. To some extent, he is much better than a real master of cake painting. For this harvest, Lin Sheng directly roped in the three brothers, Long, Hu and Bao, to share the spoils. In addition to taking back the spiritual stones he paid, he finally made more than 400 low-grade spiritual stones. Among them, the most difficult treasure cultivation junior alone contributed more than 300 low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, Lin Sheng was careful not to give this storage bag to Bai Lianhua, otherwise he would have fainted from crying. Inside the cave mansion. Of course, if the storage bag is given away, Lin Sheng may not know about the 300 spirit stones, but Bai Lianhua is really lucky. From this point of view, Bai Lianhua still had no chance to hit his head. Excluding the spirit stones, rank 1 Guyuan Dan harvested 7 bottles, and 300 kilograms of unknown animal blood. It was not saved by any monk. A storage bag was specially used to contain animal blood. There are dozens of diamond talismans and light body talismans each, and hundreds of inferior fire talismans, thunder talismans, and ice talismans. 13 low-grade law weapons were harvested. Unfortunately, the red shield shattered by the resentful sword should be a middle-grade defensive law weapon. The harvest this time was not bad, and Lin Sheng was quite satisfied. However, after doing this kind of thing too often, he always felt guilty. But then I thought about it, as a demon, it was reasonable to act like this. Let's go to the entrance of the burial sword land to recruit people to hunt for treasures. Lin Sheng gave an order, and the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard couldn't wait to control the flying sword. Obviously they couldn't wait any longer. Alas, I was led astray by you all. Lin Sheng sighed quietly and stood up with his sword. The sword burial ground is one of the most dangerous places in the secret realm, so naturally there are countless monks who come here to hunt for treasures. Even though Lin Sheng had been plundered previously, the number of monks who came to hunt for treasures still did not decrease. Thinking that a monk's secret realm ticket was 10 low-grade spiritual stones, Lin Sheng couldn't help feeling that the Alliance was really collecting money while lying down. What if I also collect tickets to Burial Sword Land? Single quote. As soon as Lin Sheng's idea came up, he took the initiative to kill it. The Alliance dared to do this kind of business without capital because they had the confidence and were not afraid of resistance. If he followed suit, not to mention whether the monks were willing, the Alliance would probably be the first. One jumped out and took action. That's all, let's accept the kill honestly. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and put up a wooden sign at the entrance of the burial ground, which read, 20 low-grade spiritual stones recruit secret realm thugs. This time Lin Sheng didn't take the initiative to block the door. This behavior was okay once in a while, but if it happened too often, it would easily lead to plotting by dissatisfied people. Moreover, blocking the door would be a bit of a forced purchase, and now a sign is erected to lure those who wish to take the bait. Wu Zulong reminded in a low voice, Young master, I just saw some familiar monks. They should be people who didn't join in earlier. They seem to be discouraging other monks. The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes, and naturally saw the person hiding in the dark and pointing. Lin Sheng was lying on the lawn, his head resting on his arms, with a leisurely expression. It doesn't matter, let them talk if they like, maybe we can still stop their mouths. It's probably just a whim. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Human nature is evil. It's much more satisfying to see people fall for it than to persuade them to turn around. Wu Zulong nodded if he understood something, and no longer paid attention to the monks talking in the forest. As time passed by, monks entered and came out of the sword burial ground from time to time. They all looked curiously at the sign that appeared at the door, but no one came up to ask for a while. Lin Sheng was not in a hurry. The most important thing for a fisherman was patience. Seeing the young master's leisurely expression, the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard naturally did not dare to show any impatience. Time passes slowly. The direction of development of the matter was exactly as Lin Sheng had guessed. The monks who had been discussing in the forest also fell silent at this time. Apparently they said they were tired, and some even left directly. And in front of Lin Sheng's sign, he finally welcomed his first cultivator, a beautiful cultivator. The female cultivator carefully looked at the three brothers, Long, Hu and Bao, and then looked at Lin Sheng, who was guarded by the three in the middle. Fellow Taoist, what does this secret realm thug mean? Suddenly hearing the pleasant female voice, Lin Sheng immediately opened his eyes and looked at the female cultivator standing in front of the sign, his eyes scanning up and down unscrupulously. Being glanced at by naked eyes, the female cultivator felt as if her body had been exposed, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Her face immediately darkened, and when she was about to yell and scold, she heard Lin Sheng jokingly say, "You look pretty. It's a pity to die. You won't be able to enjoy the money you spent on your life. Let's go, let's go." The female cultivator frowned when she heard this. Seeing the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard watching closely, she did not dare to say harsh words and left with a cold snort. Seeing that the female cultivator left honestly, Lin Sheng closed his eyes with satisfaction and took a nap again. Although I don't know why the young master asked the female cultivator to leave, the three brothers Long, Hu, and Bao were still very smart and didn't say much. Just as the female cultivator left, another young man came behind. "Fellow Taoist, please ask this. Who is your fellow Taoist? You are a dishonest practitioner at a young age and you are still a thug. Get out of here." Before the young man finished speaking, he was scolded by Lin Sheng and ran away in despair. Wu Zulong finally couldn't help but speak. "Young master, if you don't accept women, and you don't accept young men, then who should we accept?" Lin Sheng looked sideways at Wu Zulong. "What? Are you teaching me how to do things?" Wu Zulong's face turned pale when he heard this, and he was afraid to accuse him. "Young master, please calm down, my subordinates talk too much." Lin Sheng turned over and sat up, stretching with joy on his face. "Even if you are a devil, you must be a different devil. You can take in whoever you want, and let whoever you want to let go. The main theme is just do whatever you want. Young master, with one word, ordered your subordinates to be enlightened. What is the initiation?" Wu Zulong quickly complimented, but couldn't pronounce the word for a while. Wu Zonghu quickly added, "It's the initiation from Daigo." Yes, it's an enlightenment." Lin Sheng waved his hand. "Okay, your energy should be used in fighting. There is no need to talk about other things. Young master, there is a situation." Wu Lu Bao suddenly reminded in a deep voice. Wu Zulong and Wu Zonghu also seemed to feel something and looked towards the horizon. Lin Sheng quickly stood up and looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. He felt nothing. At this time, the gap in cultivation level became apparent. Lin Sheng was only in the middle stage of qi refining, while the three brothers Long, Hu and Bao were all in the late stage of qi refining. After about 15 breaths of time difference, Lin Sheng felt a dozen mana fluctuations approaching rapidly towards the burial place of the sword. "Coming for me." Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked. Some of the monks here who had noticed something was wrong hurriedly ran away. Some of the monks in the early stage of qi refining looked up at the sky with doubts on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. Although Lin Sheng was frightened, he was not panicked. The dozen or so mana fluctuations felt like only qi refining monks, and there was no foundation building overhaul. Dozens of people had been slaughtered casually before, let alone a dozen people. A dozen small black dots slowly appeared on the horizon. Only then did the early qi refining monks in the forest react. Some fled quickly, while others remained unmoved, with excitement on their faces. Looking at the group of people flying over the horizon, Wu Zulong's frown slightly relaxed. "It doesn't seem like they are coming for us. It's the monk at the front who is being chased," Wu Lu Bao said firmly. "Pursuit. Dozens of people hunt down one person." Single quote. Lin Sheng subconsciously thought of Shi Lezi, who had had brief contact with him on the spirit boat, and he vaguely felt that there was something secret about that person. Could it be him? Single quote. "It's the 100 poison boy." Wu Zonghu exclaimed in shock. "Young master, take the antidote pill quickly." Lin Sheng was shocked when he heard this and quickly took out the detoxification pills he had prepared. He poured 4 or 5 types of detoxification pills into his mouth at once, regardless of whether the effects of the medicines would conflict. Poison kills invisible and is most insidious. You will be infected without even realizing it. It turns out to be the 100 Poison Boy. The monks exclaimed in the forest. I remember that the alliance of hundreds of clans seems to have offered a reward of 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones for his head. Yes, I also remembered that the Liu family also issued a reward for 500 low-grade spiritual stones. The reward order only recognizes the head but not the person. Whoever takes the head can earn 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones. Haha, what you fellow Taoists see are spiritual stones, but what you see below is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If any fellow Taoist is afraid, leave as soon as possible, lest the sword has no eyes and hurt the fellow Taoist's life. Hey, I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoists, be careful. I know the person who just smiled sinisterly. This person is the most insidious. Be careful of hidden arrows. ... There were a lot of discussions in the forest, some people left, and some people were attracted by the noise and came over. Their greedy eyes were unabashedly aimed at the figure flying quickly in the sky. Please also ask fellow Taoists to block the entrance and don't let the devil escape into the burial place of the sword. Someone in the chasing crowd shouted anxiously. Everyone in the forest was indifferent. No one was a fool. How could he be the one who stood out at this time? Everyone had the mentality of picking up the slack. Naturally, Lin Sheng would not stand up, but the shouting voice sounded very familiar. Looking closely, he turned out to be the young man from the Pai family who first jumped out to resist the hegemony of the Li family before entering the secret realm. Most of the pursuers were Yu Jian, and a few were Yu Zhou or Yu Yun. Only this young man from the Pai family was riding a monster. And this monster looks like Pippi Shrimp, single quote. Although this monster was big, it clearly looked like Pippi Shrimp. Lin Sheng's expression suddenly became very strange. He thought of vinegar and soy sauce inexplicably, and couldn't help but salivate. Pai Yang, don't go too far to bully others. Do you really think you are a young master and you dare not kill anyone? Baidu Boy had a gloomy face and turned around to curse. Pai Yang looked cold and attacked with his flying sword. Stop bragging. Why don't you kill me to see? Now that I'm chasing you like a wild dog, how dare you bark? Today next year will be your death anniversary. You have done many evil things and killed countless people, and I'm afraid no one will come to sacrifice you. Entrance to the sword burial ground. Lin Sheng's face was blank, and he turned to look at Wu Zulong. What did the boy say? Itchy skin, seeking death. Baidu Boy's face was gloomy. He held up his poison spirit skull and sprayed out a stream of green miasma at the people behind him. Pai Yang sneered and patted Pippi Shrimp on the head. Before the green miasma spread out and enveloped everyone, Pippi Shrimp swallowed it in one gulp. My golden pincers are designed to defeat your poisonous power. It depends on what you can do, feel free to use it. Seeing that the poisonous mist was broken, Baidu Boy's face became extremely ugly. He glanced at the golden pincer fiercely, stopped attacking, and ran away. If the 100 Poison Boy stops fighting, Pai Yang is not afraid, he is afraid that he will run away regardless. Now that he has finally found out the 100 Poison Boy, if he is allowed to escape again, the Pai family will be in bad luck in the future. Thinking of this, Pai Yang shouted anxiously, I hope you fellow Taoists will stop me. The Pai family is willing to share the reward of spiritual stones equally with you. Previously, everyone did not dare to take action, but now that they saw Baidu Boy falling into a disadvantage, their thoughts immediately became active. How could he miss such an opportunity to beat up a drowned dog? Immediately, several monks who were not afraid of death blocked the entrance of the burial place and launched flying swords to attack the Baidu Boy who was rushing towards him. He was still shouting, all fellow Taoists take action together. With the strength of our numbers, one person and one magic trick can turn him into ashes. As soon as these words came out, the monks couldn't help but attack. When someone took action, the others were naturally unwilling to lag behind, so a series of magic formulas rushed out from the forest, some were strong and some were weak, with an overwhelming force. Take the poisonous boy directly. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Lin Sheng was also quite emotional. Judging from the scale of this spell, at least hundreds of people were involved. He could use the resentful soul of the resentful demon to offset the attack. How could this 100 Poison Boy block it? Facts have proved that he cannot block or even hide from the boys of the 100 clans. The overwhelming spells cover all the blind spots. A trace of despair flashed in Baidu Boy's eyes. After he glanced at somewhere in the forest, a look of strong resentment appeared on his face. He casually threw the poison spirit's skull towards the forest and murmured in his mouth. In that case, let's all die and be buried with him. The spell drowned the poison boy, and the protective barrier was broken in an instant, and the body exploded instantly. Most of the monks were staring at the blown head, ignoring the poisonous head that was falling rapidly. Only a small number of monks sneaked closer to the place where the poison spirit's skull fell, trying to snatch the law weapon. Everyone in the Pi family in the air hurriedly stopped when they saw the overwhelming spells flying towards them. They watched the Baidu boy being blown up in an instant, and their scalps couldn't help but feel numb. Pai Yangyang's eyelids twitched. Who would have thought that there were so many monks hidden in the forest? The main culprit that caused the monks to gather was Lin Sheng's wooden advertisement. After all, the monks paid attention to this abnormal behavior and secretly hid in the forest to watch. At this time, Lin Sheng had a look on his face. He thought that the notorious Baidu boy would fight fiercely with others, stage an earth-shattering battle, and then die viciously. But in the end, he died so simply, it would be worse than a chicken. At least it can still flutter a few times. I was filled with emotion in my heart. It had to be the demon of resentment. Faced with such a scene, I am afraid that only the demon of resentment could be the next one. But if you can take one blow, can you take a second blow? Single quote. An inexplicable sense of urgency arose in Lin Sheng's heart again. The resentment demon phase counteracted the attack, but all it consumed was the resentment soul. The resentment demon phase's soul reserve was still a bit short. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng glanced at the monks around him. What if we capture these people? Single quote. As soon as the idea came to mind, a huge explosion sounded, and two poisonous mists, red and green, rolled out, covering the sky and the sun, and shrouded everyone. The Pi family members in the sky were the first to bear the brunt. The poisonous mist exploded under them, and they were instantly enveloped by the poisonous mist. Some of them fell directly onto the law weapon. Seeing this scene, the monks looked horrified, and they didn't care about fighting for the boy's head, and ran away one after another. Only Lin Sheng's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Look at Yun being trapped in this poisonous fog. In ancient times, there was Deu who controlled the floods, but now Yuntianba, is trapped in the fog." Lin Sheng rose into the air and held out the golden token. When the monks who were fleeing saw someone coming forward, they all stopped and watched. Who is Big Fish? The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard looked at each other in confusion. As Lin Sheng activated the token, golden beads shot out in all directions, and the four golden light curtains quickly closed, trapping the billowing red and green poisonous mist. Of course, there were also the watching monks who were trapped. This is a formation. What does fellow Taoist mean? Why did you trap us in the formation? Aren't you trying to trap the poisonous mist? Fellow Taoists, what happened? The monks looked panicked as they watched the poisonous mist getting closer and closer. Some of the monks who couldn't avoid it were sucked into the poisonous mist and immediately became weak and fell to the ground. Lin Sheng, who was stepping on the Tianba sword, waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, don't worry about these trivial details. Let me just ask you, are you trapped by the poisonous fog? But we are trapped by you, fellow Taoist, don't be joking, quickly open the formation and let me leave. The poisonous fog is getting closer and closer. Fellow Taoist, don't delay any longer. Open the formation quickly. At this moment, the anxious monks tried their best to attack the formation, but the formation did not move at all, but the law weapon was bounced away. Is it possible that fellow Taoist is working with that Baidu boy? He wants to trap us and kill us. Some monks asked questions, and some even had a bad temper and directly attacked with law weapon. Lin Sheng dodged in embarrassment, with a sad look on his face. I trapped this poisonous mist with good intentions, but you guys drew your swords at each other. You are so arrogant. I don't want to see you again. Say goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and Lin Sheng and the three brothers Long Hubao disappeared into the formation in the blink of an eye. Such a scene left everyone stunned. The thief actually ran away. What a shameless demon thief. Fellow Taoists, now we must work together to break this formation. If I go out, I will definitely tear off that dog thief's head and soak it in wine. Outside the formation, there were also many lucky people who escaped. They either stood far away, or they saw the conspiracy and escaped from the encirclement of the formation, and some were attracted by the silence and rushed over. All in all, there are still many fish that have slipped through the net. Seeing the sudden appearance of Lin Sheng and the others, the bright-minded people immediately turned around and ran away. Even the monks who were attracted by the silence did not hesitate to turn around and run away. Lin Sheng pointed at some monks who were stunned and confused, and looked at Brother Longhubao. Look at these people, they are stupid cultivators with a short-lived look on their faces. Living is a waste of spiritual energy. I just want to take the lives of these people. Go and get their bodies. Lin Sheng's words didn't mean to hide anything at all, he said them loudly and openly. Finally, some of the monks realized that Lin Sheng was talking about them, and they all showed angry expressions on their faces, and instead of running away, they got ready for a fight. How dare you insult me? I will take your life today. Let you. As a result, before he could finish his words, he was stunned by Wu Zulong's earth magic boulder. Seeing that the spiritual barrier formed by the diamond talisman was smashed, he finally realized what he was doing and ran away. As a result, as soon as he turned around, a stone arrow from the Wooloo leopard penetrated his body. Any monks who have some knowledge will run away long ago when they see the power of this rank 2 formation, leaving behind a group of low-level monks who have no knowledge. For the 3 brothers, Long, Tiger and Leopard, they are like a tiger group. There was a clever monk who bypassed the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard to attack Lin Sheng. He was still in the early stages of chi refining and I didn't know what he was thinking. The result is self-evident. The 4 desires demonic art cannot be performed in public, but the blood and chi art can be used without any scruples. Lin Sheng only kicked him, and the monk exploded at the same time as the magic barrier. He really kicked the person into blood mist. I don't know if it was the blessing of special animal blood, but Lin Sheng felt that his blood energy method was much more powerful than Lin Meyer's. Am I too strong? Or is the monk too weak? Single quote. Lin Sheng stood there, feeling the blood mist on his face, silent. Such a bloody scene frightened some of the monks who also attempted a sneak attack to death. Just kill someone and leave a whole body. From this point of view, it would be better to die in the hands of those 3 evil-faced men. The battle only lasted about a cup of tea. The 3 brothers, Long, Tiger and Leopard, came back carrying a bunch of corpses. They killed people in the blink of an eye, mainly because they wasted some energy chasing people. Young Master, 3 people escaped. Wu Zulong carefully handed over the storage bag. The young master now looked more and more terrifying. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and accepted the storage bag, took out the golden light array cloth and said, if you run away, just run away. Being able to escape from my hands is considered the most glorious moment of his life. Wu Lubao immediately objected. Young master, what you said is wrong. Those people escaped from us, not you. If you had taken action personally, those people would definitely not have been able to escape. That's right, the young master is kind-hearted and has great love in his heart. He helps the whole world. Letting them live is like a kind of kindness. Wu Zonghu quickly agreed. Really, am I so good? Lin Sheng grinned happily, his face full of joy. Excellent. Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao looked confused and didn't react for a while, but Wu Zonghu responded quickly. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Wu Zonghu nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know the specific meaning of these 2 words, he had some guesses. In terms of excellence, if the young master is ranked 3rd, then no one dares to be ranked 2nd. Oh, why is it 2nd instead of 1st? Lin Sheng's voice was slightly surprised. Because the best one is of course the mistress and wife. Only the best mistress and wife can give birth to such an outstanding person like you. Wu Zulong and Wu Lubao looked at Wu Zonghu, who was seriously talking nonsense with shock on their faces. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them was their brother. Sure enough, if you wear it 1,000 times, you will never wear it. No one doesn't like flattery. Of course Lin Sheng also likes it and enjoys it very much. Looking at Wu Zonghu's ugly face with a human skin mask, he became extremely pleasing to the eye. I know why you are saying these things, or what you are afraid of, but I don't care. Ambition and fear are both good things. With a smile on his face, Lin Sheng sucked away all the emotional souls of the corpses on the ground, and then withdrew the golden light array. Secret realm is over. I will teach you magic skills. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard, who were originally looking a little frightened, all looked excited when they heard this. Thank you, Master. Chapter 41. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, looking at the Lingjin locking sky array again, thinking to himself. I don't know what happened to the people among them. Single quote. Young Master, someone is coming again. Wu Zulong suddenly reminded him. When Lin Sheng heard this, he turned around and saw a dozen figures flying quickly from the horizon. Young Master, do you want to take action? Wu Lubao asked in a low voice. There's no rush, let's wait and see what happens. Lin Sheng shook his head and refused. The group of people coming now were no better than those stupid cultivators, and they looked less easy to kill. It doesn't hurt to run away a few low-level monks. If you run away high-level monks, you will face the forces behind them. The monks flying from the sky clearly saw Lin Sheng and the four of them. Instead of slowing down, their speed accelerated. After a moment, they landed not far away from Lin Sheng and walked slowly towards them. This fellow Taoist, what happened here? This corpse. One of the handsome young men in black frowned and asked. His teammates also frowned and glanced back and forth at Lin Sheng and the other four. The scene here looks quite terrifying. Could it be the work of the four people in front of me? Lin Sheng frowned and shook his head. I just arrived here, and I don't know what happened. The young monk looked suspicious when he heard this. Fellow Taoist has just arrived too. Exactly, Lin Sheng said without changing his expression. The young monk's eyes swept over the three brothers Long, Hu, and Bao, and he seemed to realize something, as fellow Taoist a disciple of the Alliance. Lin Sheng smiled. Yes, I am Yun Tianba, a direct disciple of the Yun family. Is it possible that fellow Taoist is also a disciple of the Alliance? Before the young man could speak, a young man behind him shouted, Brother Ying, be careful. This person is lying. Ha, the young man frowned and stared at Lin Sheng. Afterwards, everyone also looked wary, as if they would draw their swords if they disagreed. Lin Sheng's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at the young man who reminded him with great interest, how did you find out? HMPH, I have a very good personal relationship with Tianba. How can you deceive me if you can deceive others? The young man's face was full of pride. Turns out they are acquaintances, he. Lin Sheng chuckled. Seeing that everyone's eyes were getting more and more unkind, he explained, I am indeed not Yun Tianba, but his good friend. I often use the same name with him. Fellow Taoist, please don't be offended. I am a direct descendant of the Ding family, Ding Dezu. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned even more tightly, and the young man also had a look of astonishment on his face. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Sheng felt secretly happy. If you have the ability, another person will pop up and say that you know Ding Dezu. I still don't believe it. Single quote. Everyone looked at each other. Ding family, have you ever heard of it? I've never heard of it. The name of this Ding Dezu is so strange. It is said that there are 3 qi refining late-stage monks. The Ding family should not be unknown. ... Cough. The young man coughed, and the discussion behind him immediately disappeared. I am Hua Nongying, a direct disciple of the Hua family. I have offended you so much. I hope fellow Taoist will forgive me. Hua Nongying looked apologetic. Although he had never heard of any Ding family, it didn't matter. He just wanted to know that the person in front of him was a friend, not an enemy. Hua Nongying. Lin Sheng looked surprised and murmured to himself. It's dark on the sand and on the pond, the clouds are breaking through the moon, and the flowers are making shadows. The name of fellow Taoist is very good. Hua Nongying smiled. Brother Ding, wonderful praise, what happened here? Brother Ding really doesn't know anything about it. Lin Sheng looked hesitant when he heard this, and after a moment he sighed quietly. Fellow Taoists, do you know what kind of formation this is? From my perspective on the power of this formation, it should be a rank 2 formation. Hua Nongying said with a solemn expression. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted. Yes, this formation is the rank 2 formation, the spiritual gold locking air formation, which was set up by fellow Yun Taoist, and Baidu Boy is trapped in it. What? Baidu Boy is in the formation? I heard that Baidu Boy is very good at poisonous mist. Qi refining monk heard that his whole body became weak and his magic power dissipated. Not only the poison mist, This person has invisible poison skills, and he loves taking human heads and artifact refining them to make wine. When the monks heard this, their faces showed fear, which showed the vicious reputation of Baidu boy. Hua Nongying showed displeasure upon hearing this. Why are you panicking? This demon has been trapped by the rank 2 formation. Can it still break out? After hearing the young master's words, the initially panicked crowd gradually calmed down, and the fear in their eyes faded, and then turned into greed. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Lin Sheng sneered in his heart. Sure enough, greed is the biggest poison in people's hearts. He pretended to be sad, pointed at the formation and said, fellow Taoist Yun was setting up the formation, but he was killed by Baidu boy. I'm a step too late. But when the formation finally closed, I heard the monks shouting about grabbing heads. When the monks heard this, they were confused at first, and then showed expressions of ecstasy. The head snatching must be the head of that poisonous boy. The head of Baidu boy is worth 1,500 low-grade spirits. Yes, young master, we must not miss this matter. Everyone was talking and looking excited, and one of the young men was so excited that he ran to Lin Sheng's side. Brother Ding, are you also a good friend of Tianba? My name is Hua Manuan, but I don't like this name. Tianba gave me a name called Hua Badian. What do you think? Hua Badian, yes, a good name. Lin Sheng admired sincerely. Hua Manuan giggled when she heard this. He, I also think this name is excellent. Seeing the stupid look on Hua Badian's face, Lin Sheng secretly shook his head. This person was much worse than Yun Tianba. It was obvious that he had just entered the Immortal Cultivation world. He was just a young boy. Without the protection of his family, he would have died without knowing how. Hua Nongying on the other side frowned. What Lin Sheng said made him feel a little strange. For a moment, he couldn't think of what was wrong. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the corpses on the ground. Wrong. These corpses were all killed by local methods, but the Baidu boy was a poison cultivator. Single quote. Hua Nongying was startled. Her eyes swept over the 3 brothers Long, Hu, and Bao calmly, and then she glared at Hua Manuan. Manuan. Brother Ding, can you also call me brother? Come here quickly. How can you be decent if you are not big or small? Oh, Hua Manuan felt a little depressed after hearing this, lowered her head and walked back to the Hua family team. Hua Nongying felt relieved and looked at Lin Sheng with an apologetic face. Brother Ding, please don't blame me. Brother Yu has a perverse temperament. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. No problem, Hua fellow Taoist, this poisonous boy. Since Baidu boy is dead, my Hua family will no longer get involved. Before Lin Sheng could finish speaking, Hua Nongying interrupted. My Hua family has other things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Young master, why did you give up these 1,000 years? A monk tried to persuade him, but was interrupted by Hua Nongying's sharp eyes. Although the other Hua family members were puzzled, no one dared to ask questions. Brother Ding, farewell. Hua Nongying apologized and left quickly with the Hua family members. Hua Manuan was about to turn around and wave goodbye when Hua Nongying hit her head and immediately calmed down. Everyone in the Hua family came and left quickly, disappearing from the horizon in a moment. Young master, what did they see? Wu Zulong asked in a low voice. Lin Sheng looked at the corpse on the ground, then took out the fire talisman and turned the corpse to ashes. This Hua Nongying is an interesting person. I didn't expect that the Hua family, which is only ranked in the middle of the league, could cultivate such an outstanding young man. If this kind of person does not die early, he will have a place in Qi's Immortal Cultivation world in the future. Wu Zonghu looked puzzled. How can this person be so virtuous that the young master can praise him so much? Lin Sheng tilted his head and looked at Wu Zonghu. A group of 17 people, 3 Qi refining late stage, 4 Qi refining mid stage. Opportunity is in front of us. If it were you, would you retreat? Wu Zonghu shook his head decisively. Absolutely not. But he's gone, and I suspect that this person has recognized our identities, and things have become complicated. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. We can't stay here for long, we must fight quickly. ... A group of more than a dozen people flew across the sky. Young master, why do we have to leave? The head of Baidu boy is worth 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones. Finally, the members of the Yuhua family couldn't help but speak. Hua Nongying's expression was solemn. If it's just for Baidu Boy's head, I can fight for it, but the people from the Ding family make me a little scared. Why? I don't see anything unusual about the Ding family. The biggest abnormality is the absence of any abnormalities. Let me ask you, how did the body on the ground die? I have carefully observed the corpses. There are many soil residues on those corpses. They should be destroyed by local methods and killed instantly with one blow. A female cultivator said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the monks showed surprise. Then another monk hesitated and said, perhaps he died in the hands of other monks because he was fighting for the head of Baidu Boy. There was no need for Hua Nongying to speak, but someone immediately retorted, it doesn't make sense. The Baidu Boy is inside the formation, but these corpses are outside the formation. That's right, the cultivators will not attack each other until the 100 Poison Boy is dead. Moreover, most of these corpses were killed instantly with one blow, which shows that the murderer's skills are very good. The 4 members of the Ding family are extremely suspicious, especially the 3 late-stage monks, who are most likely to be earth-based practitioners. Everyone started talking and immediately identified Lin Sheng and the other 4 as the murderers. Yes, that's my guess too. Hua Nongying nodded repeatedly. Then why don't we kill him directly? We have a large number of people, so we are afraid that 4 of him will not be able to defeat him. Someone looked puzzled. Hua Nongying glanced at the man. That's it again, that man makes me feel a little scared. If we take action, I'm afraid I will die today. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this, and some still had disapproval on their faces, but since the young master said this, they couldn't refute it. Hua Nongying looked at Hua Manuan, saw his dubious look, and smiled slightly. How does it feel to walk through the gate of hell? Brother Ying, don't try to fool me. I think that person is quite kind. Hua Manuan defended in a low voice. Kind? Hua Nongying smiled hoarsely. Do you think Li Ziyuan, the manager of the Li family, is kind? Hua Manuan nodded. Of course, Uncle Li is gentle and elegant, and talking to him is like a spring breeze. He. Hua Nongying chuckled. Let me tell you a little secret, he was the one who killed Shi Buwei. Ah, Hua Manuan looked shocked. The Shi family and the Hua family lived in the same place, so the relationship between the 2 families was very good, and the younger generation had close contacts. Hua Nongying smiled half-heartedly and said, don't believe it. The alliance of hundreds of clans looks peaceful on the surface, but the internal fighting is extremely cruel. This kind of seemingly kind person is often a vicious person who eats people and bones. The identity of the Ding family member may be fake to deceive others. Speaking of the identity of the Ding family, I have a guess. Someone suddenly said in the crowd. Oh, Hua Nongying looked for fame. I have seen these 4 people on the spirit boat. Although their appearance has changed, their appearance has not changed. The female cultivator said slowly. I think they must have brought something like a human skin mask. It seems that these 4 people had a conflict with the Li family at that time. I only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to get close. Can you see who those 4 people are? Someone asked quickly. Those 4 people are. That's enough. Hua Nongying interrupted the female cultivator with a cold voice. Everyone was slightly startled and looked at the young master, only to see his cold eyes sweeping across everyone. My Hua family doesn't know about this and I don't know anything about it. If anyone dares to speak nonsense, the family law will serve them, do you understand? I will obey the order of the young master. The monks quickly bowed their heads in agreement. Hua Nongying's expression softened slightly. If it's a fight between monks, 1 or 2 people will die. If it's a family fight. Have you forgotten how the Hu family was exterminated? All the monks looked stern when they heard this. That happened 50 years ago. Everyone had heard about it. In one night, the Hu family was uprooted. No matter the monks or mortals, even the ordinary livestock raised by the Hu family were hacked to death. Dividing the body into pieces truly ensured that no chickens or dogs were left behind. The reason that led to the destruction of the Hu family was simply because one of its side clansmen chewed their ears, which caused a conflict between the Xing family and the Yi family. The 2 families had a big fight, and their respective allies were involved, and the Qi Kingdom's Immortal Cultivator erupted. A big family fight. The battle lasted for 3 years, and finally Mengxia, the ancestor of the Zhanqing sect, came out to mediate. No one knew what agreement was reached, but the Hu family was the chicken that was finally taken out and killed. Young master, did that person really guess our identities? Wu Zulong asked in a low voice. What? Lin Sheng held the formation token and squinted at Wu Zulong. Are you scared now? Didn't you enjoy picking up storage bags earlier? Wu Zulong looked slightly embarrassed. How can my subordinates be afraid? It's just that if that person goes out to report, the Lin family may be targeted. Reporting for what? Killing a group of rogue cultivators. Is there any evidence? Lin Sheng looked confused. Wu Zulong didn't know how to answer for a moment, but Wu Zonghu responded quickly. Young master, there were people who escaped before. If they said that we were planning to kill the monks, it doesn't matter, we have changed our appearance. Unless one of us can stay, our words are useless. Lin Sheng said with a nonchalant expression. They said we were trapping the monks, and we also said they were trying to steal the treasure. This immortal cultivation world, in the end, whoever has the bigger fist will be justified. In the secret realm, life and death are conceded, and opportunities are fought. What's the point of saying that your skills are inferior to others? Many people from my Lin family died in the secret realm. What did the Lin family say? Even if I was tricked to death by the Li family in the secret realm, the Lin family wouldn't say anything. Can you believe it? Wu Lubao nodded repeatedly. This makes sense. So as long as I don't deliberately rob or kill the Alliance disciples, it won't cause any harm. No one will care about casualties in occasional conflicts. If we want to get to the bottom of it, then don't fight for opportunities in the future. Let's rank opportunities based on seniority. Lin Sheng said as he offered up the formation tokens. Golden light enveloped his whole body, and a group of 4 people walked into the formation. After a short period of siege by the formation, the poisonous mist was not as strong as it was at the beginning, and most of it was visible to the naked eye, leaving only a faint poisonous cloud floating around. Seeing the poisonous mist coming, Lin Sheng quickly closed his breath. Monks can hold their breath for a short period of time. If the mana in the body is not exhausted, the monks will not suffocate to death. The red and green poisonous mist floated in front of him, but Lin Sheng did not avoid it. He wanted to try the poisonous mist that the 100 Poison Boy was famous for. The poisonous mist immediately seeps into the pores when it comes into contact with the skin. The contact surface is numb for a while, and then one can clearly feel that the mana in the body is being eaten away by the poisonous mist that has penetrated. Every trace of the poisonous mist disappears, taking away a trace of mana. This poisonous mist only targets mana but does not harm people's lives, which is a bit interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, looking at the poisonous mist floating around him, and then at the monks scattered on the ground. Some of them were blue and lifeless, while some were in a coma. These lifeless ones should have been choked to death by the poisonous mist, while those in a coma were all monks with relatively high cultivation levels, but they relied on the rich magic power in their bodies to survive. Haha, I just sent away the little devil, and the king of hell is here again. Lin Sheng chuckled to himself, naturally absorbing the emotional soul of the dead monk without any courtesy. For the monks who are still in a coma, they can only do some last-ditch damage and then absorb the soul. The battle of chance is a life and death battle. If you dare to enter the secret realm, you should expect this ending. There is nothing to say. Young master, this female cultivator seems to be a disciple of the Ru family. She has a curse mark tattoo on her neck. Wu Zonghu carried the female cultivator and called to Lin Sheng. What? Such a thing could happen? I don't believe it. I have to check it myself. Lin Sheng hurriedly ran towards Wu Zonghu. His movements were very fast. It was rumored that Ru family disciples would have curse seal tattoos on their chests, which was an ancient bloodline inheritance method. Well, yes, he is indeed a disciple of the Ru family. Lin Sheng's eyes widened and he nodded fiercely after feasting his eyes. Since she is a disciple of the Ru family, I took her storage bag and spared her life. Wu Zonghu was about to speak but stopped after hearing this. Lin Sheng looked sideways. What? You don't believe it even with your expression. Do you want to check it out too? Wu Zonghu shook his head quickly. This is not what I meant, but we have already made a grudge against him. If we spare his life. Very good. I'm very pleased that you have such an idea. Lin Sheng looked satisfied and nodded slightly. But the one who made the grudge is Yuntianba. What does it have to do with me, Ding Dezu? As he spoke, Lin Sheng glanced at the unconscious female cultivator on the ground. The female cultivator had just woken up when he was checking the curse seal tattoo, and she was just pretending to be unconscious. You're an interesting person. I won't take your storage bag, Lin Sheng said, stepping forward and giving it a firm squeeze before leaving gracefully. Wu Zonghu was confused. Seeing that the young master had spoken, he could only throw the storage bag back to the female cultivator and then look for the next target. Not everyone is as calm as the Ru family female cultivators. One male cultivator opened his bloodshot eyes, stood up unsteadily, and looked at Lin Sheng with a look of resentment on his face. You devil, even if I act like a ghost, I won't let you go. Lin Sheng sighed quietly. Fellow Taoist, if you say that, I will sue you for slander. The person who hurt you is a poisonous boy. What does it have to do with me, Ding Dezu? The male cultivator smiled miserably and said, You are a devil with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. You have laid evil formations to harm everyone. The sky has eyes. You will not die a good death. I will wait for you on the road to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and killed himself, a simple death. For a moment, the formation became extremely quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard also stopped moving at the same time, frowning and looking at Lin Sheng. After a long time, Lin Sheng sighed quietly. I didn't expect that he would curse me before he died. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the three dragons, tigers and leopards. Did you see that this kind of person blamed me for his death, but never thought about his own problems? Was his death because of me? Is it because of his own greed and his own stupidity that he cursed me to death? Are you still waiting for me on the road to hell? Ha ha. Lin Sheng spat, took out the thunder talisman and beat the corpse to dust. Even the spirit was gone, he was so willful. Ha ha ha, what fellow Taoist said makes sense. Their deaths were caused by their greed. Loud laughter rang out, and a young man stood up with strength. It's you. It's Ichi. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a question in his mind. Where's the pee-pee shrimp? Single quote. There was a loud bang, rocks scattered behind him, the golden pincers burst out of the ground, and two large pliers clamped towards Lin Sheng. Well done. Lin Sheng shouted loudly. His blood energy exploded, and a divine dragon swung its tail and kicked behind him. The pincers of the golden pincer were kicked by the kick. Lin Sheng easily bounced away with the huge rebound force. Pai Yangyang looked disappointed when he saw this. If the sneak attack failed, there would be no chance. The golden claw did not pursue him, but quickly climbed up to his master and raised his upper body to protect him. Lin Sheng looked at the majestic and unscathed golden claw with a look of envy on his face. It was comparable to Qi Refining's Zochin monster. The Pai family is really good at hiding. With this monster here, the league's status can at least be among the top 10. Perhaps feeling the owner's mood swings, perhaps being stimulated by the breath of the golden pincers, the spirit beast bag in his arms suddenly trembled. Lin Sheng then remembered that he seemed to have a palm-sized alien beast, the spirit fire toad, which had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing a soft rubber foreign object. Now he woke up and couldn't help but want to come out. Forget it, let you come out and see the world and see how majestic monster is. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, took out the spirit beast bag and opened it. A huge figure suddenly jumped out of the spirit beast bag and hit the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. The dust gradually dispersed, and the huge figure of the spirit fire toad came into view. Lin Sheng looked at the spirit fire toad, which was as big as a giant elephant and had a dark gray body. He didn't expect that the spirit fire toad would become so huge because it swallowed the soft rubber foreign object. Not only did the color of its body change, but it also exuded Qi refining. The breath of Zochin fluctuates. The Lingwo toad squinted at Lin Sheng in front of him, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Sheng felt this strange emotion very clearly through the soul connection with the Lingwo toad, as if he was mocking his low level. You toad, do you still want to turn over and become the master? If I don't teach you, you won't even know who is the master and who is the servant. Single quote. Lin was so angry that he was despised by a toad. He felt offended and activated the soul forbidden curse. Quack, quack, the spirit fire toad screamed in pain and rolled on the ground holding its head. Seeing such a scene, the three brothers Pai Yangyang and Long Hubao had their eyelids twitching, and Jin Chao looked at the rolling spirit fire toad with vigilance. After a while, Lin Sheng stopped the soul forbidden curse and walked to the spirit fire toad. Now do you know who the master is? The spirit fire toad nodded quickly, squatted down obediently, with a flattering look in his eyes, and then pointed at his open mouth with his claws, revealing the gray flames in it, as if asking for credit. This fire. Lin Sheng was slightly startled. He felt an extreme cold hit his face, and frost appeared on his brows. He became more and more sure that the soft rubber thing had a great origin. Tianyu was really a lucky star. He was gifted with magic powers in the first place and rare treasures in the back, which made Lin Sheng feel embarrassed. Seeing that Lin Sheng had subdued the big toad, Pai Yangyang quickly congratulated. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for getting another big help. The path to immortality will be more open in the future. Hearing this, Lin Sheng glanced at Pai Yangyang with half a smile, and then said to the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard, have you seen enough excitement? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? After hearing this, Long Hubao hurriedly continued working. He didn't dare to be lazy for a moment. When he saw someone with a bad temper, he punched him with one punch. After punching him, he checked to see if he was an alliance disciple. When Lin Sheng saw this, his face showed satisfaction, and he stretched out his hand to pinch the spirit fire toad's skin. It's smooth and tough. It seems that your physical body has become stronger. I don't know if you can beat that pee-pee shrimp. As he spoke, Lin Sheng looked at Pai Yangyang again. Don't think that I won't kill you if you say nice things. Pai Itchy, I think you are really itchy. You dare to ask Pai to attack me. I originally wanted to spare your life, yes. You are seeking death. Seeing Lin Sheng's murderous look, Pai Yangyang smiled awkwardly. Why should fellow Taoist be so anxious to take my life? Why don't you just listen to my words before making a decision? Oh, ha ha ha, okay, I would like to hear what you have to say. If you can't understand me, please try the sword. Lin Sheng took out the body and sword, and inserted it into the ground with a clang. Pai Yangyang glanced at the slightly shaking sword stuck on the ground, his expression unchanged. Fellow Taoist, killing me is nothing more than getting an extra soul, but letting me go has three major benefits. First, I would like to testify for fellow Taoist that what happened here was all done by Yuntianba and Ding Dezu. Fellow Taoist will help each other when there is injustice on the road. Secondly, I am the appointed head of the Pai family. In the future, the Pai family will serve as the leader of the fellow Taoist family. Third, everything that happens here has been recorded. If fellow Taoist kills me, what happened here will definitely be exposed to the public. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Yangyang took out a black camera bead and threw it into Jin Za's mouth, and the latter immediately burrowed into the soil and escaped. Ha ha ha. Lin Sheng laughed up and down upon seeing this. After a long time, he stopped laughing and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I strongly agree with the first 2 points that fellow Taoist said, but this third point is a bit taken for granted by fellow Taoist. The rank 2 formation covers all directions, how can he ignore the underground alone? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the golden pincers broke out of the ground again, waving the big pincers at Pai Yangyang, making a strange sound from his mouth, his face aggrieved, as if he was saying something. Pai Yangyang's face looked a little ugly. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the golden claw spit out the camera beads again. It seems that fellow Taoist is going to take my life today. Lin Sheng shook his head. It depends on your mood. If you are in a good mood, it is possible to let you go. The first 2 points you said are very tempting, but how should I believe you? I would like to take the inner demon oath. Pai Yangyang said quickly. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, took out the crystal camera bead and offered it to him. If it's the inner demon's oath, I'll reluctantly believe it, but fellow Taoist still has to submit a letter of nomination so that I can feel a little at ease. Pai Yangyang's face became extremely ugly when he heard this. He stared at the camera bead in the sky and remained silent. Lin Sheng did not rush him and ordered the 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao, bring the fellow Taoist who is still breathing over here and let him. Brother Pai will handle it. What if you were an alliance disciple? Wu Zulong looked questioning. Bring them together. ... Not long after, Wu Zulong came forward with a respectful face and presented the storage bag with both hands. Young master, there are a total of 137 storage bags, and there are still 19 people alive, 5 of whom are suspected to be alliance disciples. Ah, good job. Lin Sheng burped, rubbed his numb nose, and took the storage bag. A total of 98 rays of emotional souls were captured, most of them were resentful souls, and a few were angry souls. Not a single ray of sad or joyful souls was seen, which made people quite helpless. What should the female cultivators of the Ru family do? Wu Zulong reminded in a low voice. Lin Sheng squinted at the female cultivator on the ground not far away. I keep my word. If I say I will let her live, I will let her live. A wise person should know what to say and what not to say. Lin Jiji pointed out something and looked at Pai Yang Yang again. Brother Pai, how are you thinking? Should you send them on their way? Or should I send you on your way? There was a trace of despair in Pai Yang Yang's eyes, looking at the many unconscious monks in front of him, and finally lowered his head in despair. Golden Pincer immediately raised his large pliers and smashed them against a monk who was still unconscious. There was a bang, and bloody limbs were splashed everywhere. The monk was also a cruel man. His body was smashed to pieces, but he didn't say a word. He died hard. Tisk, 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 it's too bloody and cruel. Lin Sheng sighed and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Bang 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 sounds were heard one after another, the field was full of broken limbs, and the two large pincers of the golden pincers were also covered in blood. Finally, someone couldn't pretend anymore and struggled to get up. Fellow Taoist, please don't kill me. I am willing to swear an oath to be a slave to my demons. You did such a heinous thing. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The alliance of hundreds of clans will not let you go. The immortal cultivation world of Qi will not let you go. Someone was lying on the ground and even attacked him harshly. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a trace of mana in his body, he might have jumped up and fought for his life. Lin Sheng's expression did not change. It's a joke. In a fight of chance, you will die or I will die. How can there be any sin? If you are afraid of death, why should you become an immortal? Go home and raise pigs. You. The tough-tongued person was so angry that he was speechless for a moment. Lin Sheng ignored the murderous gaze of the tough-talking monk and looked at the beggar. I can understand fellow Taoist's mood, but the person who calls the shots now is Brother Pai. He said he would let you live, so I will let you. One life. When the monk begging for mercy heard this, he looked at Pai Yang Yang with hope. Brother Pai, can you spare my life? What responded to him was a large blood-stained pliers. Pai Yang Yang, you will not die well. Amidst the curses, the monk was pinched in two by the big pincers of the golden pincers. However, he did not die immediately. His eyes full of resentment stared at Pai Yang Yang, and his upper body struggled and crawled on the ground, dragging out a bloody trace. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. There was a loud bang, and his head was smashed to pieces by the big pincers of the golden pincer. After a convulsion, his upper body stopped moving. Seeing this scene, some monks who had woken up could no longer control the fear in their hearts. When the fear amplified to a certain extent, it would be replaced by anger. They did not dare to attack Lin Sheng, but they dared to fight against Pai Yang Yang, who was also a useless person. Fellow Taoists, if you don't risk your life now, why don't you wait? No matter how ferociously they screamed, the reality was often cruel. Before they could even get in front of Pai Yang Yang, they were smashed into pulp by the golden pincers. I won't let you go when I start my family. When the last monk was smashed into rotten flesh by the golden claws, Pai Yang Yang raised his head and looked at Lin Sheng with a numb voice, as fellow Taoist still satisfied. Looking at the disciples of the Pai family who were also smashed into pulp by the golden pincers, Lin Sheng lamented, Brother Pai is really cruel and will not let go of his own people, but I like this kind of character of killing relatives for justice, so you have passed the test. In this case, I hope that fellow Taoist can give me a few bottles of elixir to restore my mana. From now on, we will be brothers and allies. I will give this to fellow Taoist to show my sincerity. Pai Yang Yang looked coldly and threw the camera beads in his hand. Lin Sheng. Looking at the dark camera beads flying in the air, Lin Sheng's heart palpitated, and all kinds of thoughts suddenly came to his mind. The camera bead is ruined, why did you give it to me? Single quote. Destroy that bead. Lin Sheng shouted loudly and retreated suddenly. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard didn't react for a while, but the spirit fire toad, who was still connected to Lin Sheng's soul, reacted quickly and suddenly opened his mouth and spit out gray flames at the flying camera bead. The gray flame hit the camera bead, causing a burst of dazzling light. followed by an earth-shattering loud noise, and even the golden light curtain trembled due to the impact of the explosion. After a long time, the dust dissipated, and a huge pit appeared in the field. Around the pit were thick ice crystals, with traces of gray flames burning on them. Yin Lei Zhu, Brother Pai is good at tricks and strategies. Lin Sheng's face was gloomy as he walked out from behind the spirit fire toad. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the Yin Thunder Pearl would have beaten it to ashes. I have to thank Yuntianba for this, for teaching him a lesson in advance. The spirit fire toad held its belly with its claws, its nostrils pointed upward, looking arrogant and proud. The three brothers Longhubao had lingering fears on their faces. They were almost blown to ashes. Thinking of this, they all looked angry and stared at the instigator. It's a pity that even with this method, I couldn't kill you. Pai Yangyang looked regretful, picked up the broken sword on the ground, and pointed it at Lin Sheng. Even if I die, I, a disciple of the Pai family, will not be a meager person. Okay, that's as you wish. Lin Sheng sneered, and the spirit fire toad immediately opened its big mouth and spit out gray flames towards Pai Yangyang. Golden Pincher quickly stepped forward to stop him, trying to resist the gray flames with his physical body. They are both chi-refining Zochan monsters. The Golden Claw is just an ordinary monster, but the spirit fire toad is an exotic beast. The Golden Pincer is not afraid of all kinds of poisons, and its physical body is strong. It relies on its big pincers to fight, but the spirit fire toad can breathe fire, and now the fire it breathes is extremely cold gray fire from unknown origins. With just one encounter, Golden Pincher was burned by ashes and froze into a shiny ice sculpture. However, in the ice sculpture, its eyes were erratic, and it was obvious that he was not dead, but was only temporarily trapped. But Pai Yangyang, who lost the protection of the golden claws, was not so lucky. When he turned into an ice sculpture, he lost his life. The Golden Pincer, which was connected to his soul, also followed closely and hated the northwest. When the master dies, the monster will inevitably die as well. This is a limitation of the soul to prevent the monster from rebelling. Good job. Lin Sheng showed appreciation and patted the spirit fire toad's body. The spirit fire toad, which could only be used as a lighter, has now become a ferocious great monster. The spirit fire toad narrowed its eyes in pleasure, obviously it was greatly benefited from the master's praise. Lin Sheng jumped over the pit and came to the ice sculpture. He kicked Pai Yangyang's ice sculpture to pieces, took away the storage bag, and then looked at the golden claw ice sculpture aside. Rank 1 monster's body can be sold for a lot of money. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad shouted and jumped in front of the ice sculpture, pointed at the golden claw ice sculpture and then pointed at his mouth. Through the connection between souls, Lin Sheng could feel the spirit fire toad's desire for the golden claws, and it wanted to eat the golden claws. Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Okay, I see you performed well and I'll reward you." The spirit fire toad's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his mouth. His long tongue popped out and curled up his golden claws, and he suddenly pulled it into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. There is a universe in your belly. Lin Sheng's face was full of envy, but at the same time he felt extremely regretful. He wanted to taste the taste of the pee-pee shrimp in this world. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng jumped onto the back of the spirit fire toad and sat right between the 5 raised fire storage bags. Touching the elastic fire storage bag, Lin was very energetic and waved his hand, "Let's go." The formation disappeared, leaving only corpses on the ground. 4 people and 1 beast fled away. After Lin Sheng and others left, the Ru family female cultivator got up with difficulty and looked around with cold eyes. Seeing the figure flashing in the forest, he quickly took out a jade bottle from his waist, poured out 2 pills and drank them, then staggered away. Lin Sheng, I, like Man Yao, will pay back the humiliation you received today 1,000 times in the future. In the woods, Ru Manyao's face was full of resentment, and her words were filled with murderous intent. When she was young, she had an adventure and learned a strange technique called spiritual eye technique, which could see through some simple illusions. The human skin mask on Lin Sheng's face was just a mortal thing, so it could naturally be seen through at a glance. After staying away from the sword burial place, Ru Manyao found a hidden place to heal her wounds and get rid of the poisonous mist in her body. The 2 pills she had swallowed earlier were now beginning to take effect, allowing her to gather a bit of mana to open the storage bag. Fortunately, the storage bag has not been taken away. There is a bottle of spiritual liquid that Ru Manyao collected at a high price, which can quickly replenish mana. On weekdays, Manyao is reluctant to drink even if his mana is low, but now he can't bear to drink. The monk has lost his mana and is no better than a mortal. The secret realm is full of dangers, and he may not be able to drink it in the next second. When the body dies, the Tao disappears. What Demon Lord Lin Sheng did is a living example. Who would have thought that there could be such a cunning person, and he was actually a disciple of the Alliance. Thinking of this, Ru Yadan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Upon closer inspection, his fair skin had turned blue and purple. This devil pinched him so hard. How disgusting. I will definitely kill him. It's a pity that you don't have a chance. A faint sigh sounded in my ears, and Manyao suddenly bounced up like an electric shock. Who is it? A tall figure walked out from behind the tree and showed a cruel smile to Ru Manyao. Who are you? Ru Manyao's face was full of horror. Before she could finish her words, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a bronze palm pierced her chest, and her bloody sharp nails glowed with a faint cold light. Fierce. Ru Manyao's lips couldn't help trembling, she was speechless. She felt the rapid passage of life. The next second, her neck was bitten by fangs, and she died. Lin Sheng. Hong Teruo murmured to himself, watching quietly as the bronze-armored corpse sucked Ru Manyao into being. Spirit Medicine Park. Li Ziyuan was meditating and resting in a medicine field, surrounded by 4 generals of the Li family. In the distance, Bai Yumo and other Alliance disciples were searching for spirit medicine. Among the secret realm, the 2 most dangerous places are Sword Burial Land and Yunmengzi. As for the safest place, it is the Spirit Medicine Park. Not only is it safe, but the probability of encountering opportunities is also high. As long as the spirit medicine is old, it will hide itself and be difficult to be discovered. Therefore, after a year since Secret Realm has been opened, the Spirit Medicine Park is still the most lively place. During this period, some lucky people occasionally found 1 or 2 old medicinal plants and took them out to earn a large amount of spiritual stones. However, many people became red-eyed and rushed in regardless of their own safety. Now that the alliance of hundreds of clans has come to the Spirit Medicine Park, it is natural to clear the place. Even if the independent cultivator is dissatisfied, he does not dare to resist. He can only curse and go to other places of opportunity. Of course, the Alliance also told them a deadline, and they would leave after 7 days. Otherwise, this group of independent cultivators would not be so cooperative. Everyone has spent spiritual stones, so why can you get in and I can't? Now that we have a 7-day appointment, we can endure it. Anyway, we don't have to endure it once or twice. We are used to it. To some extent, Lin Sheng had to thank the alliance of hundreds of clans. Without the alliance to clear the place, how could there be so many people running to the sword burial site? On this day, a sword light flashed across the sky. Before the alliance disciples guarding the gate could react, the sword light rushed into the spirit medicine garden. What just jumped in? The gatekeeper's face was full of panic. Is there one? Why didn't I see it? Another disciple pretended to be confused. You didn't even see such a bright sword light. Fellow Taoist, I really didn't see anything. We are gatekeepers. If someone breaks into the medicine garden, they will be punished. Fellow Taoist, do you understand? I roughly understand what Shangtai means. Yes, I didn't see anything either. That's right, nothing happened, keep guarding the gate. After Zhang Guang crossed the gate, he quickly rushed towards Li Ziyuan. Who is coming? The 4 generals of the Li family shouted loudly and quickly stepped forward to stop him. The sword light fell to the ground, and the person who came was a short old man with sinister eyes. The 4 generals of the Li family were slightly shocked and saluted quickly. I have met Mr. Li. Li Ziyuan looked puzzled and stood up to greet him. Why are you here, sir? But something happened in Qinghai County. Mr. Li shook his head. There is no need to worry about the ancestor in Qinghai County, but something happened to Yun Shisen, and his old servant's life cards were shattered. Li Ziyuan frowned immediately when he heard this. With the rank 2 formation in hand and a group of independent cultivator helpers, how could Yun Shisen die? The previous request for Yun Shisen to deposit the fate card with Mr. Lee was just a casual mention, but he never thought that something would really happen. When did the fate card break? Yesterday. I found out when I checked the storage bag this morning. Mr. Lee's voice was a little solemn. He also knew the secret plan of Li Ziyuan and Yun Shisen. A trace of gloom flashed between Li Ziyuan's brows, and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind. Mr. Lee looked suspicious. Could it be the fault of other foundation building overhauls? Li Ziyuan looked solemn. Impossible. To enter the secret realm, you must pass through the dragon locking formation. The foundation building overhaul cannot be hidden at all. Could there be other variables in the secret realm? Mr. Lee was also confused. The Lin family boy was only in the middle stage of chi refining. Even with the guardian, he would definitely not be Yun Shisen's opponent. That's all. Let's put this aside for now and pretend that nothing happened. We will discuss it after the secret realm matter is over. Li Ziyuan thought about it and made a decision. How about I take action myself? Mr. Lee suddenly suggested. No, Patriarch Mengxia is dissatisfied with Shi Buwei's matter. Li Ziyuan refused immediately, and even Yun Shisen has failed. Even if you take action, I'm afraid you will also fall into trouble. Mr. Lee was silent when he heard this. Let him run around for a few days first. When the secret realm thing comes to an end, I'll ask the Ancestor to take action himself. Will Ancestor interfere in this matter? Yes. As long as it shakes the foundation of the Li family, he will take action. ... A ray of sword light rushed out of the spirit medicine garden and rushed towards the horizon. Look, nothing happened, right? That's right, fellow Taoist is indeed an old man in the alliance. You said it all right. Hehe, this is a rule of thumb. If you can't stop it, stop it. If you can't stop it, just pretend you didn't see it. Only in this way can you live longer. Fellow Taoist has great insights and I have learned from you. Among the trees, the pale-faced Bai Lianhua moved quickly towards the spirit medicine garden. Thinking of the previous scene in the sword burial ground, a trace of sadness flashed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a ray of sword light came towards him. Bai Lianhua was so frightened that he had no time to think. He rolled on the spot in a hurry, barely wiping away from the sword light to avoid it. The expected follow-up attack did not come. Bai Lianhua got up in a hurry and saw a very familiar figure instead. Why is nephew Bai Xian in such a mess? Mr. Lee frowned slightly. He was flying in the sky just now, and when he saw a figure in the forest with a look in his eyes, he casually struck him with a sword. Unexpectedly, he almost killed Bai Lianhua. Mr. Lee was made to laugh. Bai Lianhua smiled bitterly and felt relieved. After this, the injuries on his body could no longer be suppressed, and a touch of blood immediately appeared on his chest and clothes. Are you injured? What happened? Mr. Lee looked surprised. Bai Lianhua sighed softly, thinking of the soul-catching bead in Yun Tianba's hand and the soul-controlling spell in the Sea of Consciousness. He shook his head and refused to say more. Mr. Lee was even more surprised when he saw this scene. Suddenly he thought of something and asked in a solemn voice, "Have you seen Yun Shisen?" Yun Shisen. Bai Lianhua looked stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know who Yun Shisen was at all, but he did know a man named Yun Tianba who had done him quite a disservice. Mr. Lee looked disappointed when he saw this. He took out a bottle of healing pill and threw it to Bai Lianhua. That's it, you are seriously injured. Leave secret realm as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Bai Lianhua thanked him respectfully. When he saw Mr. Lee turning around to leave, his heart suddenly moved. Who is Yun Shisen? Mr. Lee has something to do with him. There's nothing important. Mr. Lee waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more. Bai Lianhua showed hesitation. I don't know Yun Shisen, but I know a Yun family member. Mr. Lee can go look for him. Maybe he knows the whereabouts of Yun Shisen. Oh, who is that person? That man's name is Yun Tianba. What? Mr. Lee said with surprise on his face. When did you see him? Where was he? Come quickly. He knew that Yun Shisen called himself Yun Tianba and liked to have others call him Ba Ba. He was a person with a perverse personality. Although Bai Lianhua wondered why Mr. Lee reacted so fiercely, he didn't think much about it and answered truthfully, only a few hours ago, at the sword burial site. Yun Shisen's life card was broken yesterday, so the person today must be a fake. Even if he is not the murderer, he is still an insider. Single quote. Mr. Li thought to himself, not caring about Bai Lianghua beside him, and fled towards the place where the sword was buried. He always believed that Yun Shisen's death was due to other unknown variables and had nothing to do with Lin Sheng. Maybe there was a huge opportunity in this. Under the Foundation building, who could kill him brazenly under the rank 2 formation? Dozens of monks wearing law weapon armor. Whether it was because of divine ability, law treasure, or something else, Mr. Li would never let it go. Li Ziyuan didn't let him go to find Lin Sheng, so going to find this fake person wouldn't be considered a violation of the master's order, right? When he was young, Mr. Li went to the Profound Heaven Sword sect of Yu Kingdom to learn excellent swordsmanship. Later, he had no choice but to defect to the sword sect because he was exposed when he peeped at Saintess taking a bath. Being able to escape from being chased by a group of law enforcement disciples, Mr. Li was extremely confident in his swordsmanship. The murderer could kill Yun Shisen, but he might not be able to kill him. Even if he can't fight, he will definitely be able to escape with his sword-light escape method. Now he has lived incognito in the Li family of Qi for more than 30 years, and half of his body has fallen into the loess. Opportunities are presented to him and he must fight for them. Li Ziyuan didn't let me intervene, he must have been guarding against me, fearing that I would take away the opportunity. Single quote. A hint of gloom appeared in old Li's eyebrows, and he couldn't help but speed up his escape technique. The night was long and there were many dreams, so this matter couldn't be delayed. In the woods, an earthy yellow halo emerged from the ground, and then the halo quickly dissipated, revealing 5 figures within it. The 3 brothers Longhubao looked pale and their auras were disordered. The earth escape method obviously consumed them greatly. Lin Sheng sat on the back of the Lingwo toad, holding the secret realm map in his hand to check the location, and then looked at the Wu Zulong on the ground. How far have we escaped? Young master, it's about 6 miles away. As he spoke, Wu Zulong took out a few pills, took them, meditated, and adjusted his breath. Wu Zonghu and Wulu Leopard did the same thing. Is it only 6 miles away? This earth escape method is so slow. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Now after 2 fishing operations, the sword burial ground can no longer stay. Another dangerous place in the secret realm is Yunmeng's, and Lin Sheng naturally uses it as a new fishing place. Now that the new combat power Spirit Fire Toad has been added, Lin Sheng is no longer worried about the threat from Li Ziyuan and others. Just to avoid capsizing in the gutter, he still avoids when possible. If he guessed correctly, Li Ziyuan and his party should all be in Spirit Medicine Garden. Yun Tianba is dead. Li Ziyuan must have known that the plan failed. No killer has come yet. With this endurance, he can be regarded as a figure. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, it seems that the ancestor of the Li family is really trapped deep in the secret realm, otherwise what else would make Li Ziyuan endure? If he had waited for him to rescue the ancestor, there would be 2 situations that would happen. Either the ancestor of the Li family would die personally, or nothing would have happened to the Li family and Yuntianba would be treated as an abandoned son. Attacking and killing elite disciples of other families can only be done secretly and secretly, without being on the stage. The Li family will not admit it, and Li Ziyuan is even less likely to admit it. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's eyes flashed. In order to prevent the ancestor of the Li family from being shameless and ending up in person after escaping from trouble, he must rush to the depths of the secret realm in 5 days. Not only must he appear, but he must also make a high-profile appearance. During this period, Lin Sheng must speed up his improvement of strength. If the ancestor of the Li family really becomes a human being in the eyes of the Alliance disciples, he can still struggle for a while. Lin Sheng also considered the idea of leaving Secret Realm early. After all, he had already made a lot of money from the 2 fishing operations, but this idea was rejected by him as soon as it came up. The trip to the Secret Realm was an order from the ancestor of the Zonqing sect. If the alliance of hundreds of clans ran away before he could leave, that would not be a slap in the face of the alliance, but a direct slap in the face of the ancestor of Mengxia. If the Lin family still wants to hang out in the Qi kingdom and share the cake of the 100 Clans alliance, Lin Sheng cannot leave early. If his influence affects his whole body, it is not easy to be a disciple of the family. It's better to be an independent cultivator, alone. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart and looked at the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard. How is your mana recovering? The spirit fire toad squinted at the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, who were busy recovering their mana beside them, with contempt in their eyes. Wu Zulong opened his eyes. Young master, I barely recovered. Does the earth escape method consume so much mana? Lin Sheng looked surprised. A wry smile appeared on Wu Zulong's face. If we only take the young master to escape from the earth, it will naturally not consume much mana. Just bring. As he spoke, he looked at the spirit fire toad with a proud face. In order to take this huge toad with him, the consumption of mana was simply terrifying. Otherwise, how could he have managed to escape even this short distance before he could not withstand it? Quack, 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 quack. The spirit fire toad was not happy. He stared at Wu Zulong and yelled, salivating, as if he was saying that you are so incompetent that you still dare to take the blame. And he threw it on this king's head. Wu Zulong was caught off guard and had his face sprayed with saliva, but Wu Zonghu and Wulu Leopard had already hid aside, looking at their elder brother with gloating. They had already learned the skill of the spirit fire toad along the way. Regardless of the fighting method, there is absolutely no opponent for the troll, and no one can withstand the saliva coming at him. Okay, stop arguing. Lin Sheng was soul connected with the Lingwo toad, so he naturally knew that the Lingwo toad's scolding was quite unpleasant. Seeing that Wu Zulong was almost drowned in saliva, he quickly stroked the Lingwo toad's big head to comfort him. Quack, quack. After the Lingwo toad barked twice more, it finally calmed down and looked sideways at Wu Zulong. Naturally, it wanted to give its master the face. Wu Zulong wiped off the saliva on his face and glared at the spirit fire toad with an angry expression. He turned and walked aside. Now, this refining great perfection spirit fire toad has a status that is close to that of the ancestor of the Lin family and cannot be beaten. You can't win even if you spray, but you can't afford to hide even if you can't offend. Seeing Wu Zulong giving in, Lingwo Chan narrowed his big eyes, obviously extremely proud. Seeing that the two were reconciled, Lin Sheng looked satisfied and rubbed the spirit fire toad's head. Forget it, let's not escape from the earth. Now that the spirit fire toad has appeared in the world, the identity of the Yun family can no longer be used. Next, we will show our true identity to others. As Lin Sheng said this, he tore off the human skin mask from his face. Upon hearing this, the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard also quickly removed the masks from their faces. We, the Lin family, are charitable, treat others peacefully, and never do anything to bully others. You must remember that if you encounter injustice on the road, you must help. Promise. The three dragons, tigers and leopards responded solemnly. It seemed that the young master wanted to clear his name. The days of picking up storage bags were gone forever. To the southeast, target Yunmongs, let's go. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and the spirit fire toad jumped 3 miles. The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, quickly followed up with their swords. Not long after everyone left, there was a sound of footsteps in the forest, and Hong Tu walked out carrying a black coffin. Be kind and charitable, treat others peacefully. Hong Tu's face trembled. This Lin family was so shameless. He thought that he was already a rampant demon, but compared with this Lin family, he was nothing but a witch. He had witnessed what happened at the gate of the sword burial ground. He wanted to join forces with Baidu Boy to plot to kill the monks, but he didn't want others to get ahead of him. Even Baidu Boy was beaten to ashes, leaving only his head, and was beaten by that the Lin family picked it up. Hong Tu, on the other hand, secretly hid in the black coffin and buried it deep underground. Relying on the special characteristics of the black coffin, he avoided the search by Long, Hu, and Bao. Originally, Hong Tu wanted to wait for Lin Sheng and everyone else to leave before secretly leaving. He didn't want to see Lin Sheng's magic skills later, and he was extremely surprised. That magic skill swallows people's souls and controls resentment, which is similar to the secret technique of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, resentful soul burial technique. As a true disciple of 10,000 Corpses Valley, Hong Tu naturally learned the secret skills of the Gen sect, so when he saw Lin Sheng performing magic skills, he thought he had met a disciple of the same sect. This was because the magic skills were so similar, but upon closer inspection they were slightly different. Regardless of the mortal monks in this world, all have souls. As the saying goes, the soul of Taoist will be destroyed after death. If the soul is not extracted in time, the soul will disappear from the world. Resentful soul burial technique is to use the body as a burial place to absorb people's souls and extradite themselves. After being buried for 7 days, the souls are annihilated and turned into resentful souls, nourishing the legal body. Every ray of soul that was extracted was muddled and devoid of any emotion. Although the magic skill Lin Sheng performed was capable of absorbing people's souls, this soul was completely different from the normal soul. It had its own emotions, and there were also emotional souls that could not be drawn out, which made Hong Tu a little confused. However, Hong Tu was very sure about one thing. Both techniques should use the soul to nourish oneself and also use the soul to injure the enemy. According to this conjecture, the two skills may have some connection, so Hong Tu did not leave, but followed secretly. He was extremely interested in the magic skills performed by Lin Sheng, and he also had an idea in his mind. Perhaps this person can be extradited to the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Single quote. A sword light flashed across the sky, and Mr. Li appeared at the entrance of the sword burial ground. Seeing the corpses on the ground and a group of monks who were touching the corpses, Mr. Li looked solemn and took a picture of a low-level monk. What happened here? The monk who was happily touching the corpse was suddenly caught by the sky, and felt another chi refining great perfection cultivation fluctuation. He was so frightened that he pissed and urinated. Spare your life. Senior, don't kill me. This junior is a disciple of the Go family. I have a 70-year-old mother above me, and noisy. Mr. Li frowned and threw the monk back to the ground with a look of disgust on his face. I ask you, what happened here? Although the Go family monk fell down and fell into the mud, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he quickly got up. Thank you, senior, for sparing me. This junior has just arrived, and I don't know the specific situation. But I heard from other fellow Taoists that this place was previously shrouded in golden light, which is suspected to be an extremely powerful formation. Mr. Li frowned when he heard this. The formation, the golden light, is it the spiritual gold locking space formation? Single quote. How long does it take for the golden light to dissipate? Before the monk from the Go family could speak, another young monk who was watching the excitement said quickly, as for the senior, the golden light dissipated for about an hour, and the junior also saw a figure fleeing into the forest. The young monk said and pointed to the southeast. This junior is of low strength and doesn't dare to chase after him. He can only watch the figure escape. I think everything that happened here must be that person's fault. Southeast, Yunmongs. Single quote. Mr. Li was thoughtful, threw a low-grade spirit stone, and fled towards the southeast. Spiritual stone. The Go family monk's eyes lit up and he was about to pounce on the spirit stone on the ground, but his right eye suddenly hurt and he received a solid punch. This spiritual stone is mine, what do you want to do? Get away. After punching the young monk, he quickly rushed towards the spirit stone. The monk of the Go family covered his eyes with anger on his face, a sneak attack. How dare you even steal the spiritual stone of the Go family? I've never heard of you saying that the Go family is not the same as the Go family. The young monk looked disdainful as he picked up the spiritual stone and put it into his storage bag. Okay. The Go family monk laughed angrily. I will remember you. Ha ha ha, divination stick. I'm so scared. The sword light landed, and Mr. Li looked solemnly at the mummy on the ground. He chased Dongfangnan, because he was afraid of ignoring the details on the ground and did not dare to fly too high. And now, the situation has been discovered, a female mummy whose blood has been sucked out of her body. You know it's Ru's family but you still dare to take action. Could it be that he's from the Valley of 10,000 Corpses? Single quote. Mr. Li thought to himself, his eyes scanning the tattoo on the chest of the female corpse and the blood hole on the neck. He was a little puzzled. The corpse outside the sword burial place had not been sucked from blood. Could it be two groups? Forget it, go to Yunmeng's first and see everything. Single quote. He secretly made a decision in his heart, and the sword light rose into the sky. The sword light streaked across the sky. In the woods, the monks who were on their way raised their heads and looked at the sword light that was quickly disappearing in the sky. What a fast escape technique. It's even more terrifying than that three-claw escape technique. I don't know who the great monk is. Lin Sheng looked back with envy on his face and touched the somewhat unconvinced spirit fire toad underneath him. You're also very fast, but you're a little bumpy. If I hadn't mastered the blood and energy method and had a strong physical body, I would probably fall apart. Quack, quack, quack. The spirit fire toad barked several times. Through the connection between souls, Lin Sheng knew the meaning of the spirit fire toad. Customizing a wooden chair just makes me sit more comfortably, but it doesn't change the bumpy situation. Quack, quack. The spirit fire toad's expression became a little depressed. Lin Sheng smiled and comforted. I know you have good intentions. Let's talk about it when we have the opportunity in the future. Let's go on our way. Quack, quack, quack. After hearing this, the spirit fire toad became excited again, jumped up suddenly, and left quickly. The three brothers, dragon, tiger and leopard, looked at each other and quickly followed. The young master was becoming more and more comfortable in interspecies communication. The spirit beast was chattering along the way, jumping and croaking at the same time. At one time, it said that the tree was big, and at another time, it said that the stone was strange. I think it was because it had been stuffed in the spirit beast bag for too long. This was very painful for Lin Sheng. There was a croaking sound in his ears, which made his head spin. He responded with a few words in the first part, but then he simply pretended not to understand and let the spirit fire toad howl. After walking for a while, there was a sudden explosion in front of him, and the monk could faintly be heard scolding. Without Lin Sheng's instructions, the spirit fire toad couldn't wait to rush over. The toad's face was full of excitement. Don't bully others too much. Our Wu family is not someone to be trifled with. Wu Junmao was holding a flying sword with a cold expression. Behind him stood a pale female cultivator holding a diamond talisman. However, her aura was abnormally disordered and she was obviously seriously injured. Surrounding him were 5 ill-intentioned monks, all of whom were in the middle stage of chi refining. One of the black-faced men grinned and pointed at the female cultivator behind Wu Junmao. Fellow Taoist is joking, the name of the Wu family is well known to me. Fellow Taoist can leave if he wants, but this royal jelly must stay. Wu Junmao's expression was extremely ugly. It's a joke, my sister got royal jelly through all the hard work, how could I give it to you for nothing? If you want it, go and find it yourself. If this is the case, fellow Taoist will not be able to leave. The black-faced man shook his head and continued to persuade, it is not easy to become an immortal. Why should fellow Taoist be obsessed with things outside of himself? Life is the most important thing. Brother, what nonsense are you talking to him? Just kill him directly. We will flee to the kingdom of Zhao and come back when the soul is dissipated. A thin monk said coldly. The black-faced man heard this and looked at Wu Junmao. Fellow Taoist, can you hear me? My brother can't hold it in anymore. I see that you have reached the middle stage of chi refining at a young age. You have outstanding qualifications. Wouldn't it be a pity if you lost your life here? When Wu Junmao heard this, his face became uncertain, and he couldn't help but look at the clan girl behind him. When He Lian and the others saw this, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. The disciples of this family would not be killed if they could, and no one wanted to hide around with their souls on their backs. The female cultivator had a sad look on her face. Although the clan brother did not say it directly, he already knew it by looking at her eyes. He reluctantly took out a jade bottle and threw it at the black-faced man. Looking at the jade bottle flying in the air, the dark-faced man's face became even more joyful, and he was about to reach out to take it. Suddenly the shadow blocked the light, everyone looked stunned and subconsciously looked up. Before they could see anything clearly, they heard a loud bang and a wave of air coming towards them, and everyone had to hide their faces and retreat. When the dust cleared, I saw a big toad standing proudly. Royal jelly is a good thing. Lin Sheng tossed the jade bottle up and down with his right hand and glanced at everyone one by one. Who are you? How dare you ruin the good deeds of my 5 peach blossom ghosts? The black-faced man looked at the huge toad with a gloomy face, and for a moment he didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Sheng completely ignored the black-faced man, looked at Wu Junmao and said with a smile, Wu fellow Taoist, are you giving away this royal jelly for nothing? Wu Junmao's eyes lit up. If fellow Taoist likes it, I will give this royal jelly to you. I only hope that fellow Taoist can kill these 5 thieves. Ha ha ha, a gentleman will not take away someone's love, and this thing will be given back to you. Lin Sheng smiled and threw the jade bottle back. How dare you ignore me? Come on, brothers, the black-faced man shouted, turned around and ran away very fast. The other 4 rogue cultivators also had an extremely tacit understanding. Almost as soon as the black-faced man finished speaking, they fled in all directions without even the slightest thought of fighting. Lin Sheng did not chase after him, but looked at the female cultivator from the Wu family with a smile on her face. The jade vase was lost and recovered. The female cultivator smiled brightly and saluted Lin Sheng Yingying. Thank you, master, for your help. Lin Sheng waved his hands repeatedly. We monks should help each other. I, Lin Sheng, hate people who do evil the most. They can't run away. As soon as he finished speaking, screams rang out in the forest, followed by violent fighting sounds, and calm returned after a moment. Is this? Wu Junmao looked surprised. Lin Sheng smiled and said nothing. After a while, Long, Tiger and Leopard jumped out of the forest with the body and threw the body in front of everyone. Wu Junmao's face was full of shock. In a short time, these 5 people were beaten to death. My eyes were looking back and forth at the 3 brothers Long, Hu, and Bao, and I couldn't help but be secretly shocked when I saw that all of them were qi refining late stage. What do you think, fellow Taoist Wu? Lin Sheng asked with a faint smile. Wu Junmao quickly clasped his fists. Fellow Taoist Gao Yi, may I ask if fellow Taoist is a disciple of the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak? Exactly. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. I've often heard that the disciples of the Lin family in Dongshuan Peak are good at giving. Sure enough, it's better to be famous than to meet them. Wu Junmao praised. He knew the Lin family in Dongshuan Peak, but the rest of what he said was all nonsense. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to say good things. He, fellow Taoist has done a wonderful job. I think the fighting here has attracted other people's attention. Let's leave quickly. Okay, fellow Taoist Lin, I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist walks slowly. After seeing the 2 figures disappearing into the forest, Lin Sheng casually photographed the souls of the corpses on the ground and obtained 4 strands, all filled with resentment. Let's go too. I hope I can meet some more rogue cultivators along the way so that I can build up my reputation. Lin Sheng said and patted the spirit fire toad on the head. The latter immediately jumped up and headed towards the forest. The 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, quickly followed. I don't know whether it was because of his open mouth or for some other reason, but Yun Meng's was almost there, and Lin Sheng was stunned that he didn't even see a rogue cultivator doing evil. Occasionally, he met a few monks, and everyone was kind and friendly. If the evil reputation is included, Lin Sheng's reputation has improved a lot. Anyone who sees a passing monk riding a qi refining Zochan monster will be afraid. As this Yun Meng's. In the air, gray miasma drifted in the wind, and the endless swamp was covered with green algae, completely covering the entire water surface. Apart from the occasional sound of water waves, there was no other sound in this world. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that Yun Meng's didn't want to wait. This place looked much scarier than the sword burial ground. There was something hiding under the green swamp, which made people feel a little scared. Forget it, let's go. Young master is wise, the 3 brothers Longhubao said in unison. They also felt hairy all over. This ghost place was so scary that not even a monk could be seen. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad was not happy, and his face was unhappy. When he came here, he felt as if he had returned home. Lin Sheng could only comfort him with words. Ah Chan, there must be great terror here. Our monk's intuition is not wrong. This place is definitely not a good place. Yes, what fellow Taoist Lin said is absolutely true, and I feel the same way. There was a sigh. The 3 brothers Longhubao turned around quickly, looking wary. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and looked towards the entrance of Secret Realm. A familiar figure appeared in his sight and he couldn't help but smile. What a disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. If I didn't go looking for you, you would have found me on your own. Ha ha ha, is it possible that fellow Taoist Lin is like those common people who want to take my head for just 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Hong Tu looked at the spirit fire toad with a smile on his face. Lin Sheng also had a smile on his face. I guessed it right, I am really a common man. Hong Tu's expression did not change. Fellow Taoist Lin, don't be impatient. Just listen to my words. If you are not satisfied, you can take my head. Haha, if you can survive my attack, we can talk about it. Lin Sheng chuckled, and the spirit fire toad immediately opened its mouth and sprayed gray flames towards Hong Tu. The three brothers, dragon, tiger and leopard, hid quickly for fear of accidental injury, but they knew how terrifying the gray flames were. Hong Tu's face was slightly condensed, but he did not dodge. His muscles suddenly swelled, and wisps of resentment seeped out of his body, forming a circular barrier to protect him. Above the barrier, there were resentful faces, wandering back and forth. The gray flame hit the resentment barrier and instantly froze the entire barrier into an ice sculpture. However, Hong Tu, who was in the ice sculpture, calmly stretched out his hand and lightly touched the resentment barrier. There was a cracking sound, and the ice sculpture didn't last long before it shattered. This resentful spirit, single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He vaguely felt that he could forcibly swallow those resentful souls. Hong Tu smiled. How about it? Fellow Taoist Lin, would you like to listen to me? Yes, I have some skills, and I can actually catch the gray flames. Just tell me, if words don't make sense, I will do it myself. Lin Sheng grinned, his eyes flashing fiercely. Hong Tu suddenly felt an unexplained throbbing in his heart, and his expression became extremely solemn. Could this person have something to hide? If you are careless, the matter has reached this point, so you can only bite the bullet. Fellow Taoist, would you like to join me in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses? Huh, Lin Sheng looked surprised. He thought Hong Tu was going to say something lofty, but he actually wanted to recruit him. I think fellow Taoist's magic power is unique, and only my soul transformation and spirit condensation technique in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses is the most suitable Tao integration friend. Quote. What magic skill? Are you kidding me? Lin Sheng pretended to be confused, but he was surprised in his heart. When did Hong Tu see him perform magic skills? He. Fellow Taoist Lin, please stop pretending. Outside the sword burial ground, I have witnessed your peerless magic with my own eyes. The state of Qi is too small to accommodate a great demon like you. Only the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, is the best place for you to end up. I can guarantee that as long as fellow Taoist Lin worships in the Valley of Corpses, he will definitely become the saint child of our sect. You tempted me. Single quote. Lin Sheng glared at Hong Tu fiercely, but he was quite moved in his heart. Among the Immortal Cultivation world in Dongzhou, the state of Zhao was the strongest, and the state of Zhao respected the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. If you go to the Valley of 10,000 Corpses to become a saint child, your future will be limitless. With the support of the two gold core ancestors, Black and White, the alliance of hundreds of tribes and the Li family and the Bai family are all weak. Seeing Lin Sheng's unkind expression, Hong Tu's heart sank slightly. You don't believe it, fellow Taoist? You must know that our method of recruiting disciples in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses is completely different from that of ordinary sects. As the most powerful sect in the Immortal Cultivation world in Dongzhou and the Demon Sect, Lin Sheng naturally knew some of the situation in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. The Valley of 10,000 Corpses has been a sect for thousands of years. Although it is called the Demon Sect, it does not kill anyone on sight. At least in the Zhao Kingdom, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses strictly prohibits the monks from blood sacrifices to mortals to practice martial arts. It is not because of any ethics. It just sacrifices all the mortals who will serve the monks. Different from the major sects' recruitment methods that hold spirit testing conferences every year, the recruitment of people in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses relies entirely on the extradition of the true disciples or the monks' initiative to recruit people. Because the spirit testing conference is never held to recruit disciples, many Zhao people join sects from other countries. Lin Sheng believed most of Hong Tu's words, but Saint Child's identity might not be so reliable. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't speak, Hong Tu could only guess that he had concerns, so he continued to persuade, fellow Taoist is worried about identity. If so, it is just too much worry. Anyone who worships the sect, regardless of birth, origin, past grievances, are right off. If fellow Taoist joins our sect, the Lin family will surely become famous all over the world. Why should we be trapped in this small clan in Qi country? Lin Sheng said with a smile but not a smile. What I said made me enlightened, but there are no free opportunities in the Immortal Cultivation world. If I show my courtesy for nothing, can I treat you like a 3-year-old child? Hong Tu smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lin is overly worried. It shows that fellow Taoist still doesn't understand me, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Anyone who is a true disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses can take on the sect's extradition mission. If I can extradite someone with outstanding talent, the sect will give me a reward. Fellow Taoists' magic skills are amazing. If I can introduce you to it, the sect may give me a foundation building pill. Foundation building pill. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Hong Tu smiled even more. That's right, even if there is no foundation building pill, other foundation building things will be given. Fellow Taoist and I had no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges today. We recruited him easily, so why not do it? Lin Sheng nodded slightly. If what you said is true, it makes sense. I can take the inner demon oath and promise that I will never tell lies. What do you think, fellow Taoist Lin? You are willing to join my sect? As he spoke, Hong Tu raised his hand to swear the heart demon oath without any hesitation, which showed that he was full of confidence. Lin Sheng's face looked thoughtful. Hong Tu's words should be no problem, but it might not be true after entering the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Hong Tu's enthusiastic recruitment was ultimately due to the 4 desire demonic skills. If the Gold Core Ancestor falls in love with the 4 desires demonic skill, Lin Sheng can hand it over without reservation, but no one can guarantee that the Gold Core Ancestor will not kill people and silence them. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng showed a look of pity on his face and shook his head. The 4 desire demonic skills were closely related. Even though the Valley of 10,000 Corpses was powerful, it still couldn't be entered. Seeing this, Hong Tu's expression that he was confident of winning immediately turned ugly. He really couldn't understand. As a demon, if you don't join the strongest demon sect in the Immortal Cultivation world in Dongzhou, why do you still want to go to the decent sect? Is it possible to eliminate demons and defend the law? Fellow Taoist Lin, you have to think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to enter the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. The entry requirements for the Valley of 10,000 Corpses are extremely demanding, and not everyone can do it. Hong Tu's words were correct, and Lin Sheng had also heard that to enter the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, one needs to kill one's parents or loved ones. The Valley of 10,000 Corpses is defined as a demon sect, and a large part of the reason is because of this, killing relatives to prove the truth. However, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses also has its own reasons. Stepping into the path of immortality is to cut off ordinary cause and effect. If you can't cut off cause and effect, what else can you do to become an immortal? Only by experiencing the greatest inner pain in the world can we be able to focus on the great Tao and not be disturbed by the world. To some extent, the Qi State's Zonqing sect is somewhat similar to the situation in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, but the Zonqing sect only requires you to cut off, and does not require you to kill. The Valley of 10,000 Corpses must kill, but it is not killing for the sake of killing, but it has something to do with the skills of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. This method is called Blood Yin Nourishing Corpse Technique. It is the foundation of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses and the pillar of its protection. The Valley of 10,000 Corpses can be defeated, but it will never be occupied, just because there are thousands of immortal zombies buried in the valley. As for the origin of the zombies, of course they were made by the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Every disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses will raise many zombies, and due to the bloodline, parents are the easiest zombies to raise and the fastest growing zombies. Therefore, those who enter the Valley of 10,000 Corpses must kill their parents, as well as their loved ones. That's because some monks don't have parents. The Valley of 10,000 Corpses retreated and pointed out another way, to have a vigorous love, and then, kill love and realize the Tao. When Lin Sheng first heard about this, he thought it was ridiculous. If the Valley of 10,000 Corpses acted like this, how could the disciples they trained have a sense of belonging to the sect? When he grows up, he becomes more rebellious. It wasn't until later that I heard the words of the head of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses that were circulated among the people, and I suddenly realized that the Valley of 10,000 Corpses was really abnormal. The lifespan of a mortal is only a dozen years, but if you become a zombie, you will live forever. Your beloved parents have not died, they have just changed their form to stay with you. The current situation of our ancestor Beisha is the future of your beloved parents. The two ancestors of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, black and white, are one person and one corpse. Ancestor Bai Sha is the true love of Ancestor Black Fierce. The Black Fierce ancestor killed love to prove the Tao, back then, turned his beloved into a zombie, cultivated it all the way to the golden corpse state, and gave birth to spiritual wisdom. Now the two ancestors are living together and flying together, so happy. Lin Sheng thought for a long time, but Hong Tu didn't rush him. It wasn't until the sky got dark that Lin Sheng came back to his senses. As this step, killing relatives, or, quote, Zicheng, Hong Tu looked indifferent. I am an orphan. I have never seen my parents since I was a child. If I worship the Valley of Corpses, I will only be killed. Lin Sheng was filled with admiration. You are indeed a pervert. To be able to become a true disciple, I think your qualifications are also extraordinary. Hong Tu chuckled lightly and didn't care. Fellow Taoist, please don't change the subject anymore. What do you think? Are you willing to worship in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses? Well, if, Zhang, the sound of the sword sounded, and the sword light burst out, interrupting Lin Sheng's words. No one in the field reacted. When they came to their senses, the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard were lying lifeless on the ground with blood on their chests. Their faces showed the shocked expression left before they died. I saw a short old man holding a blue sword and standing proudly. It was Mr. Li. Profound Heaven Sword Sect. Hong Tu looked at the old man with fear on his face. The coffin behind him suddenly fell to the ground. With a creak, a gap opened, and one of the blood-red eyes peered out. Lin Sheng looked at the Long, Tiger and Leopard brothers on the ground and was shocked and angry. He was shocked that the three brothers were dead. He was angry because if the sword light was coming towards him, wouldn't he end up with the same fate as the Long, Tiger and Leopard brothers? How brave! Lin Sheng shouted angrily, and the spirit fire toad immediately opened its mouth and sprayed gray flames towards Mr. Li. Seeing this, Mr. Li showed disdain. He raised his sword lightly and struck it with his hand. The gray flame was split into two halves and flew in two different directions. Lin Sheng, you colluded with the demons of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses to harm the monks of Qi. This is an unpardonable crime. If you were caught without mercy, you might still be able to survive. Mr. Li said coldly that he arrived at Yunmeng's early and didn't find anything special. He was about to leave, but he happened to see Lin Sheng arriving, so he hid aside to observe. Li Ziyuan didn't let him look for Lin Sheng, and Mr. Li didn't want to look for him either. He didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that Lin Sheng showed up. Not only did he appear, he was also riding a giant toad. When he saw the Qi refining Zochan spirit fire toad, Mr. Li was quite shocked. He had seen the spirit fire toad before, but never such a big one. Moreover, the color of its body had also changed, and it was obvious that its bloodline had mutated. If a Qi refining Zochan mutated monster can be subdued, the Li family's position in the alliance will become even more secure. You must know that monsters have a lifespan much longer than humans and can easily send away several generations. Moreover, the mutated monster's combat power is quite terrifying. It is not impossible for Yuntianba and others to die in Lin Sheng's hands. Thinking of this, Mr. Li suddenly realized that the variable was in this big toad. Encountering a Qi refining Zochan mutated monster was a chance. Just when Li Lao was about to take down Lin Sheng and others, Hong Tu appeared. As a last resort, he held back. I thought that a violent conflict would break out between the two, but things took an unexpected turn. Especially after hearing about some magic skills, Mr. Li finally came to his senses. It turned out that Lin Sheng was responsible for the sword burial place. Lin Sheng definitely had a secret, so Mr. Li stopped waiting and took action immediately. Because he was afraid of stabbing Lin Sheng to death with a sword, he set his sights on the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard. It's because the three people's magic powers are integrated into one. If they were allowed to react, it would be difficult to kill them. The Wushang sword technique, leaving me without any sign, the sword light is unstoppable, killing three people with one sword, leaving no sound or trace after the sword passes. Before the three dragons, tigers and leopards could react, their hearts were stabbed simultaneously by the sword energy and they died on the spot. Who is your excellency? You dare to kill my disciple of the Lin family? Seeing the gray flame being split open easily, Lin Sheng's face became extremely ugly, and the resentment in his eyes became more intense. Mr. Li smiled and said, "He, I am Mr. Li from the Law Enforcement Hall of the 100 Tribes Alliance, Lin Sheng. I advise you to just surrender and capture him, otherwise the sword will be ruthless." Li family, die. Fellow Taoist still doesn't take action. Lin Sheng jumped up suddenly and pointed at Mr. Li with a roar. The demonic image of resentment instantly appeared on his body, and a dozen black resentful swords shot out from the fingertips of the demonic image. Hong Tu also moved very quickly, and he understood the truth behind the death of lips and teeth. When Lin Sheng jumped up, the black coffin had been opened, and the bronze corpse inside flew out. And he made a secret with both hands, and the muscles all over his body squirmed and swelled, and wisps of resentment seeped out from under his skin, and quickly rushed towards Mr. Li. What a devil! Mr. Li looked surprised. In the state of no form and no self, what he saw was not resentful swords, but souls filled with resentment. This son must be killed and cannot be kept. Single quote. I'll kill you today. The Lin family has nothing to say. Mr. Li secretly thought in his heart, shouted coldly, and struck out with a sword. The sword light flashed, and the resentment was instantly annihilated. More than a dozen resentful swords shattered and dissipated at the same time. The flying bronze corpse was chopped into pieces by the sword. 2 pieces. There is no self or form, the sword can defeat all laws. Seeing this scene, the spirit fire toad's eyes widened suddenly, and he jumped into the swamp and disappeared with a whoosh. Ruyan, Hong Tu shouted, his face filled with heartache as he looked at the 2 halves of the bronze corpse on the ground. The bronze corpse was not only his true love, but he also spent a lot of resources to cultivate it. Now it was cut in half with a sword. Although the bronze corpse was immortal, it would also lose its original essence. Mr. Li didn't take Hong Tu seriously at all. He only had Lin Sheng in his eyes. He struck out with one sword and didn't give the enemy any chance to breathe, and the second sword came one after another. Suddenly a dark thunder appeared in the sky and struck towards Mr. Li. The sword light was instantly annihilated under the thunder as soon as it was struck. Lin Sheng had already expected that the sword of resentment would not be able to accomplish anything, so he immediately used the Yin Thunder Talisman to finish off the attack after the resentful demon phase attacked. Foundation building overhauls full blow, Qi refining monk is absolutely unstoppable. No matter how strong this old swordsmanship is, Mr. Li will die. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li easily dodged the Yin Lei with a flicker and swung his third sword. Seeing the shadows of swords filling the sky, Lin Sheng couldn't avoid it. He quickly crossed his hands to protect his chest and relied on the resentful demon to hold on. Pieces of armor shattered under the shadow of the sword. They were the resentful souls of the monks, and now they were reduced to ashes under the shadow of the sword. The force of the sword enveloped his whole body, and Lin Shengru fell into the quagmire, unable to move. He watched helplessly as Mr. Li, who was flying towards him, thrust out the fourth sword. The huge sword shadow enveloped Mr. Li and stabbed at the resentful demon phase. The demon phase's crossed arms protecting his chest were instantly annihilated under the sword shadow. Boom! There was no sound in reality, but Lin Sheng heard the loud noise in his soul. The shadow of the sword pierced the chest of the resentful demon, and the armor shattered. The howling of the resentful soul was heard in the ears, and there was severe pain in the chest. In the light and shadow, Lin Sheng's eyes were blood red as he watched the sword break through the demon body inch by inch and stab himself. Lin Sheng, you are dead. Mr. Li held the sword in both hands with a ferocious face. The tenacity of the resentful demon was beyond his expectation. Every inch the sword moved forward encountered great resistance, and his ears were full of resentful spirits. Wail. Old thief, have you forgotten me? Hong Tu showed a cruel smile, jumped up, and struck Old Li on the back with a palm. Wisps of resentment flew out and pounced on Old Li, who was shrouded in the shadow of the sword. The bronze corpse did not appear, but returned to the black coffin. There was already a shadow in Hong Tu's heart, fearing that the bronze corpse would be split in half again. In the demonic state, Mr. Li looked ferocious and did not care about the resentment coming from behind him. Now that the sword was strong, he could definitely stab Lin Sheng to death on the spot with one go. If he is distracted, the sword force will inevitably collapse, and Lin Sheng will regain his freedom. When the time comes, he will be attacked by the two men, and he will have to escape despite his sharp swordsmanship. The resentful soul pounced on the sword shadow and began to eat, but the speed was extremely slow. Hong Tu frowned as he watched. The sword shadow could not be broken, so it could not attack Mr. Li inside. Fellow Taoist Lin, hold on. This old thief can only use 4 swords. If the 4 swords cannot break your demonic body, his sword power will also be broken. It will be easy to kill him then. Hong Tu reminded loudly that the Valley of 10,000 Corpses and Profound Heaven sword sect had been hostile for many years. He naturally knew the details of Profound Heaven sword sect's swordsmanship. Mr. Li's eyes were cold, noisy. I'll let you live. If you don't run away and you dare to bark here, I'll kill you again after I take the demon's head. You want to behead me? Are you worthy? Lin Sheng said coldly. The resentment in his blood-red eyes became more and more intense, and wisps of resentment appeared and wrapped around his arms. Under the blessing of the resentful soul, Lin Sheng's chest-protecting arms began to tremble slightly, and he spread them out with difficulty. A look of shock flashed in Mr. Li's eyes. The sword was already in full swing. Why could this man still move? Hong Tu's eyes lit up, and he tried his best to encourage his resentment to eat the sword shadow. If he could take this person's head, the sect would definitely remember him for his great contribution. Seeing Lin Sheng's crossed hands slightly separated, Mr. Li was anxious, but his expression remained unchanged, and he tried his best to use every inch of mana in his body to pour it into the sword, even if the original source was wasted. The sword suddenly pierced forward, and Lin Sheng could already feel the icy cold front and cold murderous intent on the sword. Lin Sheng, I have killed countless geniuses, and I have to admit that you are the most difficult to kill. However, even if you have many means, you cannot escape death today. Yeah, Lin Sheng's face was cold, and the resentful demon in his dantian instantly burned. At the cost of burning the demon seeds, he gained a short-term increase in strength. Lin Sheng did not intend to do this at the beginning. It is a pity to burn the resentful demon phase after cultivating it so far, but now it has reached the most dangerous moment. If the demon phase is gone, it can be cultivated again, but if the life is gone, there is nothing. Under the doubling of resentment, Lin Sheng suddenly spread his hands, and then clasped his hands violently. The resentful demon-like arms that had disappeared reappeared, and his palms suddenly closed to tightly clamp the light and shadow of the giant sword. What? Mr. Li's face was full of shock. The power of the sword was broken. Nothing could be done. The best thing to do was to take action. Just as he was about to retreat violently, he saw raging anger burning in Lin Sheng's eyes. This anger could even be felt by Hong Tu, who was far away. Another gray demonic form emerged from Lin Sheng's body, also 1 foot high. The armor on it was composed of angry souls, and each armor piece was an angry human face. Seeing the black and gray demonic figures overlapping each other, Hong Tu and Mr. Li were captured by the demonic aura for a moment, and they both stayed on the spot, with only one thought in their minds. What kind of magic is this? Single quote. Lin Sheng grinned with a cruel smile, raised his hand suddenly, and struck Mr. Li hard. Somehow, a special divine ability came to mind again. Angry knife. Seeing the angry demon closing his palms and striking at him, Mr. Li finally came to his senses. He didn't care about the sword restrained by the resentful demon. He let go and took out another sword from the storage bag. Before the sword light escape technique was used, a huge gray sword composed of countless angry souls struck Mr. Li's back with a pop, and cut him in two. Looking at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, Lin Sheng was still angry. He flew forward and raised his hand to chop fiercely. The light of the knife flashed. The corpse was cut into countless pieces and the head was chopped to pieces. In the distance, Hong Tu had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He was now worried that Lin Sheng would be brave enough to kill him and kill him too. After a long time, Lin Sheng got tired from the attack and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. The demonic appearance of anger and resentment also disappeared. Now in the Dantian, the most dazzling resentment demon species has become dim, and all the hard work has been in vain. However, Lin Sheng has no regrets. As long as he can kill Mr. Li, everything will be worth it. The algae on the swamp suddenly swelled up, and 2 big eyes appeared on the water. Then with a crash, the spirit fire toad jumped to the ground, and crawled in front of Lin Sheng with a face full of flattery. Looking at your cowardly look, can you still live if I die? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at the spirit fire toad, but he was not angry at all. Mr. Li's swordsmanship was so terrifying that even the hard copper corpse of the body was split open by a sword, let alone the spirit fire toad. It was better to hide to avoid losing his life in vain. Thinking of the bronze corpse, Lin Sheng raised his eyes and looked at Hong Tu, who was at a loss not far away. This person is a disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. He has committed many evil deeds, and killing him is considered as eradicating harm to the immortal cultivation world. Moreover, this person also saw the 4 desire demonic skills. It's just that this person helped him just now. If he were to kill him, he would inevitably be suspected of repaying kindness with revenge. However, as a demon, it is natural to repay kindness with hatred. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng smiled half-heartedly and waved his hand to Hong Tu, signaling him to come over. Hong Tu felt very sad. He should have turned around and ran when Mr. Li ran away, but now he couldn't run away. Now that the devil is beckoning him to come over, will he be struck by a knife if he steps forward? Seeing Lin Sheng's half-smiling expression, Hong Tu felt more and more that this was possible. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Why are you so hesitant to move forward? Why, you, a monk in the middle stage of qi refining, look more intimidating than the foundation building overhaul, so you ask me why I hesitate to move forward. Single quote. Hong Tu cursed in his heart and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist is so powerful that I dare not come near. Lin Sheng chuckled lightly and did not force it. As a true disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, I think your magic is only average. Why are all the true disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses so weak? Can't even break through the sword shadow of a mere qi refining monk. Single quote. Hong Tu showed a wry smile. Fellow Taoist is joking. That profound heaven sword sect disciple can shoot 4 swords, and no one under the foundation building can catch it. It's not that I'm weak, but fellow Taoist, you are too strong. Is it? Lin Sheng looked at the corpses of the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard on the side, feeling a little depressed. If he had been stronger, they might not have died. The spirit fire toad also looked at the corpses of the 3 brothers with a sad look on his face. There were fewer people in the world to play with. Can you teach me the art of raising a corpse with just 1 step? Lin Sheng suddenly asked. He wanted to turn the 3 brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard into zombies. Although they were dead, he would feel better if he had them stay with him in another way. Without any hesitation, Hong Tu took out a jade slip from his storage bag and threw it to Lin Sheng. This is the blood yin corpse raising technique. Fellow Taoist can check it at will, but this technique is of great importance. Fellow Taoist must not perform it in front of the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. At this time, Hong Tu also gave up the idea of persuading Lin Sheng to worship in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. With such magical power, he probably would not look down on the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. You actually got it like this. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Did Hong Tu hand over the Gen sect technique so casually? Seeing Lin Sheng's expression, Hong Tu naturally guessed what he was thinking, so he explained, what the fellow Taoist doesn't know is that it is easy to make corpses but difficult to raise corpses. If you want to raise corpses well, you must have a place to raise corpses, and it is best to the place where corpses are raised as the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. It turns out that love is useless without a place to raise corpses, but I didn't want to raise such good corpses that I could turn them into zombies. Lin Sheng looked astonished and put away the jade slip of the kung fu technique. Hong Tu frowned slightly and looked at the corpses of the Long, Hu, and Pao brothers, with hesitation on his face. Them, that fellow Taoist said was referring to. Yes, they are my subordinates. Then fellow Taoist will be disappointed. These people can't refine the corpse. Why? Lin Sheng frowned. Hong Tu smiled bitterly. They were killed by the Wushang sword technique. The Wushang sword technique first damaged their souls and then their bodies. Their souls were annihilated, so naturally they couldn't refine their corpses. Is there such a thing? Lin Sheng looked ugly and used the 4 demonic desires skill on the corpse. As expected, no emotion or soul was captured. I, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, have fought with the profound heaven sword sect for many years, and I am naturally very familiar with its swordsmanship. Hong Tu explained. Is it possible that the Li family has some relationship with profound heaven sword sect? Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought to himself that he thought the Li family had some relationship with the Zonqing sect, but he didn't expect that his clan also had disciples from the Profound Heaven Sword sect in the Yu Kingdom. Sure enough, the relationship between the Immortal Cultivation family and the famous Immortal Cultivation family was intricate. Profound Heaven Sword sect. I have written it down and will definitely find it back in the future. Lin Sheng said coldly. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad also echoed loudly. Hong Tu's face was expressionless, but his heart was full of joy. He had suffered losses at the hands of the disciples of Profound Heaven Sword sect before, but now that Profound Heaven Sword sect was targeted by this demon, the future life would be difficult. Does fellow Taoist have a few coffins for me? Lin Sheng said, taking the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard to his side, adjusting their appearance and closing his eyes. We in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses lack everything except coffins. Hong Tu looked proud and took out 3 black coffins. Fellow Taoist, these 3 black coffins are all special law weapons, which can protect the body from decay. Thank you very much. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, put the bodies of the 3 brothers into the coffin, and then affixed several sealing charms. Hong Tu smiled and said, "You're welcome, fellow Taoist Lin. If I have nothing else to do, I'll leave first." Don't worry, fellow Taoist doesn't want to recruit me into the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Lin Sheng put the coffin into the storage bag and looked at Hong Tu with a half smile. Fellow Taoist Lin really wants to join the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Hong Tu looked surprised. Lin Sheng shook his head. I don't really want to enter that much, but I am very interested in the soul transformation and spirit condensation method that fellow Taoist mentioned earlier. I wonder if you can teach me. Quote. Hong Tu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid fellow Taoist will be disappointed. There are no jade slips to teach this method. I can't teach it even if I want to. However, if fellow Taoist worships in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, he will definitely be able to learn this technique. That's all, that's it, forget it. Lin Sheng did not doubt the authenticity of what Hong Tu said. The sect's methods were passed on casually, and the Immortal Cultivation world was not in chaos. The larger the sect, the more attention it paid to the inheritance of skills. The unlimited, blood yin corpse raising technique is probably used by fishermen to lure people into the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. No, there is one more thing to trouble fellow Taoist. Hong Tu was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only say helplessly, what else can fellow Taoist do? Lin Sheng pointed to the minced meat on the ground. How about fellow Taoist take over this matter? Hong Tu thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Anyway, he had a reputation for being vicious and had also attacked and killed a lion's disciples, so it didn't matter if he had one more head. Lin Sheng smiled. Okay, fellow Taoist is indeed a sweetheart. In this case, I have an opportunity to give fellow Taoist. What opportunity? Hong Tu looked surprised. Lin Sheng grinned, took out Secret Realm, the complete volume of blood energy method, and threw it to Hong Tu. This method is called the blood qi method. As a qi refining Dzogchen monk, fellow Taoist is naturally preparing for the foundation building, and this method will help the foundation building. This method is very good. Hong Tu's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. Fellow Taoist, are you really willing to give this method to me? Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Of course. Not only is this method given to fellow Taoist, I also want to become brothers with different surnames. What does fellow Taoist mean? Hong Tu looked stunned when he heard this, and said with confusion on his face, it's natural to become brothers with different surnames, but why is fellow Taoist like this? He. Lin Sheng chuckled and raised his finger. First, as a qi refining Dzogchen monk, fellow Taoist may be able to achieve the realm of foundation building in the future. It is natural and honorable for me and fellow Taoist to become brothers. Secondly, fellow Taoist knows that I possess demonic powers. I cannot bear to attack and kill fellow Taoist. I am willing to bind myself with brotherhood and hope that fellow Taoist will keep the secret. Thirdly, I have done a lot of small things in this secret realm. I hope fellow Taoist can shoulder the responsibility and admit that it was you. The last and most important reason is that I am a free-spirited person. I like fellow Taoist and would like to become brothers with different surnames. What do fellow Taoist think of these remarks? After a long time, Hong-tu smiled coquettishly. Fellow Taoist has a straightforward temperament. Since he is honest with me, I won't hide it anymore. I would like to become brothers with fellow Taoist, but I am a disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses and cannot stay in Qi for a long time. It doesn't matter. Lin Sheng waved his hand. The right way is that distance creates beauty. Distance. Beauty. Hong-tu's face was confused. He understood the meaning of every word, but he just combined it into one sentence, which was a little confusing. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, how about we become brothers on top of this meat mud, witnessed by the spirit fire toad? Lin Sheng laughed loudly, took out a huge incense burner and threw it on top of the minced meat, making a loud bang. I don't know which elder brother brought an incense burner with him, but now it was more convenient for him. Good. Hong-tu was also so proud that he jumped up in front of the incense burner. The two took incense and looked solemn. Today, I, Lin Sheng, and Hong-tu have become brothers with different surnames. We support each other in life and death, and support each other in times of adversity. This statement has been learned by heaven and earth, and is confirmed by the spirit fire toad. Quote. Quack quack quack. Qinghai County, Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Since Lin Sheng and others went to the secret realm, Xiao Shuili had no intention of playing chess, and Lin Xingzang returned to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Although there was a training cave mansion in the Alliance stronghold, he had no intention of practicing at this time. In front of Xiao Shuili, Lin Xingzang acted quite indifferently to Lin Sheng's trip to the secret realm, but he knew his own family affairs well. There were only two direct young people in the Lin family who cultivated immortality. The death of one of them would be a heavy blow to the family. Naturally, he was worried and had no intention of practicing. He felt that time flew by very quickly. As soon as Lin Sheng left, Lin Xingzang felt that his days seemed like years. Well, Lin Xingzang sighed slightly, picked up the tea and took a sip. Hey, today is the 17th time Uncle Six has sighed. I didn't expect that Uncle Six, who is usually calm, would behave like this. Lin Xiaoji squinted his eyes with a mocking look on his face. He was very happy that Lin Sheng was gone. No one would borrow spiritual stones from him, and he no longer had to live in fear. Lin Xing put down his teacup and glanced at Lin Xiaoji. You are very free today. Don't you need to go down to the store? Now that Lin Ji is helping me, I feel a lot more relaxed. Lin Xiaoji scratched his head in embarrassment. HMPH, since I have nothing to do, let's go to Cave Mansion to practice. Lin Xingzang took out the Yisan Cave Mansion token and threw it on the table. Your fifth brother has been promoted to 2 minor realms in half a year. You have similar qualifications to him. You will also be promoted to 2 minor realms in half a year. Lin Xiaoji looked bitter and defended in a low voice. Fifth brother is more qualified than me, so I'm afraid I can't do it. What? Others can do it but you can't. It must be because you don't work hard and like to be lazy. You. Uncle Lu, don't say any more. I'm going right now. I'm going right now. Lin Xiaoji suddenly felt very upset. He quickly interrupted sixth uncle's words, picked up the token and left. He missed the days when fifth brother was in the store. At that time, sixth uncle's eyes were all on fifth brother. There are actually not many differences between monks and ordinary people. Apart from living longer and knowing some magic, they also have high hopes for their children. They will nag and preach when they see something they don't like. As soon as Lin Xiaoji walked down the stairs, he saw Lin Ji running up with a pale face. Sister Lin, why are you so panicked? Lin Xiaoji's face was full of doubts. Ever since he learned that Lin Ji's relationship with fifth brother was somewhat ambiguous, he corrected his attitude. The woman in front of him was no longer the maid he once was. Fate, the fate card is broken. What? In the secret room, seeing the 3 broken fortune cards on the table, Lin Xingzang looked gloomy. When were they broken? Lin Ji's face turned pale. Just when I was cleaning the dust, the fate card suddenly exploded. Since being sent back to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion by Wulu Bao, Lin Ji would come to Lin Sheng's room every day to clean the dust. Especially after Lin Sheng went to Secret Realm, she would come there in the morning, noon and evening. Lin Ji knew that there was a secret room in the room, so when there was a strange noise in the secret room, she discovered it immediately. Sixth uncle, is fifth brother in danger? Lin Xiaoji's face was extremely ugly. He looked at the lonely fifth brother's life card, fearing that it would explode in the next second. Lin Xingzang took the life cards of Lin Sheng and the three brothers Longhubao from the clan just on a whim and never thought that something would really happen. But now that the life cards of the three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard were shattered, Lin Xingzang was heartbroken and thought a lot at the same time, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Someone is targeting the Lin family. Single quote. With this thought, Lin Xingzang immediately thought of the Li family. He had also heard about the fall of the genius of the Shi family. Everyone in the alliance knew who did it. But for a low-ranking immortal cultivating family like the Shi family, the death of a genius is definitely a good thing for the alliance's top cultivating family, so no one is pursuing the Li family's problems. But now that something happened to Lin Sheng, the problem became serious. Lin Sheng was not considered a genius at all. If he was still being targeted like this, it could only prove that someone wanted to take action against the Lin family. Lin Xingzang didn't need to think too much. He immediately guessed that the disaster must be caused by the blood qi method. Some people didn't want to see the Lin family grow bigger. This person might be the Li family, the Bai family, the Wu family, or even a family within the alliance. All are suspected. Lin Sheng may be in danger, but now the danger faced by the Lin family is more serious. Lin Xingzang's voice was hoarse and he looked at Lin Xiaoji. Let the wind go out and say that my disciples of the Lin family were hunted down as soon as they entered the secret realm. All the protectors died. Lin Sheng was seriously injured and his life and death are unknown. Someone is attacking and killing young talents from major families. They intend to provoke a war among the immortal cultivating families in Qi. Also, go and invite the stewards of the Xiao family and the Ning family. Lin Xiaoji looked serious, nodded solemnly, and left quickly. Lin Ji looked worried. Uncle Six, will fifth brother. Lin Xingzang waved his hand. Don't think so much, just visit the store as usual, I will handle the matter, go on. Lin Ji remained silent, bowed her head and retreated. A storm is coming, but the Lin family is not so easy to control. Lin Xingzang murmured to himself. Alliance stronghold, Li family compound. The solemn and heavy door was pushed open, and light shone into the dark room. 16 oil lamps on both sides of the room lit up at the same time. A middle-aged man walked into the room quickly, his expression anxious and his eyes wandering. Li Jiong, what brings you here this time? A deep voice came from behind the screen. Ancestor, something happened. As soon as he said this, a breeze suddenly blew in the room, the lights flickered, and a tall figure slowly walked out from behind the screen. I saw him with white hair and a childish face, wearing a gray robe, with a sword tied around his waist. His temperament was extraordinary and refined. He was none other than Li Dongqing, the founder of the Li Family Foundation building. What happened? Li Jiong looked panicked and said, Old Li is dead. Li Dongqing looked calm. Who killed him? I don't know, but Mr. Li went to Secret Realm this morning, and the fate card was shattered in the afternoon. Secret Realm? Why did he go to Secret Realm? Who asked him to go? Li Dongqing looked displeased. He had already said that no one was allowed to go to Secret Realm except for the younger disciples of the Li family. Invisible pressure hit him, and Li Jiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Ancestor, it was his fourth brother Li Ziyuan who asked him to enter the Secret Realm. Li Ziyuan, what happened? This junior is not sure. It seems that the fourth brother intends to attack the Lin family disciples. Nonsense. Li Dongqing shouted coldly. The junior also tried to persuade me, but the fourth brother didn't listen. Then Mr. Li has a very good relationship with the fourth brother. Li Jiong's voice became softer as he spoke. What happened during this period? Why are you targeting Lin family disciples? It seems to be related to the Lin family's body refining technique. Li Jiong said with a look of helplessness on his face. Fourth brother does not allow me to interfere with the affairs of Qinghai County, and I don't know much about the specific situation. Li Dongqing looked unhappy. If the Lin family doesn't give it, he will kill someone. Li Jiong smiled bitterly. As far as I know, the Lin family was very happy to give it to me. Hearing this, Li Dongqing suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became a little solemn. Seeing that his ancestor was silent, Li Jiong did not dare to say anything and lowered his head in fear. After a long time, Li Dongqing said softly, then the disciples of the Lin family are geniuses. According to what this junior understands, those Lin family disciples are just mediocre people. Li Jiong said bravely. Li Dongqing looked surprised. Li Jiong looked helpless. Fourth brother never explains his actions to us, and the younger generation doesn't know what his purpose is. That's all, you will be in charge of Qinghai County affairs from now on. When Li Ziyuan returns, ask him to come see me as soon as possible. Yes, Li Jiong looked happy, and then said in a deep voice, Ancestor, what should we do about Mr. Li's matter? This man has superb swordsmanship, and he was actually killed by a junior of the Lin family. Li Dongqing looked indifferent. Don't worry about this matter. How did you know that it was the juniors of the Lin family who killed him and not the monks of the foundation building? Didn't the Ancestor make an agreement with other family foundation building monks not to enter the secret realm? Li Jiong looked confused, and then suddenly realized. The alliance of hundreds of clans is not the only one in the world that has foundation building monks. Maybe there are people who are trying to cause trouble and provoke war within the alliance. Li Dongqing said slowly. Of course, it is also possible that this matter is really the work of the disciples of the Lin family. Each of these families is very hidden. After the secret realm incident, I will go and investigate. Li Jiong nodded repeatedly, deeply convinced. Ancestor, then this junior has resigned. Li Dongqing nodded slightly, and seeing Li Jiong about to walk out of the room, he suddenly said, has Mengxia left Qinghai County? Li Jiong looked stunned and didn't realize who Mengxia was for a moment. Zanqing sect. Li Dongqing looked unhappy and reminded him, sighing slightly in his heart. Compared with Li Ziyuan, Li Jiong is not only less qualified, but also much stupider. I don't know if it is right to ask him to take charge of Qinghai County and city. Single quote. Oh. After being reminded by the Ancestor, Li Jiong reacted and said with a panic, I haven't left yet, but the Ancestor wants to meet him. This junior, will inform you. Not see. Li Dongqing waved his hand, and the door closed with a bang. Li Jiong gave a wry smile, then turned and left. Brother, little brother, quack quack quack. Seeing that the spirit fire toad also shouted, Hong Tu's face trembled and he pretended not to hear. Lin Sheng's face was full of joy, and he put the storage bag containing 300 low-grade spiritual stones into Hong Tu's hand. This is my little brother's wish. Brother, please accept it. In this case, I would be disrespectful to my brother. Hong Tu smiled with a smile on his face. He had personally watched Lin Sheng put several hundred low-grade spiritual stones into the storage bag. Wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't? Seeing Hong Tu accept the storage bag, Lin Sheng's smile became even brighter. Brother, I still need your help in something. You can tell me, little brother, Hong Tuao said angrily. Before I talk about this, I want to ask my brother, do you have any other zombies? Of course, I, a disciple of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses, have the most coffins in the storage bag, followed by zombies. Lin Sheng grinned when he heard this. This is the best. Please ask my brother to call out 2 more zombies. What's so hard about this? Hong Tu waved his hand and took out 2 coffins. With the sound of 2 coffin lids falling, 2 unworthy zombies jumped out of the coffins. Good, very good. Lin Sheng looked at the 2 tall zombies with a look of satisfaction on his face. Brother, please call out your beloved again. Hong Tu looked puzzled. Brother, just tell me if you have anything to do, and keep it secretive. He. Lin Sheng looked shy. Brother only needs to lead 3 zombies and act with me. Oh, what kind of show are you playing? Hong Tu also became interested. We'll talk as we walk. In the woods, Shilezi rushed towards the spirit medicine garden. He looked haggard and breathless. A day and a night passed, and no one from the Li family came to take action. Because of Shi Buwei's past experience, Shilezi was afraid that being killed by someone in one blow would not be able to inspire both light and dark hearts, so his nerves were tense to the extreme. He had had enough of this chaotic situation. Since the Li family didn't take action, he would take the initiative. Where are the Li family? Shilezi didn't even need to guess. He knew everything from the cursed monks he occasionally passed by on the road. The spirit medicine garden has been cleared, and only the alliance of hundreds of clans can enter. As a disciple of the alliance, Shilezi can naturally enter. Fellow Taoist, are you going to the spirit medicine garden? A voice suddenly came from beside him, which startled Shilezi, and almost inspired both light and dark hearts. Who are you? What do you want to do? Shilezi looked at the young man who jumped out of the grass with vigilance. My name is Tianyu. I've met fellow Taoist. Tianyu grinned, showing his big white teeth. Don't be nervous, fellow Taoist. I see that if you go in this direction, you should be going to the Spirit Medicine Park. That area has been occupied by the alliance of hundreds of clans. You can't get in even if you go there. Thank you for reminding me, I'm not going to the Spirit Medicine Garden. Shilezi showed an ugly smile and continued walking forward. Tianyu quickly followed. Fellow Taoist, don't leave in a hurry. I see murderous intent in your eyebrows, but you want to kill someone. Shilezi suddenly turned around, looking wary. What do you want to say? If fellow Taoist is out to kill people, I can help. Tianyu looked at Shilezi with a smile on his face and bright eyes. Haha, just you. No, there are still us. Voices rang out in the forest, and a dozen figures walked out of the shadows. You. Shilezi looked slightly panicked. Shilezi, your brother was killed by Li Ziyuan, what's wrong? Do you still want to be his dog? A middle-aged monk with a resolute face slowly walked out of the crowd, with a smile on his face, and the fluctuations in his cultivation were clearly qi refining Zochan. Who is your excellency? Why do you recognize me? Shilezi calmed down at this time, and both light and dark hearts would explode with just one thought. Haha, Alliance disciples, not everyone is a dog of the Li family, Shang Tianming. Shilezi looked shocked. The Shang family. The Shang family was exterminated 100 years ago. You are a remnant of the Shang family. Shang Tianming smiled and nodded. Yes, I am a remnant of the Shang family, but fellow Taoist will soon become a remnant of the Shi family. What do you mean by that? Shilezi frowned. Ha ha ha, it seems that your status in the Shi family is not high, and no one informed you that you were an abandoned son, ha 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 ha. Shang Tianming laughed, and everyone followed him. Seeing everyone laughing and not knowing why, Tianyu could only laugh along. Shilezi's face became increasingly ugly. What on earth do you mean? Shang Tianming gradually stopped smiling. Your brother Shi Buwei is a genius that the historians only encounter once in a century. Now that he dies like this, will the historians be willing to accept it? I heard that the Shi family has already complained to the Zanqing sect. Do you think the Zanqing sect will punish the Li family? Shilezi was silent when he heard this. The Zanqing sect would definitely not punish the Li family for the inferior Shi family, so he wanted to take revenge. Anyway, he was just a mediocre person, and it would not be a pity to die. Shang Tianming sneered. Zanqing sect will definitely not punish the Li family, and may even cooperate with the Li family to overthrow your Shi family. Do you think you will become a remnant of the Shi family? Impossible. Shilezi immediately denied. It is absolutely impossible for the Zanqing sect to help the Li family deal with the Shi family. Nothing is impossible in the world. Shang Tianming looked gloomy. Who could have thought that the Shang family would be overthrown overnight, and who could have thought that the Hu family would be wiped out overnight? Shilezi fell into silence, and then walked towards the forest. I don't care about the Shi family's affairs. Why should fellow Taoist leave in a hurry? How about we cooperate? Shang Tianming called loudly. Shilezi paused, a trace of hesitation flashed across his face, and then slowly turned around. How to cooperate? Shang Tianming smiled, carefully took out an oval pink pouch from the storage bag, and held it in the palm of his hand. This is the venom sac of the flower desire snake, designed to destroy the slim body of the Li family. All it takes is the fellow Taoist to sneak into the spirit medicine garden and detonate this sac in front of the Li family. Quote, we will then rush into the medicine garden and kill Li Ziyuan on the spot. Chapter 51. Shilezi showed contempt. There are many disciples in the Spirit Medicine Park Alliance, can you kill Li Ziyuan? Haha, in a crisis, maybe someone else will take action without me waiting. Shang Tianming smiled and then pointed at the people behind him. I formed the 100 Cultivation Alliance just for today. They are all monks who have been bullied by the 100 Cultivation Alliance more or less. The alliance of hundreds of cultivators. Shilezi muttered to himself. He had heard of this organization in Qinghai County, but it was rumored that it was destroyed overnight by the foundation building overhaul. Unexpectedly, it has reappeared now. What's even more unexpected is that the Baishu alliance was actually caused by the remnants of the Shang family. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Do you want to cooperate? Okay, I can cooperate with you. Shilezi nodded in agreement, stepped forward and carefully took the venom sac of the viper. Shang Tianming smiled even more. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, as soon as you detonate the poison sac, we will take action immediately. Even if you die unfortunately, we will definitely avenge you. Shilezi nodded. He was not prepared to live anyway. Detonating the light and dark hearts was the same as detonating the poison sac. The two overlap. I don't believe that this Li Ziyuan is immortal. After seeing Shilezi's figure slowly disappearing into the forest, a monk whispered, Boss, why do you want to use this person? Are there other secret agents in the 100 Clans Alliance? Shang Tianming withdrew his gaze and sneered. This person has a death wish, but he is just following the trend. If he succeeds, we will attack with all our strength. If he fails, we will escape immediately. My subordinate understands. Let me tell you, you have never seen that devil. He is 9 feet tall, has 4 arms, and 2 heads. He is also accompanied by 3 evil spirits. Go Bug spoke with saliva flying around, while dancing and gesticulating. In front of him, 3 monks, 2 men and 1 woman, sat cross-legged on the stone slab, listening attentively. Brother, have you really seen that demon? One of the young female cultivators asked in surprise. Not only have I met him, I have also fought with him. However, his magic skills are really powerful, and I am inferior and cannot defeat him. Go Buju's face was filled with regret and he shook his head. The young male cultivator showed admiration on his face. Brother, you are really powerful. I heard that the devil killed more than 100 cultivators, and you were able to escape from him. More than 100, I heard that the demon also killed more than 100 monks in the sword burial ground, which adds up to more than 200. Another young man sighed with sadness on his face. Seeing that he had frightened the 3 juniors, Go Buhui showed a proud look on his face. If I hadn't been injured a few days ago, how could this devil be so cruel? I could kill him easily. Brother, you are bragging again. The female cultivator curled her lips. If you are so powerful, why is your right eye black? It seems that you got it from fighting with others. What kind of fight? Vulgar. We call this a fight. Go Bo Rui still looked proud. Do you think my right eye was blackened? During my fight with the devil, I was attacked by a gangster and seriously injured my eye. Otherwise, how could I not defeat the devil? I'm just telling you how the clan brother could have been punched in the eye. Don't interrupt. Listen to the clan brother speak slowly. The young man's face showed realization and he glared at the female cultivator. Brother, I heard that the demon was not eliminated, but escaped in the end. The young monk hesitated. If you say this, wouldn't we be in danger? Go Buhui smiled proudly. Don't panic, I'm here. If the devil dares to show up, let's see how I take him. You have just embarked on the journey to immortality. You have never experienced many things. Follow me and watch more and learn more. In the woods, Lin Sheng, who was eavesdropping, trembled. He looked at Hong Tu, who was also cat-like not far away, and winked. Brother, we have just entered the immortal path. What should we do if the devil appears? The young monk looked questioning. Go Buju looked solemn. Do you need to say more? It is the duty of our monks to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Then what if the devil is too strong? What if he can't beat him? The young man raised his hand and asked. The female cultivator rolled her eyes at the young man. If you can't beat me, of course I'll beg for mercy. Or you can run away, but you can't die. The tribe sister is right, sometimes life is more important. The young monk nodded in agreement. HMPH, how can monks like us run away when we encounter a demon? Go Buju snorted coldly. Perhaps other monks will run away or beg for mercy, but I am a divination stick, and I am definitely not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Even if I encounter a terrifying demon, I will. What, brother clan, what do you mean? The young man looked confused. Yeah, what, you really said that? Hong Tu walked slowly from the forest with a smile on his face, followed by 3 zombies with strong evil aura. The sudden sound behind them startled the 3 people who were listening attentively, and they hid behind the clan brother in panic. Go Buji's forehead was sweating, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. Yes, yes, you can also beg for mercy. Hong Tu laughed loudly when he heard this. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist is really an interesting person. I am Yuntianba. 1, 2, 3, 3 evil spirits. Brother, is this the devil? The young man whispered. Shut up. Senior Yun is my master of righteousness, how can he be a devil? Go Buli glared at the young man fiercely. The young monk reminded in a low voice. Brother, this person seems to have a reward worth 10,000. You must have admitted your mistake. Don't talk anymore. Go Bo Rui quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Hong Tu looked kind and said, don't panic, fellow Taoist. Yun came here just to ask fellow Taoist to borrow some spiritual stones. How much do you want to borrow? Go Buju's heart tightened. Not much, 100 low-grade spiritual stones are enough. But I don't have that many spirit stones. Go Buju smiled bitterly. No, Hong Tu looked surprised, then turned into a sinister smile, then take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 zombies suddenly jumped out. My life is at an end. Single quote. Go Buli was so frightened that he immediately closed his eyes. There was a loud bang in front of me, and the boy's surprised voice came to his ears, what a big toad. Toad, single quote. Go Buju was surprised and secretly opened his eyes. Who is fellow Taoist? Dare you interfere with my Yuntianba affairs? Hong Tu looked solemn, and the 3 zombies jumped back behind him. Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family in the Lower East Zon Peak, fellow Taoist, why don't you give me some face and leave right now? The spirit fire toad stood proudly, with a bright smile on Lin Sheng's back. The Lin family of Dongshuan Peak. Who do you think you are? You want me to leave with just one sentence? Take your life. Hong Tu roared, and 3 zombies rushed towards Lin Sheng. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Go Buji shouted from behind. It doesn't matter. Lin Sheng's smile disappeared, his vitality exploded, he took the initiative to meet the zombie, and kicked the bronze corpse away with one kick. You are cruel. Disciple of the Lin family. Lin Sheng, right, I will remember you. Hong Tu ran away holding the bronze corpse with a look of distress on his face. Seeing Hong Tu's distressed expression as he escaped in the end, it seemed that it was not staged. This made Lin Sheng blame himself a little. Did he kick him too hard? The bronze corpse was his brother's true love. Thank you fellow Taoist for saving your life. Go Buju looked happy when he saw that Hong Tu had run away, and he quickly stepped forward to salute. Lin Sheng responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist has said it before. I think fellow Taoist's magic power is perfect. If we really fight with that devil, we don't know who will win. Yes, yes. Go Buju nodded repeatedly, squinting at the young man beside him with a proud look on his face. Fellow Taoist, please be careful when wandering in the secret realm. I have been chasing this devil all the way. He is responsible for everything that happened at the sword burial ground. He also pretended to be a member of the Yun family and went around trying to trick people into using spiritual stones. So that's it. Go Bujia's face showed surprise. He had recognized Hong Tu before, but he just pretended not to know. He didn't expect that he was responsible for the sword burial place. If fellow Taoist encounters other monks, he should also warn them to prevent other monks from being poisoned by this devil. Go Buji nodded repeatedly. I understand. If nothing happens, let's say goodbye. I will still go after this demon and must kill him in this secret realm. Lin Sheng said and jumped on the back of the spirit fire toad again. Go Boju looked solemn when he heard this and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, walk slowly. Be careful when slaying demons. After seeing the figure of the spirit fire toad disappearing into the forest, Go Buju murmured to himself, the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak deserves to be the light of righteousness. Brother, you seem to be scared like a little beast by that demon just now. The female cultivator whispered. Go Buji showed displeasure on his face. Nonsense. Didn't you listen to what fellow Lin Taoist said? If I fight with that devil, it's still unclear who will win. I feel like they are just being polite. The female cultivator retorted in a low voice. Okay, it seems I can't teach you anymore. Are your wings stiff? Fly by yourself. Go Buli rolled his eyes and changed the subject. Brother, don't be angry. I'm joking with you. The female cultivator started acting coquettishly. Brother, that big toad is so powerful, I feel like it can eat me in one bite. The young man's face was full of envy. I wish I had a big toad. Go Buji frowned when he heard this. Look at your ignorant looks, is that a big toad? If you have nothing to do, you should read more books, it is obviously a big frog. In the woods, after several leaps of the spirit fire toad, Lin Sheng finally caught up with Hong Tu, who was waiting aside. Little brother, you might as well kick Rian to pieces. Hong Tu said with resentment on his face. We agreed to act, but why did you come for real? If Rian hadn't already reached the realm of bronze corpse, it would have been impossible for you to kick to death. Lin Sheng's face was full of shame, and he glanced at the ugly bronze corpse standing beside him. I'm sorry, brother, I was too excited, mainly because your beloved rushed too far forward. If there are other zombies. If you had kicked any other zombies, they would have been destroyed by your kick. Hong Tu said angrily with a dark face. Lin Sheng laughed twice. Hey, brother, don't be angry. If you think about it from another angle, I can repel the bronze corpse with just one kick. Doesn't this prove the power of the blood energy method? Hong Tu's expression softened slightly when he heard this. Okay, the play is over and it's time for me to leave. Let's go. Brother, please stop joking, it's just the beginning. What, do you want to continue? 5 days later. Shilezi slowly walked out of the forest. He looked up at the stone monument not far away, and then moved his eyes to the gatekeeper disciple beside the stone monument. The spirit medicine garden has arrived. He turned his head and looked behind him, but he didn't see anyone. He just assumed that Shang Tianming and others were hiding, and walked towards the door without any worries in his heart. Stop. This place is temporarily taken over by the alliance of hundreds of clans. Please ask fellow Taoist to come back tomorrow. The gatekeeper shouted to stop. Shilezi took out a black token from his storage bag and offered it. I am a disciple of the Alliance historian, and this is my identity token. Disciple of the Shi family. The gatekeeper monk frowned slightly and took the token for inspection. The word, history, is engraved on the front of the token, and the 4 words, alliance of hundreds of races, are engraved on the back. The gatekeeper monk threw the token back after checking it. The token is really good, but it cannot prove your identity. As soon as the alliance disciples enter the secret realm, they all go to the spirit medicine garden to meet up. Why are you here now? Shilezi looked displeased. I was delayed on the way. What does fellow Taoist mean? Do you think I am pretending to be an alliance disciple? It's not impossible, the gatekeeper monk said as he rubbed his fingers and gave Shilezi an ambiguous look. Even if I want to pretend to be a disciple of the Li family, I should be a disciple of the Li family. Why should I pretend to be a disciple of the Shi family? Shilezi didn't understand the gatekeeper's intention at all, and was still arguing with reason. The gatekeeper's face darkened, and he cursed in his mind whether the boy in front of him really didn't understand or was just pretending not to understand. Since he wasn't filial, he wouldn't be allowed in. What fellow Taoist said makes sense, but we still can't prove your identity. Even if you tell the truth, we won't let you in. Shilezi was extremely angry. If he couldn't enter the spirit medicine garden, how could he take revenge? Just when he was at a loss, a figure flew out of the forest. Isn't this fellow Taoist Shi? You didn't say you had something to do with the Li family manager, why were you blocked from the door? Shilezi's heart moved and he immediately understood what the man meant. Who is fellow Taoist? The gatekeeper frowned slightly. It's just a nameless independent cultivator. I didn't expect that the alliance of hundreds of clans would ask for bribes from outsiders as well as its own people. They treat everyone equally, which is quite particular. Shang Tianming walked forward with a smile. I wonder if there are some spiritual stones down here. Can the 2 fellow Taoists let me in? I also want to find some spirit medicine in this garden. No, if fellow Taoist wants to enter the spirit medicine garden, come back tomorrow. The gatekeeper disciples replied coldly. Considering the fluctuation of Shang Tianming's qi refining Dzogchen cultivation, they still refrained from shouting or scolding him. Okay, the alliance of hundreds of clans is indeed domineering. Shang Tianming sneered and turned to leave. Seeing Shang Tianming disappearing into the forest, Shilezi said coldly, you 2 fellow Taoists really won't let me in. I have something important to see Li Ziyuan. If this matter is delayed. The disciple guarding the gate sneered. Haha, do you think we are 3-year-olds? Do you think something will happen if you say there is something wrong? Okay, just don't let me in. If things are delayed, Li Ziyuan will naturally settle the score with you. I won't suffer any loss. Shilezi looked unconcerned and turned around to leave, muttering something about taking care of the family. Seeing that Shilezi was about to disappear into the woods, the gatekeeper disciples looked at each other and saw the hesitation in the other's eyes. Stop, the gatekeeper disciple finally called Shilezi. If something was really delayed by them, the punishment would definitely be heavy. If this person was a fake, others would find out if he went in. There is absolutely no need to fight with people just to ask for bribes. Fellow Taoist had better tell the truth, otherwise. Hearing the threatening words from the gatekeeper, Shilezi completely ignored them. What else? Teach a lesson. By then everyone will have turned into ashes, and no one will know anyone else. Shilezi walked through the door with his head high and his chest high. As soon as he entered the medicine garden, he smelled the faint fragrance of medicine in the air. As he went deeper into the medicine garden, the fragrance of medicine in the air became stronger and stronger. In the past few days, Alliance disciples often came to the medicine garden, and everyone in the garden was used to it. However, after seeing Shilezi today, everyone was a little surprised. They have also heard about the historian's affairs, especially when Li Ziyuan came forward to explain the matter on the spirit boat, and they also heard about it. Logically speaking, Shilezi should avoid Li Ziyuan, but why did he show up now? Have things changed in other ways? Shilezi completely ignored everyone's surprised looks and walked towards the familiar figure in the garden. When he saw Li Ziyuan again, Shilezi thought he would be angry, but in fact he was very calm. Nephew Shi, we meet again. With a warm smile on his face, Li Ziyuan waved his hand, and the 4 generals of the Li family who were blocking him stepped aside. Behind him, Bai Yumo frowned slightly and hesitated to speak. Shilezi looked calm. Li Ziyuan, was it you who killed my brother? Unexpectedly, Shilezi would say such a sentence, and everyone watching nearby became interested. This was a face-to-face confrontation. Li Ziyuan shook his head and chuckled. Did my nephew come to me just to ask this question? I have already said that I did not kill Brother Ling. Sure enough, the Li family still doesn't admit it. Single quote. The same thought came to everyone's mind. This kind of thing is expected. It would be a ghost if they admitted it. Shilezi was silent when he heard this, and suddenly raised his hand and put it into his arms. What are you going to do? The 4th general of the Li family quickly stood in front of Li Ziyuan and asked loudly. Before coming here, someone asked me to deliver something to the Li family. Shilezi's voice was calm, and he slowly took out his palm, and a pink sac appeared in everyone's sight. The flower is like a snake's venom sac. A sharp-eyed person can recognize the origin of the sac at a glance. Everyone in the Li family was shocked and suddenly retreated. The poison sac also exploded at the same time, and the thick pink poisonous mist instantly enveloped everyone. I didn't expect this person to find this thing. This person came specifically to destroy the Li family's body. But what's the use of breaking the legal body? What can he do alone? Everyone was talking about it, but unlike the Li family's panic reaction, they didn't care at all about the floating pink poisonous mist. The venom sac of the libidinous snake has no direct lethality, it just arouses the primitive desire for in people's hearts, and this desire can be easily suppressed by magic power and has no effect on the monks at all. But this primitive desire for is fatal to the delicate body of the Li family. Together with desire, it will cause the Li family's mana to not function smoothly. Forcibly casting a spell will only destroy the body. You must wait until the desire is completely dissipated. The poisonous mist appeared and dissipated quickly, but no one in the Li family was spared, and they all suffered greatly from it. Who sent you? Li Ziyuan no longer looked calm. At this time, his face was gloomy and cold as ice. Ha ha ha, I'm down there. A heroic laughter sounded, and more than 30 figures flew quickly from a distance. Who are you? Dare to take action against my Li family? Li Ziyuan looked solemn. Shang Tianming casually threw the gatekeeper's head to the ground with a look of disdain on his face. The Li family. What a great name. I, Shang Tianming, came here specifically to take the heads of your Li family. Shang Tianming, a remnant of the Shang family. Now there's something good to watch. Shang Jia has come to take revenge. I'm going to help, why don't you help me? Fellow Taoist, when you talk about helping, Do you mean helping the remnants of the Shang family? Nonsense. I didn't say that. The Alliance disciples whispered to each other and discussed a lot. Shang Tianming glanced at everyone with a serious expression. Today is a matter between Shang Tianming and the Li family, and I ask fellow Taoists not to interfere. Li Ziyuan sneered and glanced at the Alliance disciples with different expressions. You all had a share in the destruction of the Shang family back then, but now that the remnants of the Shang family have appeared, you still haven't taken action. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Their family was more or less affected by the destruction of the Shang family. Although they were not directly involved in the action, the cause and effect cannot be erased. Shang Tianming frowned slightly. Don't fall into the Li family's trick. I'm only targeting the Li family. You can leave. Haha, if I die in this secret realm, how can you live alone? My ancestor of the Li family will not let you go. Li Ziyuan had a sarcastic look on his face. His eyes swept over everyone, and everyone who looked at him looked away. Do it. Shang Tianming's face darkened, and he launched his flying sword and attacked Li Ziyuan. The monks behind him also attacked, each looking for a target. The expressions of everyone in the Li family changed drastically. Only Li Ziyuan looked calm. A green light rose from his hand and turned into a green light shield that enveloped everyone. All attacks were easily blocked by the light shield. This is a talisman. Shang Tianming's expression became extremely ugly. When Li Ziyuan took out a talisman just now, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Now it really comes true. I didn't expect that Li Ziyuan actually has a talisman. The talisman treasure was made by the ancestor of Gold Core. Part of the power of the natal law treasure is sealed in the talisman and given to the younger generation for self-defense. The talisman can be used multiple times and will dissipate naturally after its power is exhausted. Disciple of the Bai family. Take action quickly. Bai Yumo shouted softly, and the disciples of the Bai family began to fight back. However, Bai Lianhua in the crowd calmly retreated behind Bai Yumo. In such a dangerous scene, it is still a small matter of life, important. Shang Tianming, let me see what else you can do. Li Ziyuan sat down cross-legged with a sneer on his face, suppressing the burning desire in his heart. Everyone watching the play in the garden saw Li Ziyuan taking out the talisman. Naturally, Shang Tianming and his party's trip plan failed. They all rushed to help the Li family to avoid falling into trouble and being settled by the queen. The situation became chaotic, and a melee broke out in the spirit medicine park. There were many Alliance disciples, and Shang Tianming and his party were immediately at a disadvantage. 7 people died in a short time. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Shang Tianming decided to quit. He rushed to the entrance of the spirit medicine park several times, only to be blocked by others. Since Shang Tianming appeared on the scene, Shilezi has been ignored by everyone. No one cares about this Shi family in the early stage of Qi refining, and no one takes the initiative to attack. With the roar of fighting in his ears, Shilezi looked at the green light shield in front of him. A look of determination flashed across his face. He thought that he could get revenge without detonating his heart, but he didn't expect that things would go round and return to the starting point. Brother Wei, I will avenge you. Single quote. In an instant, a dazzling light bloomed, followed by an earth-shattering loud noise, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Brother, did you hear anything? Lin Sheng looked around blankly. He seemed to have heard an explosion just now. No, Hong Tu had a dark face. He had acted in dozens of scenes with Lin Sheng, but it had given Lin Sheng a reputation. But the one with the most famous reputation is probably himself. Now, the secret realm has begun to spread the glorious stories of the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Corpses who committed many evil deeds and killed thousands of monks. Hong Tu could already foresee the future situation in which countless people would hunt him down with high reward orders. Did I hear wrongly? Lin Sheng looked suspicious. After 2 big explosions, he was extremely sensitive to the sound of explosions. Brother, I have been staying in the secret realm for a long time now. I have to rush back to the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Lin Sheng looked unhappy when he heard this. Hey, it's only been a few days, why are you leaving in a hurry? You promised to stay with me for a few more days, how can you not keep your word? Hong Tu showed a wry smile. Little brother, it's not that I broke my word, it's that I suddenly remembered what the master ordered. You should know that the rules of my disciples in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses are extremely strict. If. Okay. Lin Sheng waved his hand to interrupt Hong Tu's words. I know what brother means. How about you play the last scene with me? You can leave after the performance, and I won't keep you here. Really? Just the last one? Hong Tu beamed with joy when he heard this. Really? It's the last one. Okay. Without further ado, let's set off now. Hong Tu couldn't wait to rush into the forest, looking for his next prey. Lin Sheng burst out laughing when he saw this. It seemed that Hong Tu had reached his limit after performing dozens of scenes, but it was almost there. Now in the secret realm, the reputation of the Lin family is probably slowly spreading. Under the aura of justice, Lin Sheng still didn't believe that the ancestor of the Li family dared to attack him openly. As long as the secret realm is over and he sneaks back to his clan, how dare the ancestor of the Li family come to kill him? ... Thank you fellow Taoist Lin for saving my life. It doesn't matter, I still have to chase the devil, so let's just say goodbye. Fellow Lin Taoist is so righteous. I admire you so much. ... Little brother, you have to go. Hong Tu put the black coffin behind his back into his storage bag, took out a law weapon mask and put it on his face. Now that he was going to run away, he naturally had to change his outfit to avoid being recognized. Lin Sheng showed reluctance. Okay, since brother insists on leaving, I won't hold him back. I'm just curious. Brother, you don't have a secret realm token. If you go out, won't you be attacked by the Dragon Lock formation? Hong Tu smiled strangely when he heard this. This is indeed a problem, but it is not serious. I don't know what I know. When the Dragon Locking formation blocked the secret realm, many monks had already entered the secret realm. No matter how overbearing the 100 Clans Alliance is, it is impossible to kill all the monks in the formation for no reason. At that time, you only need to spend some spiritual stones to leave safely. Lin Sheng suddenly realized. No wonder you put the coffin away and changed its appearance. It turns out you were afraid that people outside would recognize it. Of course, who is not afraid of the rank 2 killing array? I have to remind you, little brother, if the Li family really targets you, you should be careful when leaving the secret realm. They may use the array to deal with you. After a few days of getting along, Lin Sheng also told Hong Tu some things about the 100 Clans Alliance, such as the sudden appearance of the Profound Heaven Sword sect, who was sent by the Li family to kill him. If that's the case, I'll just throw away the secret realm token. Lin Sheng looked indifferent. He just went out to spend some spiritual stones. The most important thing he lacked now was spiritual stones. In Mr. Li's storage bag alone, there were 800 low-grade spiritual stones, not to mention the number of elixirs and talismans. In addition, Lin Sheng also won his first high-grade law weapon, Azure Cloud Sword. Hong Tu shook his head. If you think so, little brother, you are totally wrong. You have been bound to the secret realm token, and you are equivalent to a large secret realm token. When he first heard about this, Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly. He had never thought of this at all. If he was not careful, he might really fall into the trap of the Li family. Okay, I've said all that needs to be said. If I can escape the pursuit of the Li family, I can come to the Valley of 10,000 Corpses to find me in the future. Hong Tu said with a smile on his face. I promise you, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses will always open the door to you. As long as you come, I will guarantee with my head that you will definitely become a saint child. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Brother said before, saint child is not important. If there is a chance in the future, I will go to the Valley of 10,000 Corpses to look for you. Okay, little brother, take care and say goodbye. Hong Tu looked solemn and flew away with his flying sword. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad looked at Hong Tu's retreating back and waved his claws to say goodbye. It wasn't until Hong Tu's figure disappeared from the horizon that Lin Sheng looked away and sighed quietly. Oh, after going round and round, I finally became alone again. Quah! The spirit fire toad's eyes widened when he heard this, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Lin Sheng looked sideways at the angry spirit fire toad. You are a beast, not a human. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Okay, I'm not alone, I have you with me. In the battle of words, Lin Sheng lost miserably. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad's eyes narrowed, his face looked proud, and his two claws kept stroking his abdomen. I'm really defeated by you. Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw Lingwo Toad's triumphant look. Two messenger pigeons suddenly appeared in the sky, and they landed with flapping wings. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised, raised his hand, let the messenger pigeon land on his shoulder, and took off the messenger from the pigeon's mouth. He sent some messenger pigeons to Bai Lianhua and told him to notify him if there was any important situation. He didn't expect that something big would happen so soon. Spirit Medicine Park has undergone a sudden change. Alliance disciples have been attacked by the remnants of the Shang family, causing heavy casualties. Fellow Taoist Yun, please come to the hills 50 miles west of Spirit Medicine Park. The transmission notes in the mouths of the two messenger pigeons were the same. Bai Lianhua was obviously not at ease, so he released two messenger pigeons at the same time. The remnants of the Shang family. Alliance disciples suffered heavy casualties. Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned. He naturally knew about the Shang family's affairs, which were recorded in the clan's books. But the Shang family had been destroyed, so what energy could there be even if there were any remnants? Let the Alliance disciples suffer heavy casualties. Isn't this a conspiracy? Bai Lianhua rebelled. Is the Li family using this to set up a trap? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, but considering Bai Lianhua's greedy and fearful character, the possibility of such a thing was not high. Bai Lianhua was under a soul curse, and his life and death depended only on Lin Sheng's thoughts. Even if he betrayed him, he should have removed himself. How could he jump in on his own initiative? This should be credible. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, took out the secret realm map, checked the direction, determined the direction of the spirit medicine garden, and then looked at the spirit fire toad. You stay in the spirit beast bag for a while. Quack. The spirit fire toad lacked interest and had an unhappy face, but under Lin Sheng's increasingly stern eyes, he still obediently got into the spirit beast bag. That's right. If you behave well, I will find you a female toad in the future. Quack, 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 quack. ... Lin Sheng walked away with his sword. Of course, his flying sword was his own low-grade law weapon, Qingfeng's sword. Other dirty items could not be exposed. The only thing he was worried about was the soul guide on his body. I don't know if the Alliance disciples will carry the law weapon with them to investigate, but the matter is at this point, and they don't care about so much anymore. So what if you find out? He first refused to admit it, and then beat him up, which was self-defense and counterattack. Now that Lin Sheng is famous, his credibility is still very high. He didn't know how long he had been flying, but Lin Sheng saw a blood-colored dark cloud covering the sky, and a strong smell of blood appeared in the air. Below is the spirit medicine garden. At this time, the spiritual lights in the garden are flashing, and it is obvious that someone is fighting. Lin Sheng's heart moved, he lowered his height slightly and looked down. Brothers, the alliance of hundreds of clans was defeated today. This is a good opportunity for us to beat up the lost dog. That's right, everything will be blamed on the Baishu alliance. Let's hide in the secret realm for a while and wait for the limelight to pass before we come out. What a coward, you are not afraid of killing people and attracting souls. We'd better grab the storage bag later. HMPH, why are you cultivating an immortal if you are afraid of death? So what about the alliance of 100 clans? Those who were killed today were the disciples of the alliance of 100 clans. Okay, our alliance of 100 clans will not let you go. My Yi family will definitely hunt you down to the end. Fight with them. How can a bunch of rabble be a match for our alliance disciples? The calls in the garden kept coming and going, and with various spells and law weapons fighting, the entire spirit medicine garden became a mess. It seems that the monks were exploited too much by the alliance of hundreds of races on weekdays, and now they are taking advantage of the chaos to kill people and vent their anger. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought to himself, but he had no desire to intervene. Let's make chaos. The more chaos, the better. If there is chaos, the Li family will no longer pay attention to him. It is just suitable for fishing. However, Li Ziyuan was nowhere to be seen in the garden, and he didn't know where he was hiding. Lin Sheng didn't stay too long and continued flying toward the west. Seeing that the man in the sky did not intervene but left instead, the rogue cultivator in the garden naturally did not take the initiative to provoke him. When he saw his master walking away, he withdrew his attention and worked harder to beat the dog in the water. After flying for a while, Lin Sheng saw a relatively conspicuous hilly terrain on the ground. His heart moved slightly and he stopped in the air, but did not land immediately. My eyes scanned back and forth on the hill, but I didn't find anything special. Isn't it here? Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of something. He took out the human skin mask he had worn before, put it on, and shouted at the hill. Yun Tianba is here. Fellow Bai Taoist, come out and see me quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the hill. It was Bai Lianhua. He looked surprised. When Lin Sheng appeared in the sky, he had noticed it before. He thought he was chasing an enemy and hid himself. Then he saw Lin Sheng taking out the human skin mask and putting it on, and he was even more surprised. It turned out that Yun Tianba's identity was fake. Bai Lianhua looked solemn. Who is fellow Taoist? Where are your 3 subordinates? Dead. Lin Sheng's voice was cold. He took off his human skin mask and landed on the top of the mountain. Died. Single quote. Bai Lianhua was slightly shocked. Those 3 villains were all chi refining late-stage monks. He didn't expect to die like this. Who is fellow Taoist? Dongshuan Peak Lin family, Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng grinned slightly as he spoke, showing a bright smile. Bai Lianhua looked slightly stunned. It turned out to be the Lin family. He originally thought that Lin Sheng's identity was the rogue cultivator on the reward order, but he didn't expect that he was actually an Alliance disciple. How could such a demon be born among the disciples of the Alliance? Single quote. Bai Lianhua glanced back and forth at Lin Sheng, feeling secretly frightened. Lin Sheng didn't care what Bai Lianhua was thinking, and said calmly, "What happened in the Spirit Medicine Park? Where is Li Ziyuan?" Speaking of the incident at Spirit Medicine Garden, Bai Lianhua showed a look of lingering fear on his face. The people from the Shi family cooperated with the remnants of the Shang family and got a powerful law weapon from nowhere, which instantly blew up all the Alliance disciples. Seriously injured. Li Ziyuan's talisman was blown to pieces on the spot, and the 4 generals of the Li family were killed on the spot. The situation was so chaotic that I had no choice but to escape with my aunt. Quote. I don't know the whereabouts of Li Ziyuan. I think he must have escaped. Fu Bao. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Ziyuan even had such a treasure. But even the talisman treasure was destroyed. How could the Shi family and the remnants of the Shang family have such abilities? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng looked suspicious. A powerful law weapon captured you all. What law weapon? It can't be law treasure, right? Bai Lianhua smiled bitterly. I don't know what the law weapon is. The Shi family was instantly wiped out after detonating it. Before the explosion, the Shi family first detonated the venom sac of the viper, causing all the Alliance disciples to be poisoned by the venom. Otherwise, how could they be massacred by the remnants of the Shang family? I had better stand farther away, so that my injuries would be less severe. I took advantage of the chaos and ran away with my aunt. Speaking of the libidinous snake, Lin Sheng immediately guessed the plan of the remnant of the Shang family. He would first use the venom sac of the libidinous snake to contaminate the bodies of the Alliance disciples, and then use the powerful law weapon to hurt people. As long as the body is seriously injured, it is naturally impossible to suppress the libidinous snake venom. How can you still fight with people once the snake's venom is released? This remnant of the Shang family is really powerful. He can even find the venom sac of the viper and the powerful one-time law weapon. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly shocked. As for the Shi family member, he must be Shi Lezi, who was used by the remnants of the Shang family and became a tool. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng sighed with emotion. This remnant of the Shang family is really capable. Do you know who the leader is? Shang Tianming. Shang Tianming. Well, he is a ruthless person. If there is a chance, I would like to meet him and have a heart-to-heart discussion with him. Lin Sheng thought that he was already cruel, but compared with Shang Tianming's behavior, it was so insignificant that it was not worth mentioning. Bai Lianhua's face trembled slightly when he heard this. One was trying to kill the independent cultivator, and the other was trying to kill the Alliance disciples. Both of them were ruthless people, and they wanted to share their experiences. Listen, is this what people say? By the way, your aunt is Bai Yumo, right? I remember you mentioned it. Lin Sheng said suddenly. Bai Lianhua nodded, looking wary. Fellow Taoist, what do you want to do? I will not let you hurt my aunt. Hee hee. Lin Sheng chuckled lightly and looked at Bai Lianhua with a faint smile. What? If I hurt Bai Yumo, you will die. Bai Lianhua's face showed a tangled look when he heard this, and after a while he whispered, I have followed fellow Taoist's instructions. I will notify you as soon as something happens in the Spirit Medicine Park, you. What am I? Lin Sheng said with great interest, you go on. Bai Lianhua remained silent, looking away, not daring to look directly into Lin Sheng's eyes. Hee hee. Lin Sheng chuckled lightly, took out a storage bag and stuffed it into Bai Lianhua's hand. There are hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones in the storage bag. By fellow Taoist, we are our own people now, don't forget the 5-year agreement. Quote. Now, can you tell me where Bai Yumo is? Bai Lianhua clutched the storage bag tightly, his face turned pale for a while, and finally sighed quietly, turned around and walked towards the valley. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and followed. Bai Yumo, Li Ziyuan's Taoist lover and bedfellow. Lin Sheng's idea was very simple. He definitely couldn't kill Li Ziyuan, and he couldn't kill him, so he could only place a chess piece. What chess piece is better than a pillow person? Li Ziyuan doubts everyone, and he can't doubt his Taoist companion, right? When the time comes, Lin Sheng will know about any secret operations of the Li family. This sudden change in the Spirit Medicine Park is a God-given opportunity. God and God can't take it, but they are to blame. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. The only troublesome thing is how to control Bai Yumo. If you are like Bai Lianhua, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Some people are afraid of death, but some people are not afraid. The two of them walked back and forth to a cave. Bai Lianhua stood at the entrance of the cave but did not go in. He pointed at the cave, his expression was slumped, and his face was pale and bloodless. Lin Sheng glanced at Bai Lianhua with a faint smile and walked straight into the cave. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lin Sheng looked at Bai Yumo, whose face was full of pain and burning with desire, with a sigh on his face. There is no solution to the lust poison, so we can only hold on, as long as we can survive it. The monks can suppress it with magic, but Bai Yumo is seriously injured at this time, and his breath is disordered. It is obvious that he cannot suppress the lust poison, and he is suffering from it. Maybe he will be poisoned by desire and die. I was originally thinking about how to control Bai Yumo, but after seeing this scene, the method came to me immediately. As a demon, Lin Sheng acted as he pleased without any scruples. He casually set up the formation and closed the door. Hey, I'm known for being kind-hearted, so let me rescue you. The picture is indescribable, it must be extremely fragrant. Zhang. The sword light flashed. Soldiers. The blade of the sword was broken, and the broken blade was stuck diagonally on the wall, still trembling slightly. Beast. Bai Yumo's face was flushed, his beautiful eyes were filled with anger, he was holding a broken sword and pointed it at Lin Sheng, his lips were trembling slightly with anger. Lin Sheng touched his neck and was slightly startled. Fortunately, he had mastered the blood energy method and was not broken by the sword. This woman was too ruthless. The first time she woke up, she didn't put on clothes, but cut people. Lin Sheng's eyes were frivolous as he looked up and down at the naked Bai Yumo. Mrs. Bai, if it weren't for my great physical skills, this sword would be enough for you to cut off my head. You. Seeing Lin Sheng's hungry wolf-like eyes, Bai Yumo felt as if needles pricking his whole body. He quickly took out his clothes to cover his naked body. Seeing that the spring sunshine was blocked, Lin Sheng showed a look of pity, which then turned into sadness. Mrs. Bai, I kindly saved you, but you didn't want to repay me, and you actually drew your sword against me. It's really chilling. These words made Bai Yumo tremble with anger. Lin Sheng. You have a human face and a beast heart, and you actually did such a beastly thing to me, you will definitely die a good death. Ha ha ha. Lin Sheng laughed when he heard this. Mrs. Bai, you were so happy just now, why are you turning your back on me now? You. Bai Yumo was filled with shame and anger, and raised his sword to kill himself. Okay, wipe it on your neck and you'll be fine, but this camera bead will be passed down to the world. Lin Sheng held the camera ball in his hand and tossed it up and down, looking at Bai Yumo with a half smile. The Li family was humiliated because of you, the Bai family was overthrown because of you, but you wipe your neck. Ding! The broken sword fell to the ground. Bai Yumo's rosy face turned pale and bloodless. Her eyes were fixed on the camera beads that were moving up and down in Lin Sheng's hand. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts came to her mind. Ha ha ha, why don't you wipe your neck? It seems that Mrs. Bai is also a decent person. It's great to have a double name. If you don't have a double name, how can I blackmail you? Lin Sheng smiled and took the clothes and put them on. It felt awkward to be naked all the time, like a pervert. What do you want? Bai Yumo's voice was hoarse and his eyes were dull. Lin Sheng put the camera bead back into the storage bag and smiled slightly. Whatever happens, Mrs. Bai, just treat this as a dream. From now on, you will still be the superior Mrs. Li, how about that? The Bai family didn't offend you, right? Bai Yumo said coldly. The Bai family doesn't have it, but the Li family does. Lin Sheng said as he took out the azure cloud sword and inserted it into the ground with a clang. Does Mrs. Bai recognize this sword? Your husband sent someone to kill me, but I was lucky enough to survive. Bai Yumo looked at azure cloud sword and remained silent. She naturally knew Li Ziyuan's plan. Lin Sheng's face showed a sigh of relief. The Li family is so high up there and so are the founders of the foundation building. How can I defeat them? I think about it every day and every night until my hair turns gray. And just today, God suddenly showed me a clear path and asked me to save Mrs. Bai's life, he. If the Li family takes any action in the future, I hope Mrs. Bai can kindly remind me that I have a problem. I tend to lose things, and this problem is especially easy to occur after being frightened. If this camera bead is lost, then Madam Bai, you will become a celebrity. I don't care, I'm wearing a mask. If your husband sees it, tisk tisk tisk, I can't even imagine that scene. Enough. Bai Yu's ink face was as cold as ice, interrupting Lin Sheng's words. Are you angry? Okay, don't say anything anymore. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, took out a spirit beast bag and threw it to the ground. The spirit beast bag contains 10 messenger pigeons. Madam Bai can inform me if there is anything urgent, but I still hope you can come and tell me in person. I am a very suspicious person. Madam Bai, do you think you will use a messenger pigeon to ambush me? Bai Yumo looked at the spirit beast bag on the ground without saying anything. After a while, he took the spirit beast bag into his hand. When he didn't get a response, Lin Sheng wasn't angry. Instead, he grinned. That's right. The carrier pigeons must be kept well. Didn't Mrs. Bai send me some carrier pigeons? Otherwise, how can I contact you? Bai Yumo had no expression on his face, took out a spirit beast bag and threw it to Lin Sheng, then turned and left. Hey, madam, don't leave in a hurry. Can you tell me what the Alliance is doing this time? Save people, Bai Yumo said without turning his head, his voice cold. It is as expected, Lin Sheng murmured to himself. He had previously guessed that the Alliance's foundation building overhaul was trapped deep in the secret realm. Seeing Bai Yumo's figure disappearing at the entrance of the cave, Lin Sheng became more playful. Mrs. Bai, has your husband ever praised you? Bai Yumo paused when he heard the words, and heard Lin Sheng's words slowly coming from behind him. Mrs. Bai, you have a really good figure, you are a supreme grade beauty. Bai Yumo's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Beast, beast, Lin Sheng curled his lips, there was nothing new at all, he kept saying the same words over and over again, at least he said he was a beast in clothes, a polite scum, and a shameless person. The word beast alone has no lethality at all. Beast equals monster, and monster equals long life. What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Isn't that just for longevity? Calling people beasts is not the same as calling them longevity. Lin Sheng thought happily and walked out of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Bai Lianhua was lying quietly on the ground, and Bai Yumo's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fellow Taoist Bai, what are you doing? Lin Sheng looked surprised and stepped forward to lightly kick him. Bai Lianhua quietly opened his eyes, looked around and quickly got up, his face full of embarrassment. Lin Sheng looked puzzled. Bai fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Bai Lianhua smiled bitterly. If I pretend to be faint, my aunt will not think that I brought you here, but that you found it yourself, and then knocked me unconscious and broke into the cave mansion. Oh, Lin Sheng suddenly realized. Smart, fellow Taoist, this is indeed a good plan, but why didn't your aunt take you away when your aunt left? She abandoned you so cruelly. Bai Lianghua smiled bitterly. I don't know, maybe I have to leave first if there is an emergency. What's the emergency? Did you go take a shower? Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly guessed in his heart, recalling everything in the cave, his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Seeing Lin Sheng's wonderful facial expression, he didn't know what he was thinking of. Bai Lianghua hesitated. He wanted to ask what happened in the cave, but for a moment he didn't know how to speak. By the way, something suddenly occurred to me. You killed the Wu family. Aren't you afraid of the soul? Do you still dare to go to the spirit medicine garden? Lin Sheng changed the topic. He had thought of this matter when he saw Bai Lianghua before, but he didn't have time to ask. The soul guide needs the special law weapon to check. This kind of law weapon is extremely precious. Not all disciples can carry it with them. Like our Bai family, only the law enforcement elders can hold it. Bai Lianghua explained. Even if someone brings this kind of law weapon, it's hard to tell in a place like Secret Realm. In a fight of chance, it will be impossible to hold back. If there are some casualties, the Alliance will only deal with it in the end. Of course, the premise is that the other party is just an ordinary disciple. If it is a core disciple, the other party will not give up. Bai Lianghua said, staring closely at Lin Sheng. He still remembered the scene of the sword burial site, and he didn't know if he had committed any other killings after being separated from the devil. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. What Bai Lianghua said was the same as what he thought. As long as he refused to admit it, he would end up being confused. In this way, the last trace of worry in his heart was gone. He didn't kill any Alliance geniuses. Does fellow Taoist have a place to go? If there is no place to go, how about we go to the Spirit Medicine Park to save people? Lin Sheng suggested that now is a good opportunity to fish. The war at Spirit Medicine Park is not yet over, but the Alliance disciples are definitely being hunted down. This way, they can not only increase their reputation, but also collect their souls, killing two birds with one stone. Bai Lianghua showed hesitation and shook his head. The Spirit Medicine Garden is too dangerous, so I won't go there. It doesn't matter, everyone has their own ambitions. In that case, let's just say goodbye. Lin Sheng didn't force it. It didn't matter that Bai Lianghua didn't want to go with him. He wanted him to provide cover, but it seemed he could only fish alone. Seeing Lin Sheng was about to leave, Bai Lianghua finally couldn't help but ask the question that was pressing in his heart. What did you do in the cave mansion, fellow Taoist? After my aunt came out, I could feel the evil aura surrounding her and her murderous aura. What to do? He. Lin Sheng licked his lips. A man and a woman are alone in the same room. What do you think we can do? This. Bai Lianghua was shocked and looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. Even though he had some guesses in his mind, he was still moved when he heard these words. Fellow Taoist, why don't you cover it up? Lin Sheng looked puzzled. What's the cover up? Isn't it human nature for a man to love a woman? Male love and female love. You obviously took advantage of it. Single quote. Bai Lianghua cursed in his heart, but a wry smile appeared on his face and he shook his head. Lin Sheng reminded in a low voice, I'm telling you, you must never tell anyone about this matter. I'm not afraid that your aunt may kill you to silence you. I certainly don't. Before Bai Lianghua could finish speaking, his face instantly turned pale, his pupils suddenly dilated, and then a flying sword pierced his heart from behind. The flying sword continued unabated and hit Lin Sheng directly. Seeing this, Lin Sheng frowned slightly, turned his palm into a knife and struck at the flying sword. The wrathful knife then manifested, and split the flying sword into two pieces with one blow. She doesn't even let her nephew go. Madame Bai is so cruel. Lin Sheng looked at Bai Yumo who was slowly walking out of the forest, and saw that there were still water droplets on the tips of his hair. It was obvious that he had really gone to take a shower. Bai Yu's ink face was like frost, and the evil spirit between his brows was condensed. If I hear you talk about what happened today again, I will kill you. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the woods. Lin Sheng looked at the corpse on the ground and remained silent. Bai Lianghua died, and the 5-year agreement was broken. Bai Yumo was really a ruthless person, even his nephew would not be spared. This Bai Lianghua is really good. A big living person can be killed so easily. Even if he kills a chicken, he still has to flutter. Is it possible that there is some bloodline in the Bai family that cannot be restrained? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself that Bai Lianhua was dead just before the flying sword penetrated his body, but he could see clearly. Bai Lianhua died simply, and so unexpectedly that he didn't even have a chance to save him. Lin Sheng couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on his face. He bent down and picked up the storage bag on the body. The spiritual stone went around and returned to his hand. He casually photographed the soul of the corpse, then dug a hole and buried Bai Lianhua. He was still a friend after all, so how could he let his body be exposed in the wilderness? Now that the alliance of hundreds of clans is under attack, it is not known whether the operations deep in the secret realm can still be carried out. Lin Sheng thought and summoned the spirit fire toad. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad was suffocated in the storage bag. As soon as it came out, it rolled on the ground. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely. You stupid frog, get down quickly and don't waste any more time. Upon hearing the master's order, the spirit fire toad quickly bounced up with a flattering look on its face. Lin Sheng turned over and jumped on the back of the spirit fire toad, and waved his hand. Direct east, target spirit medicine park, let's go. Quack quack quack. ... The solemn and heavy door was pushed open again, and Li Jiong looked anxious and rushed into the room. Ancestor. Trouble. How can you be so rude in a panic? Li Dongqing walked out from behind the screen with a serious expression. What happened? Li Jiong's voice was heavy. 4 generals of the Li family are dead. 16 of the disciples of the Li family are also dead. Ha! Li Dongqing's eyes flashed with light, and there was a hint of murderous intent on his body. The Baishu alliance resurrected and attacked our disciples. The leader is Shang Tianming, a remnant of the Shang family. Li Jiong hurriedly lowered his head to explain, fearing that his ancestor would kill him if he spoke too slowly. Shang Tianming. Li Dongqing read out the name word for word, and the sword on his waist made a soft sound. After waiting for a long time and still not seeing his ancestor give an order, Li Jiong raised his head cautiously. There was no one in front of the screen. The steward of the Yun family has been very bored these days. Ever since Yun Shisen took away the life tablet, he didn't know whether it was life or death. When the clan sent messages asking about it, he didn't know how to reply, so he could only say a few perfunctory words. Especially after hearing rumors that someone was intercepting and killing Alliance disciples in the secret realm, and that Lin family disciples were attacked and their lives unknown, the Yun family steward became even more worried, fearing that Yun Shisen might also die. In the past 2 days, the rumors have changed again. It is said that a demon has appeared in the secret realm, killing people everywhere and borrowing spiritual stones. He calls himself Yun Tianba, a disciple of the Yun family. This has made manager Yun very worried. He naturally knows who Yun Tianba is. Based on his understanding of Yun Shisen, it is really possible to kill people and borrow spiritual stones. His personality is perverse and stubborn, otherwise he would not be sent to Qinghai County by his family to participate in the secret realm trip. Now, manager Yun can only hide in the Alliance stronghold, not daring to go out for fear of being blocked by people asking for spirit stones. At first, there were only a few people blocking the door to demand that the Yun family repay the spirit stones. Now it has become dozens of people. The number of stones has also changed from dozens to hundreds, and is expected to exceed 1,000. When will this end? Manager Yun sighed deeply, with a sad look on his face. Unlike Guanxi Yun, Lin Xingzang is in a very good mood these days. Not only is Yun Tianba's evil deeds spread among the public, but the Lin family's reputation is also spread. It is said that Lin Shang, a disciple of the Lin family, saved many monks. He also had a qi refining Zochin toad monster under his command, which was extremely domineering. On the day when the 3 brothers' life cards were shattered, Lin Xingzang was very worried, fearing that someone was targeting the Lin family, so he quickly notified the Xiao family and the Ning family to come over to discuss matters and discuss countermeasures. But after all the things that happened later spread among the people, Lin Xingzang felt relieved again. The name of Yun Tianba resounded throughout Qinghai County and city. During this period, there was also some kind of demon Ding Dezu. It was impossible to tell whether the news was true or false. Clear the reason. Lin Xingzang roughly guessed that Lin Sheng might have been attacked by Yuntianba that day. The three brothers Long, Tiger and Leopard died in the battle, but Lin Sheng escaped by chance and had a chance encounter and recovered a chi refining great perfection monster. So he began to take revenge, chasing Yuntianba everywhere, and saved many monks. Lin Xingzang originally wanted to go to the Yun family to ask why this Yuntianba was from the Yun family, but he gave up this idea after seeing the monks blocking the door. The Yun family's life is now like a fire, and everyone is hiding in the stronghold and dare not come out. Ordinary monks can't get in, but the Alliance disciples have no impact. Many families have lost disciples, so they went to ask the Yun family manager. Naturally, Yun family manager didn't know anything about it, and everyone was helpless. There were rumors that it was an Alliance disciple who was killed by Yuntianba. There were also rumors that it was a demon named Ding Dezu, and there were also rumors that it was a disciple from the Valley of 10,000 Corpses who did it. What's even more ridiculous is that there are rumors that Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family, did it. He killed people first and then saved others. The news is true and false, false and true, so confusing that no one can tell clearly. Lin Xingzang simply ignored it. With a chi-refining Zochan monster guarding Lin Sheng, he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, Secret Realm is over, and the truth will naturally come out. Brothers, I didn't expect that the Li family is originally a tortoise. They are hiding in the formation and dare not come out. Wrong, they are not turtles. They are a group of turtles themselves. If they shrink their heads into the hole, they will not come out alive or dead. Ha ha ha, no wonder the Li family has the largest number of people in the 100 Clans Alliance. It turns out that every clan member is a turtle, so they will naturally live longer. How about this, Li Ziyuan? How about you send Mrs. Ling out to calm the boss for us, and then we can retreat? What you said, fellow Taoist, is wrong. The anger towards the boss is gone, but we are still very angry. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? You have a chance to see me. Go to the back and line up. Well, brothers, I have mysophobia, can I come first? Mysophobia, it doesn't matter. I'm relatively young. I'll go first and make sure it's clean inside. ... Obscene words were heard outside the cave. The surviving Li family disciples all looked ugly. Looking at the trembling formation in front of them, some wanted to rush out and fight with others several times, but were stopped by others. Li Ziyuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, had a gloomy face and a terrifying murderous aura all over his body. The good situation took a huge turn because of Shi Lezi. I don't know what Shi Lezi used, but he directly destroyed the talisman. 4 generals of the Li family were blown into blood mist on the spot, and Li Ziyuan was seriously injured. The other Li family disciples who were lucky enough to survive the explosion tried their best to cover Li Ziyuan's escape and used their lives to build an escape route. Now, including Li Ziyuan, there are only 5 members of the Li family left. With so many people from the Li family dying in one fell swoop, the ancestors would definitely come over as soon as possible. As long as they persisted for a while, these cowardly rogue cultivators would surely die a good death. Li Ziyuan secretly thought that it was just the unknown life and death of his wife that made him a little worried. However, hearing the dirty words of the rogue cultivator outside, Bai Yumo must have escaped, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Scold me a little more, and when the ancestor comes, you will never have the chance to scold me again. Single quote. ... Boss, this Li Ziyuan is really a tortoise. The brothers are all numb with curses, but he has no reaction at all. A young male cultivator walked up to Shang Tianming with a helpless face. They are just stalling for time, waiting for rescue to come. We can't waste any more time with him. Shang Tianming's face was solemn and he looked at the beautiful cultivator beside him. Are you sure Bai Yumo is not in the cave mansion? The female cultivator nodded. I saw her being rescued with my own eyes. Shang Tianba nodded slightly and sneered. Okay, in that case, let's put on a show for our young Master Li. If he can bear this, then we will leave immediately. The female cultivator smiled brightly when she heard this, and pointed her finger at the young male protagonist. The latter was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately, with a trace of vulgarity on his face. The two walked to the door of cave mansion, and the young monk laughed loudly. Hehehehe, isn't this by fellow Taoist? It turns out you are not in this cave. The female cultivator said coldly. If you want to kill, just kill, why bother talking nonsense? Oh, how can we be willing to kill you? We will never do such a dangerous thing. The young monk was talking with great joy, and kept winking at the other monks around him. Several clever ghosts immediately joined in with him. What fellow Taoist said is absolutely true. Fellow Taoist Bai smells really good, let me smell it, yo, I'm even shy. What are you shy about? That's her glaring at you. The way you look at her, she wants to kill you. Kill me, I'm afraid Bai fellow Taoist can't do it, but it's not impossible to pinch me to death, he. Bah! The female cultivator tore her clothes to pieces and made a loud noise, with a look of panic on her face. What do you want to do? Don't come here, get out of here. The young monk's eyes lit up. Hey, what are you doing? By fellow Taoist, isn't he asking questions knowingly? Either I'm going to you, or you're going to me. Kill me if you can. Kill you, it's too late to hurt you. Is this person Shang Tianming? Single quote. Lin Sheng, who was peeping in the bushes, had a strange expression. The development of things was really unexpected. I never expected that there is a monk in the world who can act better than me. It's true that there is a world out there, and there is someone out there. Single quote. Lin Sheng was in awe. The female cultivator's performance was so lifelike, her voice was exactly the same as Bai Yumo's, and the male cultivator's dirty words made him, a bystander, furious. After burying Bai Lianhua, Lin Sheng rode the spirit fire toad towards the spirit medicine garden. Just after hearing the roar of the formation, Lin Sheng put away the spirit fire toad in advance and carefully moved forward to explore. Unexpectedly, he came across the filming scene. Shang Tianming, I would like to call you the best director. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself. His eyes lingered on Shang Tianming for a moment and then moved to the actors again. He didn't plan to take action, but wanted to watch for a while to see if the actors would start fighting directly at the entrance of the cave. Don't want. As the female cultivator screamed, her clothes were torn into pieces, and her body was exposed. Several male cultivators swarmed up and actually started fighting hand to hand. Such a scene made Lin Sheng secretly frightened. These people are so shameless, I know how to close the door. This Li Ziyuan is really a ruthless person, how can he endure this? Is it possible that this is the forbearance technique practiced in practice? Single quote. In the cave, Li Ziyuan looked extremely ugly, and his facial features were distorted with anger, but his reason still prevailed. Although he was full of anger, he still had a trace of luck in his heart. What if all this is fake? Single quote. Yu Mo will definitely not let me down, she will definitely commit suicide in such a situation. Single quote. Just wait until the ancestor comes. They must be cut into pieces. Single quote. The four young people from the Li family were even more confused when they heard it. They covered their ears and ran away, but their hearts were itching unbearably like a cat scratching. I don't want to hear it, but I really want to hear it, but it's really annoying. A long time passed. Boss, I can't stand it anymore. I can't bear it anymore. The young monk's face was ashen, his legs were trembling and he walked to Shang Tianming. Several other male monks were lying dead on the ground. The female cultivator stretched out her red tongue and licked her lips, showing disdain, a bunch of trash. The young monk's face turned pale and he smiled coquettishly. Sister, you are not suitable to be a rogue cultivator. You should go to Drunken Dreams. That is your battlefield. How do you know I'm not practicing in Zuimengfang? The female cultivator changed her contemptuous look and smiled charmingly. Brother, if you have nothing to do, go to Zuimengfang to find your sister. You only need to mention Shanglin's name, and you won't accept the spiritual stone. When the young man heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned his gaze away, not daring to look at the female cultivator. Shang Tianming glanced at everyone, his face as dark as water. Well, this Li Ziyuan is really a strong-hearted person. He can remain silent despite such humiliation. It seems that his life should not be cut off. Let's go. Boss, do you want to inform the other brothers in Secret Realm? A monk reminded in a low voice. Shang Tianming shook his head. We need someone to back up. All the monks looked stern when they heard this, and the few male cultivators who were lying on the corpses got up quickly, for fear of being left behind. Leaving now. Single quote. Lin Sheng in the bushes showed a hint of unsatisfied expression on his face. The female cultivator had so many tricks, 1 against 5, and she managed to keep people submissive. The female cultivators in this world should not be underestimated. Single quote. His gaze lingered on the figure walking away towards Tianming for a long time. Lin Sheng sighed quietly. After all, he gave up the idea of going up to exchange acting experiences and looked back at the cave shrouded by the formation. Now that Li Ziyuan is in this cave, it is an excellent opportunity to coax him out and kill him. Single quote. Lin Sheng had some hesitation in his heart. Li Ziyuan was different from other ordinary disciples. He had an important status in the Li family. If he was killed, he might be the first person he killed after the ancestor of the Li family escaped from trouble. If you don't kill, if you don't fight back when someone bullies you, then what kind of immortality can you become? Single quote. Before, when he didn't know where Li Ziyuan was, Lin Sheng could still lie to himself that he couldn't be killed, but now that Li Ziyuan was in person, it would be pointless to lie to himself again. That's all, kill and see, if it's easy to kill, then just kill him. Single quote. Lin Sheng had made up his mind. As a devil, he could do whatever he wanted. How could he look forward and backward? It's just a pity that Bai Yumo is a chess piece. If she becomes a widow, she probably won't be able to find out the secrets of the Li family. The widow. This. Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart moved, and he shook his head vigorously. The enemy was currently thinking about something. Then he summoned the spirit fire toad to ride on it, jumped up, and hit the formation with a loud noise. Who is in the formation? Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family in Lower East Zon Peak, is here to rescue us. Rogue cultivator has left, please leave quickly. Quack quack quack. In the cave, the disciples of the Li family were happy when they heard this, and they all turned to look at Li Ziyuan. Uncle Yuan, help is coming. There was no joy on Li Ziyuan's face, but some surprise. This Shang Tianming was outside the cave just now, why did he suddenly leave now? It must be a fake. I pretended to be my wife before, and now I'm pretending to be the Lin family. We don't want to be fooled. We just wait for the ancestor to come. Seeing no response, Lin Sheng frowned slightly and sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that Li Ziyuan is so determined that he can't be killed. Single quote. A ray of sword light suddenly shot out from the forest. Lin Sheng was shocked and raised his palm to strike. The wrathful sword manifested and flew the flying sword away. Nowadays, Lin Sheng has the raging sword at his fingertips. He can do whatever he wants without the demonic form of wrath manifesting. Without the phantom of the demonic form, although the damage of the wrathful knife is lower, it doesn't look so terrifying. It was not cut off by me. Could it be that it was a high-grade law weapon? Madam Bai, this is the 3rd time you have used a sword against me. Lin Sheng looked unhappy as he looked at the graceful figure flying out of the forest. Bai Yumo looked cold. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? I, Lin, have a heroic spirit and courage. When I see someone being surrounded, I naturally want to save them. Lin Sheng's face looked proud, and his big golden sword had to sit on the fire bag. Uncle Yuan, it seems to be Aunt Bai's voice again. The disciples of the Li family looked excited. The battle outside the formation just now was indeed fake. Li Ziyuan looked gloomy and remained silent, but he was extremely angry in his heart. Now that another one has come, is it possible that we will continue? Single quote. How dare you, a beast with a human face and a beast's heart, to speak bravely and courageously. Single quote. Bai Yumo felt miserable in his heart as he looked at the formation with the flickering green halo. He knew that his husband Li Ziyuan was in the formation, so he did not dare to talk to Lin Sheng again, for fear that he would say something offensive again. Why didn't Mrs. Bai speak? But were you shocked by my heroic words? Lin Sheng had a teasing look on his face and pointed at the formation with flashing green light behind him. Mrs. Bai, do you recognize this formation? Why is it so green? It looks so awkward. I don't know him. Bai Yumo denied subconsciously. Oh, don't you know? Forget it, we were in the mountain before. Shut up. Bai Yumo quickly interrupted Lin Sheng. She looked panicked and pointed at the formation. Huh, what's wrong? Lin Sheng asked knowingly, and it was extremely interesting to see Bai Yumo's nervous expression. Bai Yumo was extremely angry and wanted to scold, but he was afraid of offending the beast, so he could only whisper. This is the rank 2 small defensive formation, Green Shadow Formation, which can block the foundation building overhaul attack. It is a protective formation given to Li Ziyuan by the ancestor of the Li family. Quote. Oh, it turns out that Senior Li is in the cave. Lin Sheng suddenly realized it, and then raised his eyebrows, showing that I already understood. There is no need for fellow Taoist's help here. Fellow Taoist is asked to leave. Bai Yumo's voice was cold. Now that the matter has been made clear, should the devil give in and retreat? Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng not only refused to leave, but instead directed the spirit fire toad to walk in front of the formation. HMPH, I, Lin Shengyi and Bo Yuntian, just rescued Mrs. Bai earlier, and now Senior Li is in danger again, how can I abandon him? You. Bai Yumo's apricot eyebrows stood up, and he was trembling with anger. He pointed at Lin Sheng and was speechless for a moment. Ha ha ha, well said. A burst of hearty laughter rang out, and Shang Tianming and a group of monks jumped out of the forest, surrounding Lin Sheng and Bai Yumo. Qua. Lingwo Toad looked sideways at everyone with a look of disdain. Shang Tianba glanced at the spiritual fire toad, then looked at Lin Sheng with a smile on his face. I felt a peeping look in the forest earlier, and pretended to leave. As expected. Bai Yumo's face was pale, and at a glance, he saw more than 20 malicious looks, which really made people feel a little desperate. Lin Sheng, however, had a calm expression on his face, scanning everyone one by one, and felt a little confused when he saw a familiar figure missing. Where's the female cultivator? Whose her name is Shang Lin? Why is she missing? Haha, fellow Taoist is still thinking about women when he is about to die. Don't you know that the word has a knife in his head? Shang Tianming chuckled, but had no intention of taking action. Hey, if you are not a romantic person, you are wasting your youth. Lin Sheng smiled casually. Fellow Taoists, you are surrounding me but not taking action. What do you mean? Do you want me to perform a show for you? Quack, quack, quack. The spirit fire toad also shouted in agreement. The boss didn't speak, and many of the younger brothers didn't dare to speak actively, so they all looked at the boss. Shang Tianming looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely solemn in his heart. The young man in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. When he jumped out of the forest, he wanted to take action immediately, but as soon as he had the idea, a sense of panic arose in his heart, forcing him to suppress the thought of killing. This kind of hidden reminder saved his life several times, so Shang Tianming took this matter very seriously. Fellow Taoist is joking. We are only targeting people from the Li family. Since your surname is Lin, we won't embarrass you and leave as soon as possible. Shang Tianming said and waved his hand, and the younger brothers who gathered around him immediately made way for a passage. Such a scene made Lin Sheng a little surprised. Why is Rogue Cultivator so easy to talk to now? Of course I can leave, but I have to take her with me. Lin Sheng said and pointed at Bai Yumo. No, Shang Tianming immediately refused. He planned to rely on Bai Yumo to trick Li Ziyuan out of the formation. How could he let others take him away? In this case, I won't leave. If you have any clever tricks, feel free to use them. I will take them all. Lin Sheng looked arrogant. It wasn't that he looked down on the group of monks in front of him, but he was too strong. When the angry sword came out, who could compete with him? Everyone in front of them, except for Shang Tianming, was a useless person, and they were all vulnerable. Bai Yumo looked surprised and looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. She had been prepared to die in battle, but she didn't expect this beast to say such words. Arrogant person. You're not a big man, but your tone is quite loud. Are you the only one who wants to act like a hero and save a beautiful girl? Boss, let's do it. Even though that toad is Qi refining Zochin, as long as we kill that person, the toad won't be anything to worry about. The younger brothers were so excited that they wanted to draw their swords and strike. Shang Tianming's face became extremely ugly, and the panic in his heart became more and more serious. Fellow Taoist you. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a sword sounded, and a green sword shadow came through the air. The sword turned into silk, and thousands of green silk instantly penetrated Shang Tianming and his party. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with corpses. The blue light from the clear sky comes from thousands of miles away, and the sword is refined into silk and thousands of methods are opened. A gray robe floated down. This is. Lin Sheng's pupils shrank sharply, and the spirit fire toad trembled with fright, and quickly got back into the spirit beast bag. Bai Yumo's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to salute. Yumo has met the ancestor. The person who came was the ancestor of the Li family, Li Dongqing. Didn't we agree to be trapped deep in the secret realm and wait for rescue? Why did you run out without practicing martial ethics? Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked, and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind. Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the beginning? The ancestor of the Li family was not trapped in the secret realm at all. At present, except for Bai Yumo and the Li family in the formation behind him, there are no other alliance disciples in the field. If the ancestor of the Li family has evil intentions. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's scalp felt numb. He was not strong enough to ignore the overhaul of the foundation building. Shang Tianming and his team were living examples. With just one move, they were all killed without making a sound, and they died cleanly. Li Dongqing smiled, nodded slightly to Bai Yumo, and looked at Lin Sheng. Not bad, a talented person. Is this a compliment to me? Single quote. Lin Sheng was thinking secretly, not knowing why. Just when he was about to reply, he saw a white cloud flying from the sky, and sitting on it was a charming female cultivator wearing a red skirt and holding a red flower umbrella. The jade legs are close together and hanging diagonally outside the clouds. There is a blooming peach blossom tattoo on the white thigh. The bare feet are white and red, and there is a red bell hanging on the ankle. Every frown and smile is full of charm. The visitor is Bai Yuaning, the ancestor of the Bai family. This, 2 foundation building overhauls. Single quote. Lin Sheng felt that he was one person ahead of the other 2 people. Especially after seeing Bai Yumo's cold eyes, his sense of crisis suddenly rose. This little woman won't sue me, will she? Kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000. Single quote. Lin Sheng quickly winked, signaling to Bai Yumo that he must calm down and there was no need to be so impulsive. Yumo pays homage to Aunt Yu Ning. Bai Yumo glared at Lin Sheng fiercely and stepped forward to salute. Bai Yuaning waved with a smile, and Bai Yumo quickly flew above the clouds. What's wrong? Calling people away for fear of accidental injury. You want justice 2 against 1, right? Single quote. Lin Sheng's expression was solemn, and his thoughts were flooded. How can we break the situation in front of him? You definitely can't escape by running, and you don't have any particularly fast escape skills. You definitely can't beat him by fighting, and you can at most struggle. Just when Lin Sheng was about to use the spirit gold locking space formation, Bai Yuaning spoke. Li fellow Taoist, why did you rush into the secret realm? Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the Bai family has the image of a charming woman, but her voice is as soft and waxy as a girl's, and is extremely pleasant. Li Dongqing smiled. Haha, didn't fellow Taoist Bai go to Evergreen Sect to visit friends? Why did he appear in secret realm? I was worried about the disciples in my clan, so I came back early. I didn't want to see the fellow Taoist rush into the secret realm with murderous intent. I violated the agreement made by the fellow Taoist, Bai Yuaning said playfully. Li Dongqing looked indifferent. Someone kills a disciple of the Li family. Naturally, I can't stand by and watch. Since I broke the agreement is invalid. You are so domineering, you are worthy of being the ancestor of the Li family. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly praised him. Seeing some quarrels between the 2 foundation building overhauls, he felt relieved. It seems that there will not be 2 against 1. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Bai Yuaning smiled and said nothing, looking at Lin Sheng, her beautiful eyes full of spring. Are you Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family who goes around rescuing people? Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly. To talk about the seniors, it is the juniors who are not saving people everywhere. They can only be said to be doing it casually. Bai Yumo frowned when he heard this. After struggling several times in his heart, he still didn't speak. A touch of sadness appeared between his brows. Bai Yuaning smiled sweetly. Yes, he is young and promising. He is a talented person in the Lin family. He is expected to achieve great success. As he spoke, he looked at Li Dongqing. As for the Li family, their behavior today is really disappointing. HMPH, it's weird. Li Dongqing snorted coldly and shouted to the formation. Li Ziyuan, why don't you get out? How long are you going to hide? Uncle Yuan, It seems to be the voice of our ancestor. In the cave, the disciples of the Li family showed excitement. Li Ziyuan looked gloomy. Impossible. Shang Tianming is addicted to playing tricks. If he were really the ancestor, how could he talk nonsense to me? He would do it with just one sword. Before he finished speaking, a roar sounded, and the formation shook violently, and the sword lights within it were vaguely visible. Faceless sword technique. What an ancestor! Li Ziyuan was shocked and quickly raised the formation token to disarm the formation. As soon as the formation disappeared, a giant hand formed by mana rushed into the cave, grabbed Li Ziyuan and others, and threw them to the ground. It's really you, Lin Shang. Li Ziyuan got up from the ground, his face full of disbelief. This guy was so brave. He killed Yuntianba and still dared to appear in front of him. Lin Shang smiled and saluted respectfully. I have seen Senior Li. It turns out that Senior is in the cave. I wonder why Senior didn't say a word just now. I saw that group of rogue cultivators sang for a while but didn't respond. They thought there was no one in the cave, he. Li Ziyuan's face darkened, and he swung down his sleeves. Just as he was about to say something harsh, he was suddenly gently pulled down by the Li family disciple next to him. Only then did he realize that he had ignored his ancestor. Ziyuan has met the ancestor. Li Ziyuan lowered his head in fear, not daring to look directly into his ancestor's eyes. The other 4 Li family disciples even lowered their heads and huddled aside, not daring to make a sound. Li Dongqing looked at the disciples of the Li family expressionlessly and did not respond. Seeing this scene, Lin Shang hesitated. Should I slip away now? Single quote. As soon as he took a small step, Li Dongqing sighed slightly and waved his hand. You all come with me. Li Dongqing walked straight into the cave, and everyone in the Li family quickly followed. Li Ziyuan glared at Lin Shang coldly before following into the cave. Now he has torn off his mask and stopped pretending. The white clouds descended slowly, and Bai Yuaning swayed with her bare feet on the ground. Bai Yumo followed closely behind. When passing by Lin Shang, Bai Yuaning waved. Come on, don't worry, follow me into the cave. Seeing that the ancestors of the Bai family had spoken, Lin Shang had no choice but to follow even though he was unwilling to do so. This ancestor of the Li family doesn't know what he is up to, he is so mysterious. Single quote. Lin Shang was the last one to walk into the cave, and happened to see Li Dongqing take out a stone table and 3 stone benches from his storage bag. Sit. Li Dongqing waved his hand and then sat on a stone bench. Bai Yuaning also sat on a stone bench with a smile on her face. At present, there was only the last stone bench left with no one sitting on it. Could it be that it was meant for me to sit on? Single quote. Lin Shang thought to himself, and when he saw everyone looking at him, he looked at each other one by one. The 2 foundation building overhauls were all smiling, while the disciples of the Li family were full of surprise. Only Li Ziyuan and Bai Yumo looked bitter. He looked at himself with a very angry expression. As expected of 2 couples, their expressions are the same. Single quote. Lin Shang smiled freely, walked forward and sat down calmly. Seeing Lin Shang sit down, Li Dongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. He first took out 3 green teacups, then took out a green teapot and filled the teacups, spreading his hands to signal. Please. Looking at the fragrant hot tea in front of her, Bai Yuaning was not polite and picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Yeah, good tea. Li Dongqing nodded slightly and immediately looked at Lin Shang. Bai Yuaning put down her teacup and looked over. I don't like drinking tea. Single quote. Lin Shang wanted to say something loudly, but he didn't dare to say it under the gazes of the 2 foundation building overhauls. He could only pick up a cup of steaming tea and take a sip. It's so hot. Bai Yuaning smiled and looked at Li Dongqing playfully. Li Dongqing's face turned slightly dark. He picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Okay, now that we've finished the tea, it's time to get down to business. Li Dongqing put down his teacup and looked at Lin Shang with piercing eyes. Young friend Lin, during this trip to Secret Realm, you killed a lot of people, right? Bai Yuaning heard this and looked at Lin Shang with great interest, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Lin Shang was shocked and quickly denied. Senior, please stop joking. It's too late for me to save people, so how dare you kill someone? Hee. Li Dongqing chuckled lightly and took off the sword from his waist. This devil-slaying sword is extremely sensitive to the evil spirit of blood. I must at least have 100 cultivators in killing, otherwise I won't be able to cause the sword to move. Quote. Lin Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He was frightened but not panicked. Senior, I don't know. This junior has saved many people in this secret realm. In order to save people, he must also kill people. There are quite a few rogue cultivators who have died in the hands of juniors. It is normal for the sword to move abnormally. Is it? Of course it is. Now that the two seniors are face to face, the junior naturally does not dare to tell lies. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows at Bai Yuaning as he spoke. The female cultivator was staring at him intently. She didn't know what she was looking at. Could it be that there was something written on her face? Seeing this, Bai Yuaning's cheeks showed a hint of crimson. She bit her lips involuntarily, and gave Lin Sheng a charming look. Single quote question mark question mark question mark. Single quote. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng was shocked and quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look at Bai Yuaning again. This ancestor of the Bai family doesn't like me anymore, does he? Is it possible that I need to take supplements day and night? Single quote. But I've never heard that the ancestors of the Bai family practice the art of collecting tonic. Single quote. Thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Sheng secretly looked at Bai Yuaning, who was still looking straight at him, with undisguised naked desire in his eyes. It's over, the jackal hasn't left yet, the evil tiger is here again. Single quote. How about I just have to obey her a little bit? Single quote. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking wildly, Li Dongqing suddenly sighed. You killed Li Jian, right? Li Jian. Single quote. Lin Sheng was stunned when he heard this and didn't react for a moment. Suddenly he saw Li Ziyuan's disbelieving expression and suddenly came back to his senses. Is Li Jian the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? Disciple of Profound Heaven Sword Sect? Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng couldn't sit still and subconsciously wanted to run away, but seeing Li Dongqing's plain expression, he suppressed the urge in his heart. Senior, what did you say? I don't understand. Who is Li Jian? I have killed many rogue cultivators, but I have never seen anyone who calls himself Li Jian. Lin Sheng had already made up his mind. Anyway, he refused to admit it and killed all the rogue cultivators. Now that Bai Yuaning is here, does Li Dongqing dare to take action directly? Alas, Li Jian has lived incognito in my Li family for 30 years. I don't want to die in your hands. Li Dongqing showed emotion and pointed at Lin Sheng. The sword intent he left on you has not dissipated yet. I am also a disciple of the Profound Heaven Sword Sect, so I can naturally tell it at a glance. There's no point in denying it. Sword intent doesn't lie. Lin Sheng was silent when he heard this. He didn't expect that man to hold back, but when he saw that Li Dongqing didn't show any anger, he felt a little calmer. Since we didn't take action right away, then we need to talk about it. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart and said in a deep voice, to tell you what the senior has said, it is true that the junior has never seen Li Jian, but he was indeed chased by a sword cultivator and had no choice but to fight back. According to the senior, this person should be Li Jian. I dare to ask the senior, what did the junior do to offend the Li family? Why did Li Jian chase me? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Li family changed. Li Jian is chasing Lin Sheng. Li fellow Taoist, what is going on? Bai Yuaning's expression was slightly startled, and she looked at Li Dongqing. Seeing the wolf-like gaze shift, Lin Sheng felt relieved. This ancestor of the Bai family put more pressure on him than the ancestor of the Li family. The Li family ancestor would at most kill him, according to the Bai family ancestor. Li Dongqing looked gloomy and did not answer. Instead, he asked, Little friend Lin, I wonder how many swords Li Jian has struck at you. 4 swords. Lin Sheng's voice was calm. He still remembered this incident and it was naturally impossible to forget it. Sure enough, the 4 swords have been released. Li Dongqing's face showed no expression as he expected, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng. I can't kill you with the 4 swords of the Wushang sword technique. I guess you also have some secrets. Senior, what do you mean? Lin Sheng frowned slightly and felt vigilant in his heart. As long as Li Dongqing dared to take action, he would burn the angry demon seed and strike with all his might. The two looked at each other for a long time, and seeing that Lin Sheng showed no fear, Li Dongqing sighed quietly, took out a new green teacup from the storage bag, poured tea in it, and looked at Li Ziyuan. This happened because of you, and it should end with you. Ancestor, Li Ziyuan opened his mouth, and when he saw his ancestor's eyes getting colder, fear suddenly arose in his heart. He stepped forward to pick up the teacup, walked to Lin Shang, and served tea with both hands. Lin Shang, this is all my fault. I apologize to you here, and I hope you can forgive me. Lin Shang looked at Li Ziyuan with a sincere expression and couldn't figure out the situation for a moment. Li Ziyuan, who was in his 40s or 50s, could still look down and apologize to a young boy. When did the Li family become so easy to talk to? Is it true that this ancestor of the Li family is running out of time? Single quote. Lin Shang looked at the energetic Li Dongqing, but he didn't see that he looked sluggish or dying. Li Dongqing looked indifferent. Little friend Lin, as the leader of the alliance, I naturally lead by example. Li Ziyuan used his sword rashly and attacked you without permission. He should have been pierced by the thunder spear and died, but Li Jian was already killed, so the matter is settled. What do you think? Lin Shang looked solemn when he heard this. Although he didn't know what Li Dongqing was up to, it would be disrespectful to refuse or say anything else, so he took the tea and drank it all. Since Senior has spoken, this matter has been revealed. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuning's beautiful eyes were filled with color and her face was flushed. Her bare feet under the table teased Lin Shang from time to time, gently moving up inch by inch. Lin Shang was sweating on his forehead and felt tremendous pressure. Li Dongqing's behavior was abnormal. Why was Bai Yuning acting weird? Due to the status of the foundation building being overhauled, Lin Shang could only bear it silently, and secretly made a note in his mind that he would definitely come back to regain his place in the future. After Li Ziyuan served tea, he retreated behind Li Dongqing. His face was gloomy and he didn't know what he was thinking. When Bai Yumo saw his husband's appearance, he was naturally extremely worried, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Seeing Lin Shang drinking tea, Li Dongqing looked slightly relaxed, took out a roll of blood-colored jade slips and pushed it in front of Lin Shang. This is the blood energy method, and it is also given to Xiaoyu Lin. From now on, this method will only belong to the Lin family, and the Li family will never have any involvement. Quote. This, single quote. Lin Shang frowned slightly. The Li family's reaction today was really strange. Apologizing and then withdrawing from the blood energy method was too unreasonable. Li Dongqing said with a smile, "Little friend Lin, don't think too much. Although the Li family is domineering, they will not do anything to take advantage of. This method belongs to your Lin family, and naturally it will always belong to your Lin family. No one can take it away." Could it be that Li Dongqing knows that he will not live long and is leaving a way out for his family? Single quote. Lin Shang couldn't figure it out, so he had to put the blood-colored jade slip into his storage bag. The smile in Li Dongqing's eyes became even bigger. In 3 days, we will explore the depths of the secret realm again. Can Xiaoyu Lin go? Go. How can the alliance operation be without my Lin family? Lin Shang said firmly. Okay, in that case, we will meet deep in the secret realm in 3 days. Lin Shang nodded. Junior, please remember. If nothing happens, I will leave now. Li Dongqing nodded slightly and looked at Bai Yuning. Is there anything else, fellow Taoist? Bai Yuning shook her head. It's nothing important. I'm just curious. What's in the depths of the secret realm? Hearing this, Lin Shang, who had already stood up, sat down again. He also wanted to know the truth. Bai Yumo clearly told him that the trip to Secret Realm was to save people. Since the foundation building's overhaul is fine, who are we trying to save? Li Dongqing smiled. Fellow Taoist will know in 3 days, so why rush now? Lin Shang was speechless when he heard this, so he got up and left. These foundation building overhauls all like to be riddlers, and the things they do are also confusing. It's okay if fellow Taoist doesn't want to say anything. I'll leave as well. Hearing Bai Yuaning's words behind him, Lin Shang was shocked and quickly quickened his pace. Ancestor, why is this so? Li Ziyuan's voice was low. When has my Li family ever suffered such humiliation? Li Dongqing looked displeased and looked at Li Ziyuan. You have never experienced such humiliation, right? Li Ziyuan turned pale when he heard this, lowered his head and was speechless. Seeing this, Bai Yumo quickly defended. Ancestor, Ziyuan didn't mean that. Li Dongqing snorted coldly and looked away. The Li family has gone through 700 years. What has it not experienced? What humiliation has it not endured? How many of those glorious families in the past are still alive today? If you can't bear a little humiliation, how can you become a big deal? After all, this world is about who can live longer and live longer. Li Ziyuan whispered. Ancestor, I still don't understand why you don't just take action to get rid of that Lin Shang. He even killed Elder Li. It's precisely because Li Jian died in his hands that I couldn't take action. Li Dongqing said with a flash of light in his eyes. The fourth sword of the Wushang sword technique can kill everyone under the foundation building, but I can't kill him. What if I take action and let him escape? This boy has a secret. If he fails to defeat the tiger, he will suffer from it instead. The Li family will never have peace in the future. The disciples of the Li family were all shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect their ancestor to speak so highly of the Lin family. Li Ziyuan looked ugly, but he was a little unconvinced. If the ancestor takes action with all his strength, that person will definitely not be able to escape. After all, there is a huge difference between foundation building and qi refining. Li Dongqing sighed quietly. Oh, I am 52 years old. The Li family has lived smoothly in my hands for 134 years. Now there is not much time left. I don't want to be born again in this last time, trouble. As he spoke, he looked at Li Ziyuan. You want to kill a genius when you see one. The world is so big, can you kill him? If you really think that the Lin family boy deserves to be killed, wait until you achieve the realm of foundation building before you do it. Everyone has their own opinion. I just want to tell you that the Li family can last for 700 years not only by force. Force is only the last resort, not the only means. Li Ziyuan looked thoughtful when he heard this, and then lowered his head. Ancestor, Ziyuan has learned a lesson. Li Dongqing nodded slightly. After Secret Realm is over, leave the affairs of the north to Li Jiong. You can go back to the clan to practice in seclusion. I will obey my ancestor's order, but Ziyuan still has a little confusion in his heart. Explain, why did you return the blood energy method to the Lin family? Do we, the Li family, really not practice this method? Quote. Li Dongqing looked amused when he heard this. You really can't see the problem with this method. What's the problem? Li Ziyuan looked confused. Do you know the bloody corpse raising technique in the Valley of 10,000 Corpses? Quote. Of course, the Valley of 10,000 Corpses contains evil intentions, and there are hidden restrictions in the blood yin corpse raising technique. If you use this method to raise corpses, you are raising corpses for the Valley of 10,000 Corpses. Quote. Li Ziyuan said with a look of surprise on his face. Ancestor, you mean that there are also hidden restrictions in the blood energy method? Quote. Li Dongqing nodded slightly. Yes, there is a big problem with this method. Although I can't see the restrictions, I guess that this method will definitely have more than 7 levels. If you practice this method, you will be controlled by others in the future. Li Ziyuan looked panicked. Ancestor, this method has been promoted in the clan, and many clan members have begun to practice it. Nonsense. Li Dongqing frowned slightly. I will handle this matter, and remember, don't conflict with Na Lin again, otherwise no one will collect your body after death. Ziyuan understands. Ancestor, don't worry. After Li Dongqing left, Li Ziyuan looked at Bai Yumo and asked with concern, is Madame okay? She was attacked by thieves earlier, but she was nowhere to be seen in the chaos. Bai Yumo shook his head. No problem, the disciples of the Bai family protected me and escaped. Li Ziyuan felt relieved, and suddenly thought of something, and asked in a solemn voice, just now outside the cave, what did Lin Sheng mean when he said to rescue the lady? Bai Yumo was slightly shocked, but said without changing his expression, after I was rescued by my tribe, I met another group of rogue cultivators on the road. Lin Sheng happened to pass by and came to the rescue. So, this Lin Sheng has a good character. Li Ziyuan nodded slightly, and his resentment towards him became less intense. Bai Yumo felt miserable in his heart. Lin Sheng was clearly a beast with a human face and a beast's heart, but he couldn't express the pain, so he could only hide it in his heart and suffer alone. That's not right. Then what does Lin Sheng mean when he said, Madam, that you used the sword against him for the 3rd time? Li Ziyuan looked suspicious. Bai Yumo looked calm. Didn't my husband want to kill Lin Sheng? I took advantage of him to attack with 2 swords while he was fighting with others. I didn't want to but failed. Just now I saw Lin Sheng shouting at the formation again. I thought he was going to take revenge on my husband, so I attacked him with a sword. So that's it. Li Ziyuan nodded slightly, but his brows were still filled with suspicion. He felt that something was wrong with the lady beside him. Why do you, husband, look like that? But you don't believe what I said. Bai Yumo said with a sad look on his face. As soon as I got out of trouble, I searched for my husband everywhere. After going through a lot of hardships, what does my husband think of me now? A prisoner. When I talk about sadness, tears flow down my face. Li Ziyuan showed a wry smile and begged for mercy again and again. Madam, please don't cry, it was your husband who made the mistake. You made the mistake of your husband. Snort. Bai Yumo snorted coldly and stopped crying. Looking at Li Ziyuan with a smile on his face, he felt miserable in his heart. It's all your fault. It's not good to offend anyone, but you have to offend Lin Sheng. I will suffer for you. Single quote. In the woods, Lin Sheng looked in a hurry, but there were always faint footsteps behind him, which made him panic. After walking a few more miles, Lin Sheng suddenly stopped and turned around with a wry smile on his face. Senior, I wonder why you have been following me. A tall figure slowly walked out of the forest. It was Bai Yuaning. Her face was flushed and her eyes were as tender as water. Don't run away anymore, my good brother, tell me why you are running so fast. My sister doesn't eat people. Senior, please stop joking. This junior is in a hurry to go to Cave Mansion to practice. Senior, if there is anything wrong, please speak up. Lin Sheng did not dare to look directly into Bai Yuaning's eyes. The naked look in her eyes was really unbearable, and his eyes couldn't help but focus on her pair of pink feet. Are your sister's feet pretty? Look at you, you can't take your eyes off them. Do you want to play with them? Bai Yuaning's seductive voice came, and the angry devil in his dantian suddenly shook, and the anger came from his heart and rushed straight into his mind. Lin Sheng suddenly came back to his senses. He had been hit by the charm skill unknowingly just now. He was shocked and backed away. Seeing that Lin Sheng was able to escape from the charm, Bai Yuaning's eyes flashed with surprise, but the desire in her heart became stronger. Good brother, you want to go back to Cave Mansion. Why don't you take your sister back with you? Lin Sheng looked ugly. What on earth did Senior do? Giggle. Bai Yuaning covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. She laughed so hard that her branches trembled. The extent of the trembling made Lin Sheng's eyelids jump, and he shouted in his heart that he couldn't bear it. Good brother, my sister is asking you, the rumored devil in this secret realm should be you, right? Bai Yuaning said, licking her lips with her red tongue. Killing people and seizing souls, you hide it so well. Senior, I don't understand what you are saying. Lin Sheng pretended to be confused. Kiki, aren't you willing to tell the truth now? Sister, I also practice magic skills, and I am extremely sensitive to the soul. Bai Yuaning said so charmingly that she gave Lin Sheng a blank look. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly when he heard this. Senior, please tell me what your purpose is. My sister has no purpose. She just wants to have fun with her brother. Bai Yuaning smiled softly and strolled towards Lin Sheng. You want to feed me? Single quote. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Lin Sheng's eyes, and an angry devil appeared instantly, and he slashed his head with a huge, angry knife. Bai Yuaning frowned slightly and raised her hand to point at the shadow of the knife. A pink peach petal flew out from the back of her hand and faced the angry knife. When the two touched, the wrathful knife was instantly annihilated, and dozens of angry souls followed. It dissipates, and the petals gradually wither and fall. Lin Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect that a full-strength blow would be easily broken. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, his body suddenly flew back out of control and was hugged by Bai Yuaning. Good brother, you are so cruel, you actually want to kill my sister. Although his body was no longer under control, Lin Sheng remained calm. Senior, do you really want to fight to the death? Since I can capture souls, I can also explode souls, ignite the soul and explode myself. I wonder if Senior can catch it. These words were naturally false, but Lin Sheng's bet was that Bai Yuaning didn't dare to bet. When Bai Yuaning heard this, Her face showed a rare look of thought. After a moment, she let go of her hand. Lin Sheng instantly regained control of his body and quickly retreated to distance himself. Good brother, my sister is not going to kill you, she just wants to practice with you and give you a benefit. Bai Yuaning's face showed a trace of sadness, which made me pity her. Lin Sheng sneered. Senior, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? You just want to recruit me. A scholar cannot be killed. Even if I detonate my body and soul, I will not let you succeed. It turns out that my brother regards his sister as a witch who practices the art of tonic. Just look at this. Bai Yuaning raised her arm as she spoke, revealing the palace guard sand. Lin Sheng's face showed sarcasm. Ha, senior, you think you can deceive me by putting a red mark on your arm? Is it possible that I, Lin Sheng, am really the protagonist in the storybook? Is there such a chance? Good brother, how can you be willing to believe it? If we don't practice first, if you feel something is wrong, it won't be too late to detonate the soul. Bai Yuaning slowly approached Lin Sheng as she spoke. The desire in her heart became stronger and stronger, and even her skin began to turn red. This, Lin Sheng frowned, and Bai Yuaning in front of him looked extremely wrong, like a powder keg on the verge of exploding. Good brother, if you help my sister practice, she will give you an opportunity. Don't even think about it. Lin Sheng flatly refused. Sister, I can't bear it anymore. My dear brother, why don't you give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sheng felt the warm fragrant nephrite rush into his arms, and countless peach petals rose from Bai Yuaning's body, turning into a peach blossom ball to wrap the two of them. Lin Sheng saw the peach blossoms slowly blooming on the pink jade skin. The picture is hard to describe, but it is naturally extremely fragrant. Shame, shame, what a disgrace. Lin Sheng held the storage bag in his hand and cursed. Bai Yuaning dropped the storage bag before leaving. There were 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones in it. If Bai Yuaning had not thrown away the storage bag, Lin Sheng would have been in a very good mood. Moistened by the primordial yin of foundation building overhaul, Lin Sheng easily broke through the realm barrier of Qi refining late stage and became a Qi refining 7th level monk. At the age of 19 and at the 7th level of Qi refining, Lin Sheng can proudly say loudly, I am also a genius. If you reach the Qi refining late stage before the age of 40, you will be able to achieve the foundation building, and if you reach the Qi refining late stage at the age of 19, if there are no accidents, Lin Sheng feels that he will definitely be able to foundation building. If so, the protagonist in the book will not run away. Of course, all this is not a pie from the sky. It is true that Lin Sheng got great benefits, but he also paid a huge price, both mentally and physically. The most important thing is that the 4 demon species of happiness, anger, sadness and resentment in Dantian are now dim. All the souls have been sucked away by Bai Yuaning, leaving nothing for Lin Sheng. Not only was the body hollowed out, but the jade slips of the blood qi method, returned by the Li family, were also not saved. Bai Yuaning left with a satisfied look on her face, leaving Lin Sheng alone to curse. The demonic appearance was gone, and Lin Sheng suddenly felt no sense of security. Fortunately, with the spiritual fire toad and the blood qi technique, he would not be overly worried, but he could no longer treat the qi refining monks as he did before. Although this passive practice saved several years of hard training, it also paid for the fruits of fishing during this period. I don't know whether it was a loss or a profit. Lin Sheng got tired of scolding, so he turned over and mounted the spirit fire toad, and waved his hand. To the northwest, the target is deep in the secret realm, let's set off. Quack quack quack. Without the pressure of the foundation building overhaul around him, the spirit fire toad immediately felt that he could do it again, howling and jumping into the distance. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Sheng rushed to the deepest part of the secret realm on time. He spent the past 3 days quite comfortably. He occasionally rescued people and took a few rays of rogue cultivator soul to nourish the demon seeds in his dantian. As for fishing, he stopped doing it. It wasn't because Lin Sheng was so kind-hearted, but because the devil couldn't come out. Naturally, he didn't have the confidence, so he could just touch the fish honestly. Now that the agreed date has arrived, it's time to bring the trip to Secret Realm to a perfect end. Open corner bracket deep in the Secret Realm close corner bracket. Lin Sheng originally thought he would see such a spectacular scene, but unexpectedly he saw a large group of low buildings. In the middle of the group of buildings, there was a large teleportation array. At this time, there were more than a dozen monks there. It's busy up there. I'm afraid there is a big secret deep in this secret realm. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart and rode the spirit fire toad towards the building complex. Before he got close, he saw 8 figures rushing towards him quickly. Before anyone arrived, the sound came. Stop anyone who comes. This place is a forbidden area for the alliance of hundreds of clans. Please leave quickly. This is my body in the Lin family in Shidongshuan Peak. Brother Lin, it's really you. As soon as Lin Sheng picked up his identity token, he saw a male cultivator looking at him excitedly. Are you Go Bo Ju? Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He had saved many people while acting with Hong Tu, and the one who impressed him the most was the person in front of him from the Go family. Yes, right down there. Go Buju nodded repeatedly and said with excitement to the people around him, this is the Lin Sheng I often mention to you. He is the one who bravely fights demons and saves the weak in Secret Realm. One of the monks looked surprised. It turns out that it is fellow Taoist Lin who is Yibo Yuntian. He showed disrespect in front of me. I am a disciple of the An family, and Quan. My disciple of the He family, He Ping, has met fellow Taoist Lin. This is my younger brother, He Xie. My little brother has met brother Lin. My name is Yu Qian, and I am a disciple of the Yu family. ... These are all nonsense names. Are there no educated people in the family? Single quote. Lin Sheng was a little speechless and smiled dryly and saluted. I have met you fellow Taoists. Go Buji looked excited. Brother Lin is here to participate in the alliance operation. Exactly. Brother Lin, come with me. I will take you to see the person in charge of this place. The person in charge. Lin Sheng looked surprised when he heard this. It seems that Brother Lin doesn't know that all alliance disciples must check their identities before entering. This is to prevent monks from other countries from sneaking in. And Quan explained. Recently, there is a rumor in Secret Realm about a demon named Ding Dezu, who caused quite a stir and killed many monks. It's better to be careful. He Ping's face was solemn. Yes, I've heard about it too. That devil is very vicious. He kills people without blinking an eye and eats people without spitting out their bones. Another monk echoed. The devil you are talking about is probably me. By the way, when did I eat people? Single quote. Lin Sheng felt a little embarrassed, but his expression remained unchanged. So that's it, then it's time for fellow Taoist to lead the way. Hey, Brother Lin and I hit it off right away, so we should. Go Buju waved his hand and looked at everyone. Fellow Taoist, then I will take Brother Lin away now. Okay, be sure to greet fellow Taoist Lin. If you don't greet me well, I'll take it from you. Everyone smiled and nodded. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, Brother Lin, let's go. ... Fellow Taoist, why are you here? Is it possible that you also want to participate in this alliance operation? Lin Sheng was walking on the street, and he had put the spirit fire toad into the spirit beast bag. There were many alliance disciples on the street, and riding on the spirit fire toad would inevitably be a bit ostentatious, which was inconsistent with his style of doing things. Go Buju smiled bitterly when he heard this. To be honest with Brother Lin, I would like to participate in this operation, but my level is low and the alliance doesn't want me. I see that Brother Lin was in the middle stage of chi refining a few days ago, but now he has become a great monk in the late stage of chi refining. It can be seen that Brother Lin is very talented, unlike me, who was born a loser. Lin Sheng said with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, why should you belittle yourself? You must know that my fate is not up to my will, and my destiny is in my own hands. These words were spoken by Lin Sheng from the bottom of his heart. His talent was only average. Everything he achieved now was achieved step by step through his own efforts. At most, there was a little bit of luck. Go Yuzhui smiled bitterly and shook his head without saying a word. Seeing his sad expression, Lin Sheng changed the subject. By the way, fellow Taoist, do you know what the Alliance's actions are this time? Why are there so many Alliance disciples here? Speaking of business, Go Buju immediately became energetic. Brother Lin, could you see the huge teleportation array in the center of the street before? Naturally, this formation is more than 3 times larger than the teleportation formation in Black Rock City. It is estimated that it can teleport hundreds of people at a time. Go Buju carefully looked around and whispered, "This teleportation array leads to a fairyland, and the Alliance's target is that fairyland." "Huh, Wonderland." Lin Sheng was surprised when he heard this. Yes, Wonderland. This matter was verified by many Alliance disciples at the time. Unfortunately, something happened within 2 days, and the teleportation array has been blocked until now. Oh, how come I haven't heard of this? Lin Sheng was somewhat doubtful of the authenticity of this matter. There were also many Lin family members who died in the secret realm, so how come no news came out? Dare I ask Brother Lin about his ranking within the family alliance? Go Buju said cautiously. 13. That's it. This matter was previously controlled by several leading families in the alliance. They deliberately blocked the news. Only a few people knew about it. Go Buji said with a proud look on his face. I'm afraid Brother Lin didn't even know that there was a teleportation array here when he participated in the alliance operation, right? That's right. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted. 3 days ago, this place was still covered by the rank 3 formation. That is to say, the formation disappeared in the past few days, allowing this place to see the light of day again. Go Buju said, pointing to the monks walking on the street. These are all those who came after receiving the news. Lin Sheng glanced at the monks on the street, and then looked at Go Buju with a faint smile. Fellow Taoist, how do you know so clearly? It's like you have experienced it yourself. He. Go Buju smiled shyly and whispered, I have a very close clan sister who married into the Yi family, and her husband has entered the fairyland. Oh, so that's it. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and connected all the scattered information together in his mind. According to what Go Buju said, the development of the whole thing should be that the secret realm was born, and the Alliance Foundation building overhaul entered it and discovered this building complex and teleportation array. Then he teamed up with other Foundation building overhauls to block the news, and used the rank 3 formation to cover the territory, making an agreement that Foundation building monks would not enter the secret realm. Next, several leading families in the Alliance share the cake and explore the Wonderland together. As a result, I don't know what happened, so the teleportation array was blocked. Then it developed into the situation where the ancestor of the Zonqing sect asked all the major families to send disciples to enter the secret realm for training after half a year, and this time the training target is here. Thinking of what Bai Yumo said about saving people, Lin Sheng's heart moved. Could it be that the Alliance disciple who was the first to explore the secret realm was trapped in the fairyland? Single quote. The possibility of this matter is extremely high, but why doesn't the Foundation building overhaul take action? Why did the ancestor of the Zonqing sect ask? Lin Sheng frowned slightly, unable to think of a reason. He couldn't help but think of Bai Yumo. This woman should know something inside, and she had to find an opportunity to torture her. Brother Lin, the Alliance Hall has arrived. The voice of Go Boji pulled Lin Sheng out of his thoughts. Looking at the 2-story wooden building in front of me, it doesn't seem to be comparable to the main hall. Brother Lin, please come. I'll wait for you outside. Go Buju smiled. Lin Sheng nodded and walked straight into the wooden building. What do you want, fellow Taoist? A beautiful female cultivator came forward. Lin Sheng looked at the environment in the room and smiled. I'm looking for the person in charge here. The beautiful female cultivator smiled and was about to speak when she suddenly looked stunned. Then she pointed to the door curtain behind her. The person in charge is inside, just go in. Lin Sheng nodded and walked to the door curtain. Suddenly on a whim, he turned around and asked, May I ask who the senior is in charge of this place? It's my ancestor. The female cultivator smiled. Ancestor. Single quote. Lin Sheng's heart was moved and he asked calmly, May I ask fellow Taoist, which family you belong to? Of course it's the Bai family. I made a mistake, please say goodbye. Lin Sheng's face turned pale, and he turned around to escape when he suddenly heard a lazy call coming from the curtain behind him. Lin Sheng, why don't you come in? Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.